minister.
Also, President Tinubu meets service chiefs in Abuja.
Tinubu launches 2026 Armed Forces emblem.
Governor Oti meets President Tinubu in Abuja.
Also, Senate moves to create single national emergency number.
Court restricts show arrest public comments.
On the foreign scene, Pope announces plans for African tour.
In business, federal government targets social protection for private sector workers.
Well, in sports news, I know Boniface Iheanacho back in Eagles 2025 AFCON squad.
And in the world of entertainment, Creative Economy Ministry unveils Christmas Culture Festival. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at voptvlive Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, it's a beautiful Wednesday morning on Voice of the People Television. And this is the morning show, TM as we call it. Welcome to Morning Show. Now, we have lined up very interesting trending stories for your listening pleasure. Some of the stories will annoy you, some of the stories will make you happy, but I just urge you, join us as we walk around Nigeria to bring you very interesting and trending stories. First on the show this morning, President Tinubu nominates ex-CDS Christopher Musa as Defense Minister, convenes emergency security meeting with service chiefs. And when we move away from that, call your minister to order. Bode George reports Wike to Tinubu as Wike's PDP faction appoints new Southeast Caretaker Committee amid deepening party crisis. And Akpabio Goje clash during plenary over accusations of unparliamentary conduct. Now, these are the major topics of discussions, but you also have other interesting trending stories that will weigh in on in the course of the show. Welcome as we get into it. Fina, good morning.
Good morning, Chikuma. Good to have
Good
you.
to see you. The lady in red.
I love the tie.
Thank you.
I love the tie.
I'm blushing already.
Oh, stop it. I like it. But all the same, you can be part of this family. Very simple thing. It's not that difficult. All you have to do is to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you've not done that. At YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV. Across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. We also have a website where you can go in for fresh and trending news. And the website is www.vop.ng. There you have interesting stories. And talking about other trending stories that made it to our table today, the Akwa Ibom State Police Command has arrested a man identified as David Effiong, an indigene of the state, for allegedly causing a public disturbance while dressed in full masquerade regalia. Despite an existing ban on masquerade activities, Effiong was apprehended after residents reported that he was creating a nuisance and allegedly destroying property within the community on Tuesday. The arrest comes amid renewed enforcement of the state government's directive prohibiting all public masquerade displays in the state. Confirming the incident, Commissioner of Police CP Baba Azari stated that Effiong will be charged in court. Authorities added that investigations into Effiong's activities are ongoing and he will be arraigned in court upon completion of the probe. Meanwhile, here in Lagos. Will broadcast from the Lagos State government on Tuesday, yesterday, apprehended 20 individuals for street begging during an enforcement sweep across the Ikosi, Ketu, and Mile 12 corridors. Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, say the exercise reflects the administration's resolve to maintain orderliness in public spaces and ensure they are used in a safe and responsible manner. He explained that officials of the Lagos State Environmental Sanitation Corps, as a kick against indiscipline, carried out the operation around Ketu, Mile 12, Ikosi Road, and the 7-Up axis, targeting activities that obstruct movement and pose environmental risk. He further noted that those arrested have been handed over to the appropriation authorities for profiling, while social welfare interventions are set to follow when necessary. Interesting one. I would like to say that from Lagos, it's not the first time we're seeing beggars being apprehended. Some time ago, after they were arrested, some of them were being sent back to their state of origin, and then some also were kept back. And I can recall then there was this rift cause between the former governor of Anambra State and the former governor of Lagos State over why we bring in people and dump in my state. Do you even know where they are from and all that, But anyway, I'm talking about them trying to clean up and also make sure that they don't bring in or that people who cause one or two cannot just be there. I don't know, but I perceive this because there was a book I think we read in secondary school, Beggar Strike. I can't recall on top of my head. I used to forget the writer of that, the author of that book, Beggar Strike. In Abuja, it happened too. The minister of FCT also picked some beggars and then arrested them. We don't really know what happened after that. But the question we need to ask is this. I believe that if the economy is pretty good, although we know that some people's tradition, custom, and norm allow them to go out to beg and all that. We saw that player. But at this particular time, I believe if the economy is good and the situation,
it's not about economy.
Nobody will want to go on the street begging.
No,
I don't think
it's not about economy.
It's about what then more?
Some people see it as a profession. Do you know that?
Corporate beggars.
Well, that's the fancy name.
We have corporate beggars.
They see it as so because they make a lot of money from it. Now, no matter how well the economy is, no matter how much income or if you try to engage them, because they are lazy and they want to make quick money and they probably don't have the heart to outrightly steal, they go into begging. That's for some people. So it's not about the economy, really. Okay.
Now, what about the masquerade that was arrested?
Oh, the masquerade. You see, personally, I think I like the fact that the masquerade was arrested. Because if you see what these masquerades do, even in Lagos, you come out when there is no particular festival. It's not as if there's a festival where we need a masquerade. You come out and you start to flog people. There are places in Lagos you would go to, and you walk around in the marketplaces, they flog you. They ask you to give them money. If you don't give them, they flog you. And, because of the mentality that, okay, these are representing some gods, you would not want to react.
When I saw them, like, oh, the gods are now behind bars, because that is what it looks like.
The gods.
No, those things are not the gods. They represent the gods. They are not the gods. Or they seem to represent the gods.
I'm happy to see that this god have a name. This particular mini god.
No, that is the name behind the god.
Oh, okay.
The name behind the god. As a matter of fact, let me start from the beggar thing. Like I understand the drift both of you are trying are taking to. It's a cultural thing. Like Fina said, it's a cultural thing. Alms giving, and when you tie alms giving to alms begging, it balances. In some traditions, it's customary, it's cultural for people to go out begging. And it's in parts of the north. Let's be very frank, let's be very realistic about it. It's in parts of the north. And that is what that culture, has used to put the people down for a very long time. And I think what the government is trying to do is, look, we need to have a reversal, of trend and roles. So, and if you want to beg, if your culture allows it for you to go to the streets and beg, please don't come to Lagos and practice that culture, because it is not acceptable here. And I think it's also trying to deepen the federal system that we have, where states, are at liberty to make laws for themselves in their states. We also know that there are federal laws, but there are also state laws. And if you contravene the state law, what happens? You pay for you bear the consequences. Now, talking about the masquerade, you see that is what happens when we don't have consequences for actions. Like Moses said, why will you come out and you camouflage yourself? Because I just call it camouflage. You camouflage yourself and you are flogging people. For what reason? And you say that the culture allows it. Which culture allows it? It might have been in your ancient days, in your place and all of that, where people, when they see masquerade, we used to make fun of it as kids. When we see masquerades, we run and they start chasing us and all of that. The times have passed, things change. You don't come to a metropole, like place like Uyo and all of that, and you are flogging people and you are wearing masquerade, harassing people. In ordinary times, it's not acceptable. I like the fact that the masquerade was arrested.
But
I think they should put a stop to that.
I think there's more to the story because the governor came up to give a directive to say he's placing a ban on all masquerade.
And it was flouted.
And this particular young man.
That is the thing, because some people believe that, look, there are no consequences for actions. After all, the governor is somewhere in New York, and how will he even know that I'm flying a masquerade around and all of that? Now the long hands of the law caught up with him, and he's going to pay for it. So, and beyond that, in other places, the bigger problem we have is that we have come to a situation where Nigerians believe that, is it not, we'll take you to the police. And when I get to the police, I'll find my way.
You see that take me to the police thing? Yes. It's like you said, it's, we have become, I'm looking for the right word now, but I engaged an artisan recently. In fact, yesterday, my wife had to take him to the police for a job paid for. All right, paid for. The balance was 20,000, and he says if you don't give him the balance, he will not deliver on the job because he has spent all the money. Other people are owing him. And I asked him, okay, if other people are owing you, am I owing you? He said no, but he'll collect the complete money. I said, where is that done? And then he was supposed to deliver last week. Okay. And he didn't all the way until my wife had to take him to the police. I was madam, I tell you, say, you go spend more money if you come here, or you go spend more money, or now you don't spend money. If to say you just give him that money, I for just do it. Like, what kind of mentality is that?
That is it, no consequences. And you be sure that the young man will come out of the police net. He will come out.
Like, what kind of mentality is that?
You know the thing there is...
And the police will spin around it and say, oh, well, since you have come, and by the time they give you paper to fill a form, you buy the form.
Yeah, you
pay for the complaint form. I took somebody to, oh my God, it's not a very
pleasant story.
It's not a pleasant story. But these things happen. So when people have lost faith, in institutions of government, that is what you get. A governor that with his pen has the power over life and death. The governor can sign. He signs death penalties. And he gives an order, and you flout it.
The president gave an order.
And it was flouted.
We are contemplating who and who should abide by
it. No,
it.
we have been asked to track it.
Exactly.
To track compliance.
Yes.
To track compliance. So what does that tell you? It tells you that institutions of government, Nigerians have lost hope. And it speaks to legitimacy. If you feel that an institution is not legitimate enough to supervise or superintend over your actions, what does that tell you? It tells you that, look, a lot of the thing keeps deepening, every other time. And it's not only in every other institution. People don't go to public hospitals now because they feel that if you go there, you're simply going to waste your time. At the end of the day, prescriptions are made. When those prescriptions are made, you go to the pharmacy. Most times, 80% of the time, you don't find those drugs. So what do? You still come out to the private. So people who have money, or average people, middle class people, they prefer, let me just walk into a private hospital and take care of myself. Security, education, the same thing. A lot more people attend private schools than public schools these days. So what does that tell you? Institutions of government have lost legitimacy. There's a high level of mistrust and distrust that people don't even patronize them again. And it's quite unfortunate. And until we find a way, to reverse this trend, it is just starting. And my worry is again that, look, the younger generation don't even seem to care. They don't care. If you look at analytics, what people watch and what they see, you discover that the people that watch politics more are people from 35, 45, 56, 60 and above. The younger generation, what do they watch? They watch skits about relationships, porn, naked people and all of that. And it's deeply troubling. Because if we are traveling in that direction, honestly, in the next 20, 30 years, I don't know where we'll be. So we need to make an urgent reversal, an urgent turn. Otherwise, I pity the next generation.
I actually pity the next generation of Nigerians. I do, because we see a situation whereby the age for willingness to test for HIV has come down from 18 to about 14 now. And we also, statistics now shows that a lot of young people in Nigeria between the ages of 14 and 24 are exposed to HIV and AIDS. Okay. A lot of them are exposed to HIV and AIDS. A lot of them are exposed to drugs. So there's a high rate of drug abuse amongst the young people in Nigeria. I mean, these are the future. This is the powerhouse of the nation, really, the life wire, as they say. And they are all drifting off, engaged in the different types of drugs, colos and the rest of them. A lot of young people. If you pick out 10 young people within that bracket, and I'm talking 15, between 15 and 29, you'll find out that out of that 10, 7 of them are abusing one substance or the other. It's alarming. And and the issue of the social media, which now gives the impression that you can make quick money if you provide content, has also worsened the situation, because a lot more people know that people will be attracted to nudity. Yes. So they go all out and they start exposing themselves on social media, forgetting that social media doesn't forget.
It doesn't forget. Okay,
those things stay there. You become an adult later, if God gives you long life and the rest. And those things will come up. Maybe somewhere along the line, you now decide to be serious with your life and you want to contest for a political position. And then they bring up some video of you shaking Guinea, it becomes a problem. I think we should, it goes back to the NOA.
And value reorientation.
Yes.
That is what we need urgently. But unfortunately, the leadership is not offering that, that promise.
I'm happy you went back again to the leadership. If we have everything well the way it should be, I don't think we'll have youths who devote their time to be displaying their nude and all that. It's because they've lost interest. I after going to school for 4 years or 5 years, maybe with ASU strike and all that, you extend the 5 years course to 6 or 7 years, and then you're out, and there's nothing like job opportunity. What the hell will you do?
You create jobs.
Or maybe if you've been, I think they're creating it already themselves.
No, that's not the kind of
if
job.
that is how they want to go about it.
Create jobs.
Government should look into it, the ordinances of them.
Oh well, let's go to another story now. Governor Umar Bago of Niger State and Governor Umar Eno of Akwa Ibom State have been blacklisted by the International Press Institute, Nigeria, as the worst offenders of media repression in the country. I saw this one coming. The IPI also included the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, in the blacklist for continued police harassment and attacks on journalists. We see dragging Omoyele Sowore. I think he was in court yesterday. Or he would be in court.
He was in court.
He was in court yesterday. Now, this was made known on yesterday, during the IPI annual conference in Abuja, attended by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Now, at that conference, IPI President Musikilu Mojid said the governors and the police chief have consistently prevented journalists from performing their legitimate responsibilities. Now, he said Mohammed Umar Bago, Niger governor, Umar Eno, governor of Akwa Ibom, and the IG of police, Kayode Egbetokun, are hereby written in the book of infamy. Mojid added that Egbetokun was added for failing to uphold his constitutional duties and allowing systemic media oppression. Well, oh well. In August 2025, Governor Umar Bago ordered the closure of Badegi FM. Remember that story? A privately owned radio station in Mina, Niger State, accusing it of inciting violence. The station was sealed by security agents, prompting condemnation from rights organizations such as Amnesty International and the Nigerian Bar Association, which described the move as unlawful and an attack on independent journalism.
You know, we are not looking for trouble. We are trying to protect ourselves the way they protect themselves.
Are you really the fourth realm? Are you still the fourth realm or the fifth realm of government? Are you still journalists?
Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are.
We are?
Well, that's what we are supposed to be, but I don't know if we are. Maybe we are we are the seventh now. We have other people that, apart from the judiciary, we have another judiciary, the JPC, you know, that have become the fifth realm and all of that.
Don't do that this
It's
morning.
deeply troubling. We might try to make light of it here on the lighter note, but it is deeply troubling because journalism and journalists have come under savage assault recently by the Nigeria. It's a global thing, but we are trying to concentrate on what goes on here in Nigeria. There is press repression. David Hundeyin, as we speak, is still on the run. That Diata, as we speak, nobody knows his whereabouts. Fisai Ushaumbo has been in and out of detention. Omo Elesho, journalists, Sahara reporters is under, you know. I mean, most like the government is even stalking him.
Currently accused of insulting the number one man.
Number one man
currently,
and all of that. You know, so
meanwhile, Donald Trump is constantly attacked
by people because that is the price of democracy. You know, people feel free to express themselves. And if you don't like it, if you think that the person has said something that is negative, contest it. Contestation, you know. And what goes around is quite disturbing. And when democracy starts to falter, you know, when democracy unravels at the end, it starts like this. The first thing they do is to clamp down on the press, you know, to ensure that people don't get accurate information about what is going on. How do you... I mean, I've been trying to wrap my head around the fact that a governor will come and say, look, through an emir, don't put this government in bad light by reporting terrorist attacks, by reporting criminality. What does that tell you? It tells you that the government itself is trying to spin their own infractions negatively. And it doesn't work.
I understand the role of responsibility in media reporting. You know, there's certain things that you know that might incite the public, and you want to, you know, play down on it. But it's not like you will not report what is happening. If it is happening, you find a way to report it without inciting or instilling fear in the people. So that's responsible, a responsible way.
Yes, it's an ongoing debate. Even in journalism school, we had this debate. What is responsible and responsible journalism? How do you report that 10 people were killed, you know, during an ambush? How do you report the fact that, look, Nigerian soldiers were killed? How do you report it to make it become responsible without having to tell a lie about it? I mean, it's an ongoing, we never agreed while we were in school. And it's like now, it's an ongoing debate. Responsible journalism. Now, the idea is that you put it out there and allow, don't do Kaizen on it, you know, don't add icing on the cake. Don't ice the cake. Cake is already sweet. So if 10 people were killed, probably in an ambush, don't go to say that probably they were overpowered because they don't have ammunition and all of that. Allow the military authorities to say all of that. But put it out there. You know, will that amount to inciting people?
But in some cases, they will tell you, don't say something like that. Don't push it out there.
They will also tell you that.
You could play down on the numbers.
They also tell you that for society to make progress, when you see something, say something.
Is it okay to play down on the numbers in cases like that?
That would be lying.
No. You're saying in an instance where the military were attacked, and then, you know, they tried, they were not able to repel the bandits. You could say, you know, there was a confrontation between the military and the bandits, and, you know, you play down on the fact that they failed to properly repel them, and then we lost.
So, as journalists, what is our secret? Our facts are secret. Facts are secret.
Just saying.
You know, so it's neither here nor there. But I understand the angle. Moses is don't do anything to incite people. You know, but people should also not do something that journalists will have to say that will amount to inciting the public and all of that. But all said, I think the issue is that, look, we need a government. This free space, you know, is gradually shrinking. It shrinks every other day. But I think we need an expansion we have the Cybercrime Act and all of that, where you don't even, there are certain things you are, more like we are going back to the days of Decrees 4 and 5, where journalists were asked, to get approval from Ministry of Information before they put out facts about government and all of that.
Is out there already in Niger State, wherever you have to submit your speech?
No, I'm talking about the federal law, the Cybercrime Act and all of that. It doesn't help democracy, because our democracy after 26 years, when I say our democracy is still nascent or fledgling, people say no, it shouldn't be at this time. That is what it is for me. That's what it is. We are still, we are still evolving as a people.
Oh, well, let's take a minute now. Let's run to the papers. Okay, well, maybe more than a minute. Let's run to the papers. Let's look at headlines from the dailies. I have the Daily Independent right in front of me. And the window headlines here. Senate considers single toll-free emergency number nationwide. That's what it should be. Experts link security, because, I mean, if you're in Lagos, I think Lagos is 112. Yeah. And then another state, you're wondering which one to use. Well, experts link security emergency to future food abundance. And then the big story. We are reclaiming ungoverned spaces using veterans, Tinubu. Okay. Meat service chiefs demands greater efficiency from them. Hails bravery of military in confronting terrorism, banditry. Asks Nigerians to reject the divisive rhetoric. Promotes tolerance. Nominates General Christopher Musa as new Minister of Defense. We'll talk more about this during paper review. Okay. Well, FG taking action capable of disintegrating Nigeria, Body George. Dictatorship impossible in Nigeria due to press vigilance, says Shetima. PDP issues certificate of expulsion to Wike, Fayose, Anyanwu, others. Adebayo, Adedamola wins Osun PDP Guber primary. Personal pension plan fails to deliver expected returns after 6 years. Gunmen attack Abia governor's advance team in Imo. Okay. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent newspaper.
And the Punch newspaper is up next, beside the masthead. PDP crisis. Makinde block issues Wike orders expulsion certificate. The story is on page 3 of the Punch newspaper, and the banner headline reads that U.S. lawmakers, Nigerian reps hold fresh session over rising insecurity. Right after that story, U.S. Congress committee holds joint session. Nigerian reps to discuss rising insecurity. Tinubu meets service chiefs. At delegation, Osun PDP primary as Adebayo wins ticket. FG contractors launch fresh protest over 500 billion naira debt. Yotard, local flights break 300,000 naira mark. Marital dispute. Edo Assembly summons to Baba's wife. Manpower shortfall may delay NSCDC's VIP protection rollout. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. And the major pictorial there is, the light up of Marina Lagos from the UBA group.
Now, let's quickly run to the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. ASU, that's Academic Staff Union of Universities. Federal government reached agreement on 40% pay rise, autonomy and funding. The Nigerian Tribune. Osun, Adeleke's new party to be known before December 13. Adebayo emerges PDP candidate. This is kind of interesting. Adebayo's new party to be known. Will it be APC? Will it be another party, LP, AA or what?
Oh, maybe ADC.
ADC, maybe, just maybe. U.S. lawmakers meet on escalating violence in Nigeria. Now, the banner headline. Reps begin debate on state policing. Other constitution review bills today. To vote on bills next Tuesday, Wednesday, before transmission to state assemblies. Drama as Goje falls on parliamentary conduct of Akpabio colleagues. Press freedom, IPI blacklists IGP, 2 governors, honors DG, DSS. What an irony. Now, beer belly linked to heart damage in men. That's according to a study. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune. And that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines. We'll return at 10 o'clock. Moses and I will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper headlines and inside stories. Now, we'll go for a short break. And when we return, President Tinubu nominates ex-Chief of Defense Staff Christopher Musa as Defense Minister, convenes emergency security meeting with service chiefs. Join us again. We'll be right back.
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation.
No get Trump! No get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. That's Voice of the People Television, and the program is This Morning. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has nominated a former Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, as the new Minister of Defense. Well, the nomination was conveyed in a letter sent to Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Tuesday, announcing Musa as the replacement for Mohammed Badaru, who resigned from the position on Monday due to health reasons. In his letter to the Senate, the president expressed confidence in Musa's capacity to lead the Nigerian Ministry of Defense and strengthen Nigeria's security framework. The nomination was confirmed in a statement issued by the president's special advisor on information and strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononuga. Meanwhile, the president on Tuesday convened a meeting with the nation's security chiefs at the presidential villa in Abuja. The session is widely believed to be an emergency review triggered by the recent surge of nationwide insecurity, where the high-level engagement occurred less than 24 hours after the resignation of the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru. It also follows a string of mass abductions targeting school children and worshippers in states including Kwara, Niger, and Kebbi. The security chiefs in attendance were led by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede. Other key figures present included the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Defense Intelligence, Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS, and the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Ebotokun. The focus of the session is expected to be the escalating wave of kidnappings, rural attacks, and bandit operations that have intensified pressure on several states in recent times. Well, we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Somi Oranta. Mr. Oranta is a philosopher, is a political affairs analyst, and a commentator on social issues. Good morning, Mr. Oranta, and thanks for being part of this show. We appreciate your presence.
Good morning to you. Good morning.
Okay, we also have beside him Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister Darlington Agomo.
Good morning, Mr. Koro and the rest of the crew.
Okay, beautiful. We'll be joined by other guests from our stations in the course of the show. Now, let's start from the studio here. Now, Barrister Darlington, yesterday the president, day before yesterday, Badaru, former Minister of Defense, resigned, his appointment and cited, ill health as a reason for his resignation. And we got information that the president might, put Christopher Musa, the penultimate Chief of Defense Staff, in his place as Minister of Defense. And yesterday, Bayo Ononoga issued a release. Now, this is the same Christopher Musa who was let go as Chief of Defense Staff after the coup scare. And now we have him brought back as Minister of Defense. What does that tell you? Is it that the thing was planned to let Badaru go and retire Christopher first before appointing him as Minister of Defense? What is it for you? Especially given the light of the fact that this Badaru has been there for 2.5 years, getting to 3 years. And when people put pressure on the president to let him go, and the president said, no, I have confidence in the ministers and all of that, including the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale. What is it for you? Do you think that the president is under pressure from some quarters or what? Let's have your broad reaction to these changes that are quite recent, 2 days ago.
This permutation showed that the president is confused. He is a completely confused man. Because in the first place, these changes should not be if things were working well. If this president is actually in charge of his government, this thing that is happening shouldn't have happened. This was the man they alleged that he was the one that was instrumental to leaking the coup. He was the one that nipped it in the bud, and when they were sacking people, they sacked him. So, what wrong did he do? Did you not discuss it here? That how do you let a man go who saved your government, and now you brought him back? And for the Baduru, please, you know very well that this man has some skeleton in his cupboard. Yet you brought him in. And when people raise eyebrows, you say, no, you are comfortable. In fact, it shows that the president is not in charge.
Now, Barrister. Yes, Barrister, you said that this changes shows that the president is not in charge.
Yes.
And that if things were going right,
yes,
he wouldn't need to make these changes.
Exactly.
Now, things are not going right, and he's trying to get things right by making these changes. Should that be a problem?
No, the man you just released of his office yesterday, you brought him back again now. Can't you get where I'm going to? This man, if he was doing well, why did you let him go?
Why is it
only for you to bring him back?
Why didn't the individual refuse coming back to work with the president? If you think that he's, will I say the sack and every other thing, the expulsion was not really a good one, why is it that we have the former CDS still accept the appointment to be the Minister of Defense?
No, they don't want to embarrass the president. Imagine what would happen if the president were to call him and say, come and he said, no, I'm not doing. It will be
Isn't this an embarrassment already that the person that was sacked not quite long is being pushed back again to still man the Ministry of Defense in Nigeria?
The man believes that he has come to help the president achieve his mandate.
Now, Barrister, doesn't it look like this shuffling, of the cabinet? is a good one, given the fact that we had the Minister of Defense, Badr, who was two-time governor of Jigawa State, and the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, one-time governor of Zamfara State. And two of them couldn't push back insecurity and banditry and all of that in their state. And we saw the president, without any military background, without military knowledge and all of that, they were put in charge of Nigeria's defense system. Now we have the president bring back, a retired general who has military background to say, okay, come and man this position. Is it in the right pick? Is it not the right pick?
It is not. Let me tell you, this appointment was instigated by America. Yes, they are the one dictating the pace now for Tinubu. I'm not joking.
How do you mean?
Yes, because remember the story of Jackson Sunday.
Yes.
Yes, the Americans told him, go and release that man from the life jail they give him or death sentence. Abi, is that not part of the conditions? And I'm sure he's going to do it. And so this other appointment, they equally mentioned that, look, all the people that have a hand in this insecurity, release them of the appointment. So I will not be surprised.
When you
in fact, I will not hesitate to tell you that America is telling Tinubu what to do now.
So at this point, Boris, are you saying that the likes of Bello Matawale, whom the people of Zamfara and even clerics in the state have accused of having one or two to do with the bandits, as well as the role he played when he was offering them cow for a gun and all that, are we going to see him being relieved of his duty too?
He must go. Fina, he must go. The capital must. He must go. If President Tinubu wants to achieve results,
all right. Let's bring Sami Ranta into the conversation. What are your thoughts on this one?
On which exactly?
The conversation we're having. The former chief of defense staff being brought in.
Well, the thing is, I could say it's a good one, but the big but there is the fact that will he be able to work? Will he be able to be given the kind of political support that he needs to work? Don't forget, at this juncture, he's no longer commanding any platoon. He's not commanding anything.
Yes, but
he's a politician.
He's a politician now, so he will be mingling with the politicians.
It's a kind of policy making
and
bureaucracy. So the fear now is that
as the chief of defense staff, he was basically reporting to the minister, who then reports to the commander in chief. But now, as the minister, don't you think he'll do more work?
The only good thing there is that if he's able to be given that support, so that he can bring in some policies or change some policies.
Policy formation.
Yes, like the policy of de-radicalization, reintegration, and all those, because he is a man that has been talking about forgetting that he wants them to forget about the non-kinetic method, go all out and deal with these guys. Any forgiveness.
So do you think the president now intends to go all out and deal with insecurity, or is this just for the optics?
That is left to be seen, because by the time as we watch as days unfold, if the president really wants this issue to be trashed out to these terrorists, they are not bandits, for them to be routed out of our nation, then there are basic things he will do. The list of terror sponsors and enablers must be released, must be made public, without doctoring it.
All right. I think the list, we are hearing something about the list. We'll come back to you in a bit. Now, let's go to Oka, where we have been joined by Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi. He's an economist and policy consultant, and he's in this place as in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. He's also of the Department of Economics, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University in Anambra State. Good morning to you, Dr. Ekesobi.
Good morning.
Okay, good to have you. It's been a while. Now, Dr. Ekesobi, let's ask some very sensitive but right questions at this moment. We see two people, man the Ministry of Defense, talking about Badaru, former governor of Jigawa State, and Bello Matawale, former governor of Zamfara State. Straight off, these people are Fulanis, both of them. And we have an issue here with Fulani headsmen operating as terrorists, bandits all around the country in parts of the north. Was it appropriate for the president? And we've been in a terror war for as long as 15, 20 years or thereabout. Was it appropriate for the president, understanding our local politics, to appoint 2 Fulani men to be in charge of the defense ministry? What's your reaction to that?
Well, from experience, the president has been regarded as somebody who has a political mastery in terms of management of people, resources, and networks. So in his wisdom, he appointed 2 former governors, both of which I personally doubt their military intelligence as far as managing the complex security situation in the country. So if we have learned one lesson from this adventure, what it has shown is that it doesn't necessarily mean that the savior of a crisis must come from the location where that crisis is located. Because I remember, on a personal note, I think it was under Ihe Jirika that I felt that we've had any serious assault of note on these insurgents, bandits, or terrorists, whichever one we want to christen them. So bringing somebody with that expected military background, and not that he, in fact, he just recently left the scene. So he's somebody that I'm looking forward to serving as a perfect intermediary between the political class and the men on ground. So I think it may also be like a morale booster to the officers on ground, knowing that yes, one of their own who understands the situation will be able to speak to the president in a language he understands. Because the 2 former governors, no matter how best their intentions is, the political more often than not overcloud the security judgment they are supposed to be taking. So maybe it's a lesson the president may have learned the hard way, and following the resignation and the soon-to-be confirmation of the former chief of defense staff, we hope that we may begin to have
talking about the confirmation of the former chief of defense staff, Christopher Musa, who happens to be Christian, by the way, and is from Kaduna State, the hotbed, of this insecurity in the northwest as well. Now, what do you see coming? What do you expect? And I'd like for you to put it in the light of, to consider it in the light of the fact that this is a man who purportedly blew the lead, on a purported coup or on a queue. And he came out to say, look, there was no queue. A few days after that, he was removed from office. Now he's been brought back. How far do you think he can travel in the fight against terrorism? Does it look like the president might have made a mistake to remove him from the military command and now brought him back as a politician to take decisions? What's your reaction to that?
I overheard one of the guests in the studio talking about having the external forces or actors having the capability of maybe influencing the decisions the presidency is making at the moment. Because I was also shocked. I was taken aback when Christopher Musa was relieved of his responsibility. So maybe this may be one of the corrective mechanism of bringing him back to come and address the situation. And again, given this habit we have for colorizing most of our political or national issues along religious, tribal, or sentiments. So it is good that maybe you are passing the message that yes, the government may not necessarily be about a particular tribe or about a particular religion. That is good that we are bringing, yes, we are disposed enough, we are accommodating enough to bring the ex-chief of defense staff back into the security architecture. But now that's where the main problem comes. It is one thing to give somebody the assignment. It's another thing to allow the person carry out that assignment.
Interesting point you raised there. Will he be given
the kind of, I'm coming, will he be given the kind of political backing? Some of us believe that the Minister of FCT is enjoying, for instance. That is why anything that comes up about that, the government does not take it the way it expects. It just gives it a part of the risk. So will they give him that kind of backing to do the job, the kind of job that is expected, that is to take place in our defense architecture?
Exactly, because that actually should be the next question I wanted to ask you, Dr. Ekemeze. I wanted to ask, because some persons of the opinion that the president decided to bring back General Christopher Musa so that he might be able to dip his hands in the jar, the cookie jar, and might not be able to talk or be vocal the way he's been all this while. I recall that he's been the one against the non-kinetic approach and, giving his men the chance to say, go out there, reach tell on them, take out these people, and I don't want to hear stories. And after he made those, after he made those comments, and gingering his people and giving them more morale, we saw the sacking and all that. So do you also share another thought, bringing him to join the political team at this point? More like, putting him in a place where he might not really be able to be that, open-minded again.
It is not everybody that loses their conscience or their sense of reasoning once they assume a particular position. Especially at the critical period like this, where we will need to begin to show results. Because in terms of talking, we have talked enough. We have had enough intelligence meetings, security meetings with service chiefs. We should be moving beyond this phase of rhetoric, media grandstanding, to results. And I want to believe that bringing in the chief of defense staff, the former chief of defense staff, is to come and strengthen the resolve in that political space, to show that there is now political will to address the problem, that we are trying to bring a square peg in a square hole, to kind of address the situation. So when the person is speaking to the men, the officers, the security chiefs, those things that are wrong in the system, he will be able to identify it, and with his military backing, take decisive actions without thinking of who to compromise or how to jeopardize whatever it is, or to please any particular interest.
Okay, thank you so much.
The bottom line should be the killings must stop.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Dr. Chikuno Soekesobi. Let's take the conversation to Comrade Calvin Ajumudo. Good morning, Calvin, if you can hear me. Good to have you join today's conversation. We're looking at the results thus far, of course, from the meeting with the service chiefs that was held yesterday in the Villa. The president of the opinion that we are reclaiming ungoverned spaces, using veteran at this point. And not just that, too. He went further to ask Nigerians to reject divisive rhetoric and also find a way to promote tolerance at this. Now, are we going to see this and the issue of insecurity that Nigerians have been, have been battling for over 15 or past 15 years now? And also the fact that we have the likes of UK, US, and, some Western bloc joining Nigeria, having a major force now to end the issue of insecurity. Are we going to see that happen anytime soon? We'd like you to unmute your device if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Kelvin? Please, I would like you to unmute your device. All right, we'll wait for you to rectify that or bring it back to the studio. Barrister, I had the question. What do you have to say to that?
That
the president saying that through the usage of veterans, we've been able to reclaim ungoverned spaces and even so many other achievements, and urging Nigerians now to do away with rhetorics and embrace tolerance as a way forward.
No, he is the one to start it. By his appointment and actions, he will lead the way and Nigerians will follow. So far, he has not shown that he has the political will to do anything. I still say it up to tomorrow. Tinubu have not given the right order. He has not made the right call. This Minister of Defense is just policy formulation.
Barrister,
yes.
We have a situation whereby the former Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, was very outspoken about what to be done to curb insecurity. In fact, in some videos that have trended, he talked about building walls. You know, talked about some countries that built walls around, border walls around certain countries and how that worked for them. And he talked about it. Whether or not there is America breathing down on the president's neck, whether or not, don't you see this action as one in the right direction with an aim to curb insecurity in Nigeria, bring in somebody who has been there, somebody who has, been quite forthright in his stance on the fight against insecurity. He's been very vocal. Don't you think this is a step in the right direction? Shouldn't we commend the president for this nomination?
Was it in the right position? The man you are talking about, is he in a position whereby he can carry out this order?
That's like he's now a minister.
Minister, yes. Minister. Not the man in the field of battle.
Interfacing with the politicians directly. And one with experience.
Please, anything with politicians, it will not fly. Politicians are people like...
even if he's one of them now.
Look, anything with politicians, you've forgotten. Agbabio in the Senate and that other man at the House of Reps. These are the politicians you are going to interface with.
But Barrister Wike is a politician and he's doing well in FCT.
No, don't go there, please. Don't go there.
You're talking about politicians.
Don't go there. Okay. Doing what? What? These other things you do, you have forgotten that one, Abi. Because
but you want to forget the good things that he's doing.
Anything that has to do with Nigerian politicians, forget it.
So, Barrister, are we going to throw? I mean, if a person does a few good things and maybe a few other things that you're not in support of,
what the man suggested about building, did the Tinubu embrace it?
Now, don't you think now, if he has the ears of don't you think he might get that wish?
He will not. He will not.
Why are you so pessimistic?
Hold on. I'm coming. Look, when you have been deceived more than 5 times, are you going to wait until they deceive you the 6th time? This thing that is happening now, if the president is actually hungry for success, hungry to end this thing, he would have done it like 2 years ago.
Better late than never. Better late than
never. Why must he wait until now? So that will tell you that he is reluctantly doing whatever he's doing now. And that's why you are seeing all these changes. That is neither here nor there. All these appointments now, like somebody asked, why would you know the people that are behind this terrorism, and you now put their brother there?
Okay.
To be aiding and abetting them.
Barrister, what would the I mean, if Christopher Musa is now made the minister of defense, and what would the minister of defense and the president do to bring back your hope in this administration, for you to say, oh yes, something is being done in the right direction? What would they do? What in particular?
Thank God you asked me this question. Do you know our diversity should have been our strength in matters like this? Our diversity. This is where to employ it. Okay. When this thing was getting out of hand under Jonathan, and Jonathan knew that Boko Haram are already in his government, what did he do? He brought in an Igbo man who have no hand, who's going to be neutral, and you saw what he did. At this point now, I expected Tinubu to appoint an Igbo man against these people. Like Jonathan did, and the man produced results. That's what I'm saying here. Tinubu, if you are really a nationalist, get an Igbo man to do this job. Like Ihejirika did it.
Barrister,
yes.
Should he produce a competent man or an Igbo man?
Do what he has appointed. They are not working now. They are have sympathy for the terrorists now.
You don't have competent people outside the southeast? Is that what you are saying?
What are you saying? The ones you employed so far, what have they done? Mr. Okoro, how can't you see that they are aiding and abetting the terrorists? Can't you see it?
Barrister, when you talk about appointing an Igbo man, when Ihejirika was there, they said, no, Ihejirika, you are killing my people.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And Jonathan removed him.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you here. At least he produced results. It was Ihejirika that
now my question is, must it be an Igbo person that will produce that?
Get the person that will do the job.
And he's getting something.
Most people are not doing it now. They are not doing the job. They are not doing the job. Matawale, in fact, if you look at his the baggages he's carrying, that man is supposed to be in prison by now. And that's the person you ask to be junior minister of what? Security. Can't you see all the things that is going around him? All the accusations. He's here to put him there. What do you expect him to do? These are people you know that they are aiding and abetting this insecurity, and you put them there. You put them there. Get somebody who is hungry to do the job, like Ihejirika.
Barrister, I think a lot of people will prefer the word, get someone who is hungry, and not, like you said, get an Igbo man. Don't you think?
As long as that person has this ethnic, tribal, and religious affinity with the people causing this problem, he will never perform.
So you're saying we don't have
He will never perform.
You're saying on this table that we don't have Igbos who are sympathizers of Boko Haram and
terrorists. No, Igbo who? Which Igbo?
All right, let's take the conversation. Let's take the conversation.
Not in the military.
It's all right. Kelvin Ejimodo, good to have you back, please. What's your submission? You know, we're looking at the new appointment of the service chief and also the outcome of the meeting held by the president, also with the team in charge of our security. Let's get your opinion on it, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I would like to say, in all honesty, Mr. President is not ready to combat terrorism in Nigeria as we speak.
Simple.
You see, when you go to the pitch as a good coach, you take your best 11 to the pitch.
Exactly.
When you go into the World Cup, you don't go to your second feeder team. You go with your best feeder team because what you want is a result. This is 2 years plus counting. Have you seen the new trend? Daily osusu in the local parlance. That these people, they're not doing daily osusu, they kidnap, they collect ransom. A Perm chapter was kidnapped in my state, in Delta State, and one of them was killed. To the point you kidnap a Perm chapter, what economic value does the Perm chapter wants to kidnappers? To tell you how it has been. And nobody go after them. You see, when people commit crime and nobody come after them, they recruit more people into their fold.
I'm sure you understand that there are different levels to the kidnappings we see. There is the kidnapping on a higher level, and there's those done by those that are not even Fulani headers. Those that are regular individuals who just see it as a quick money-making venture.
Criminality is criminality. However you want to describe it, the one that kidnapped the Perm typer, it was carrying a gun. The one that kidnapped a market woman is carrying a gun. They are all criminals. And what do you do to criminals? You take the battle to them. Because if they have a free holiday, they constitute more mayhem to the masses. And Mr. President has sworn on oath. He said, Emiloko, it's my turn. He's a man of the senator in 1992 for crying out loud. He's a governor in 1999, 2 terms in Lagos State. He said he's well abreast with the length and breadth of Nigeria. And what we expect to see results. Now we face with insecurity. All that areas of the economy is down. We're not looking at those areas, but we're looking at insecurity for now. Concurrently, you are negotiating with bandits, you are paying ransom to them, you are making them know that the business is lucrative. And these people, they have different camps. They communicate. When Camp A kidnap and collect ransom, they say, federal government paid, they say how much they paid us in dollars. Really? Camp 2 will do what? Camp 2 will move again and kidnap. When that is done, Camp 3 will go and say, wow, this business is lucrative. They are not coming after us. We are collecting money. We are sharing money. They go again and kidnap. That's why we see the surge in kidnapping after the ransom was paid by the federal government. Allegedly, we see denying the debt. Now, bringing when the former CDS gave an outright opinion, and that's the truth. We have people in Nigeria that we don't even know where they come from, no identity, no nationality. We have porous borders, about 200 porous borders in the country, and up to date, you've not set security drones to monitor your borders for you, and you are saying you want to fight security. The answer is no. We must put the right men in the job, not the men that are our tribesmen. My tribeman might not be gallant ready to combat crime, but what I want to figure, I'm going to put him there. He will go down and be docile. He will be sleeping. All right, Kelvin, let's get your opinion on the fact that today we're having a joint committee session meeting with the U.S. lawmakers and Nigerian reps. You know, what do you think will be the outcome of this meeting? Because it's more like after Donald Trump issued the threat of possible bombardment of Nigeria, we're seeing surge in the issue of insecurity, kidnapping most especially. It was after that statement was made that the Eroko Church kidnapping happened. The KB school girls, though they have recovered, they've been reconciled with the parents, that have also played out. Kotangora St. Mary's School also happened. In Kogi, there was a kidnapping. You know, we've lost count of people that were kidnapped. In Kano State, too, it happened, too. So what do you think will be the outcome of this joint committee session meeting that we'll have today? The Nigerian politicians will still go there and tell lies. They will still go to that meeting and want to paint the narrative the other way. They will still go there and lie that there's no genocide, Christian genocide in Nigeria. They still go there and say the insecurity is being fueled by political enemies, by those that are now in the party, those that want to ensure that Nigeria divide. This is not the time for those kind of sermon. The sermon we want to see now is seek ye first. Do this, give us results. We are tired of telling us stories. They will go to that meeting today and they will tell lies to the US counterpart, and they want them to believe their own.
All right, thank you very much, Kelvin. Thank you very much, Kelvin. Let's bring Somi Ranta into the conversation. Are you one of those that have lost hope completely, or do you think there's still a flicker of hope somewhere, especially in the fight against insecurity?
There's hope, but that hope has to be fueled by action.
Do you think
actions backed by political will and sincerity of purpose? Because if you just talk about hope, there are empty hopes, and we don't want to dwell in that or at that level. We want hope that is practical, that you can see, the roadmap to achieving a certain set goal and objective. That's the kind of hope we want.
Do you think there is some sort of, well, we've talked about this quite a lot, but do you think the cabal within government is so big that it's difficult for anybody that gets there to do something? Because before President Bola Ahmed Tinubu got into office, a lot of Nigerians felt if there's anybody that could do it, if the will is there, he's the one. But we're seeing a different theme.
I think the problem with the situation at hand is that the president, whom I refer to as the political octopus of Nigerian politics, who has his hands and legs, in every pie, within the nation. The thing there is that he's not looking at himself as a statesman. He's seeing himself as a politician. You see, politicians think of the next election. The statesmen think of the next generation. Because we don't have much to do with names, in our nation. We prefer people, okay, I have so amount, I have so, I do so houses. We don't bother about names. That's why the problem. Because if the president begins to think of how to leave a legacy that we can bequeath to the next generation, this will not be like this. Because I think he knows what to do. And I'm asking that he should go ahead to do it. Because as it is in Nigeria today, if we continue the way we are doing, we will not go anywhere. We'll just be running around in a circle without any noticeable movement. Motion is not movement. So we have to, at this juncture, do the right things. One, those people who have been terrorizing Nigeria, who have been enabling and sponsoring these terrorists, you should name them.
And shame them.
Stop, yes, and prosecute them. If you don't do that, and look, also we are talking about America. the US will not want to share intelligence with Nigeria until we do those things. If a country as far away as the United Arab Emirates will give you lists and you hit that list, I heard they have about 15 people or companies and all that they want to publish that. Those are just papering on the matter. Go all out. That's why I'm so doubtful if the new Minister of Defense can actually perform, because there is no sincerity of purpose. The way I'm seeing it as it is now. Until we begin to do this, we must come clean. No sacred cow. Everybody must, if your hands are there, no matter the position you're occupying, you must be named and prosecuted, no matter your position. But we get to that point, and these terrorists are very, very daring. And they're psychologists. They are watching and weighing the whole options. So they are not joking. They are not taking prisoners.
All right.
They want, Nigeria needs direct action.
All right, then. So, yes, direct action, that's exactly what Nigerians need. But the name of Christopher Musa will go to the Senate, and when that is approved, we just might have a new Minister of Defense, and we see what actions will be taken in the coming days. We know 2027 elections are around the corner. Oh, well. Let's get into another conversation now. Call your minister to order. Bode George reports Nyesom Wike to President Tinubu as Wike's PDP faction appoints new Southeast Caretaker Committee amid deepening crisis in the PDP. All right, then. This is the conversation. Join us in a bit.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel, you know. We live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power. It's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up!
Welcome back. It's still VOP this morning. The former Deputy National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Olabode George, has accused the All Progressives Congress, APC, led federal government of attempting to destroy the PDP and undermine Nigerians' democracy. Speaking on the state of the nation on Tuesday, George urged President Bola Tinubu to immediately call the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to order and instruct him to desist from interfering in the PDP's internal affairs. In his address, titled "Dear Mr. President, Our Nation is Wobbling Politically," George claimed that APC government is preoccupied with political positioning ahead of the 2027 elections, even at the expense of national security and institutional integrity. He criticized the government's slow response to the escalating nationwide insecurity, including abductions and killings across several states. He stated that instead of responding with urgency, the APC-led federal government appears preoccupied with political positioning ahead of 2027, even if it means weakening institutions and suffocating the opposition. He further highlighted the recent disruption at the PDP National Secretariat on November 18, 2025, as a grave warning of a broader anti-democratic pattern. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party PDP faction loyal to the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, has announced the appointment of a new Southeast Caretaker Committee following approval by its National Working Committee. The statement announcing this was signed by Honorable Umaru M. Bature, the National Organizing Secretary of the People's Democratic Party. The PDP crisis has deepened over the past year, fueled by internal disputes dating back to the 2023 general elections. The factionalization of the party structure in several states, including Rivers, Imo, and Ekiti, has further complicated effort to restore unity. We still have with us in the studio Mr. Samuel Rantan, author, entrepreneur, and public affairs analyst. And we still have Dr. Chukwunosowe Kesiobi, a policy consultant, Department of Economics, Chukwemeka Odimego Ojukwu University in Anambra State. And Kelvin Ejimodo, National Secretary, Human Rights Protection Congress. He is also the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Delta State on human rights activities. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for still being with us in the studio for this conversation. Let me start off with you, Dr. Chukwunosowe Kesiobi. What do you make of this letter written to the President by Bode George to call the Minister of FCT to order? And what do you also think or perceive will be the outcome of the letter, even when he went further to criticize the APC government of proceeding into politics instead of governance, even when we're still in 2025?
I don't think there's a demarcation now between politics and governance as far as the country is concerned. Because why are you reporting to somebody who I believe, even without his usual daily briefings, in every political party in the country? Is it not a striking coincidence that all the opposition parties in the country are having one internal crisis or the other? It may support the narratives by some conspiracy theories that the government of the day is trying to stifle the opposition and reduce whatever challenges it might have ahead of 2027. So that is basically the preoccupation, if we call it that. Remember, when APC was at its formation stage, there were some persons then saying that one of the mistakes President Jonathan made that time was to allow that party to see the light of the day, that he would have squashed it from the beginning. But the president was, taking this posture of, yes, you need a viable opposition for democracy to thrive, this and that, allowing protests here and there, some kind of, negative media commentary, that could have been addressed, just to give the impression that, yes, democracy will work in Nigeria. But now, the same APC that emerged from that kind of platform is kind of, even if they are not orchestrating the problem in the opposition party as alleged in some quarters, but they appear to be the beneficiaries of what is happening to opposition parties in the country. Now, going to PDP. PDP is a classic example of how not to run a political party. Because from the way they were power drunk, I think at some point in their heydays, there was this pronouncement that they not only were they the largest political party in Africa, but they will remain in power for the next 60 years. How the mighty are fallen. So if for instance, going to the extent of where a party leader like Bode George will have to write the president, please, it is not the responsibility, I beg to differ, but it is not the responsibility of the president to come and put the house of PDP in order.
Okay.
The PDP should go back and do some introspection and fix themselves.
Now, the question I want to ask you is this. Why is it difficult for the People's Democratic Party to expel Wike and his allies from the party? They've already expelled him. Recall they've expelled him, and today, on the cover page of the National Dailies, we learned that they even prepared certificate of expulsion, to hand over to them. Then why is it that he's still gaining ground and momentum? And he's still further destabilizing the party, even when we know they have election at hand in Osun State in 2026, just next year.
The question I will ask then is, who expelled who? Because we had news of expulsion on both sides. So if both sides have expelled each other, in mathematics, they've cancelled out each other, and we now have a zero state. So, in other words, there's no PDP. Since this person has exploited this person and this person has exploited this person. So, it is left for the I don't know if they still have board of directors, if they still have elders in that political party that can come and say enough is enough. Those who ought to have done it have either torn their membership card or have decamped to another party. So the party now is without a strong, any known or respected leadership. So everybody is claiming ownership of whatever is left.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ekeso. Before we come back to the studio, let's go to activist Comrade Ejumudo. Comrade Ejumudo, does it look like that the PDP is that Wike has been able to completely overpower the PDP? For elder statesman, one of the founding fathers of the PDP, to run to the president to say, look, Mr. President, we need you to call your minister to order. Does it look like Wike has completely overpowered the whole PDP structure? Is that what it looks like? I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Okay, like my husband said, how are the mighty falling? This is PDP that were the largest party in Africa at some point in time. Good structure, but they allowed greed to infiltrate the party, and today they are suffering from it. You see, it's a shame that they will call him the president to come and fix their internal party. No, they are the major opposition party in the country against the APC. They should fix their democratic structure of their party first. Not call him Mr. President to come and venture into their party politics. No. When they dollarize their party ab initio, they never knew such a time would come. When you dollarize the party, you leave people that are supposed to bring the offices, the highest bidder gets the day. That's what they're suffering from. A Southern presidency candidate that was agreed upon by them, he went ahead and did otherwise. And today they are all paying for it. Wike will keep causing them mayhem in the party, even when they said they are disqualified. They've not shown capacity. The truth is that PDP as the party have not shown capacity to deal with the light of
Kelvin, let's look at the bigger picture here. I mean, you're talking about the PDP dollarizing itself and the problems it had prior to 2023 elections and all of that. We all know all of that. But let's look at the bigger picture. Democracy in Nigeria. That's what's at stake here. Democracy in Nigeria. And we see a situation whereby the chairman, the Turaki-led PDP now, I mean, there has to be a chairman who would authorize a meeting between, who would give the secretary the authorization to call for a meeting. So that chairman, who has been nominated and all of that, appointed or whatever, decides to say, okay, we are expelling these individuals for anti-party activities with certificates to show for it. And then the secretary calls for a meeting. Where is that done? The secretary calls for a meeting. And all of that playing out within the PDP. This is democracy we're talking about. Who should step in at this point? Is it the courts? Is it Trump? Because Trump has been also called upon to come rescue the party. Or is it Bola Ahmed? Who should step in at this point?
At this point in time, the leaders of the party should come together, apologize to those they've wronged, reconcile the party structure from grassroots to the top level, have a roundtable discourse, and foster a new constitution and policy driven for the party. If they continue in this light, I bet you, come 2027, PDP will not have a candidate to hold the position of a presidency. So this is not this time for them to come. This is not time to say you want to expel anybody. No. Bring everybody to a roundtable discussion and say, okay, we are sorry where you have heard as a party, apologize. Restitution. Ask for forgiveness. Then let the party restructure its structures and policies.
So apology without expulsion.
Yes. Without expulsion, yeah.
Yes.
Because the man you want to expel now, we see it like it's being withheld. So I think for now, they shouldn't expel anybody. Rather, come to a dialogue table, discuss terms with all party members, including the women, the youth angle, the elder statesmen, the BOT, and all of that. Because Wike will say tomorrow that he's a PDP member. Even what he's doing is anti-party politics. And they've not been able to show capacity at the party to deal with him decisively.
What other capacity are we asking about here? I mean, if the party says, thank you. If the party says we are expelling you, this is a certificate of expulsion. What other capacity are we talking about, Somi Ranta?
You see, it's most unfortunate that PDP, a party that was formed by eminent Nigerians, at the time the party was formed, Barrister Wike was probably doing some work at the garage in Port Harcourt. For him now to have grown to the point of putting the entire party structure in his pocket is something that we'll have to look at again. But like I stated on different fora, PDP cannot do anything about their situation. Probably after the 2027 general election, maybe they have the power.
Somebody, George, is calling on the president to do something. Do you think the president should and can chime in on this one? And if the president is to do something, what can he do?
They have called Donald
Trump, yes.
Donald Trump couldn't come to their rescue.
He might still come, you never
They
know.
are going to the man now who is actually giving power, propelling the trouble in their party. So you see, if somebody has vowed to cut your neck off, you don't have to go and present your neck for the person. Say, take knife, look at my head, cut it off. So I'm surprised that the elder statesman, Bode George, is doing that. Because it will not amount to anything. In fact, there is even a narrative that all of them are working for the same person. That's virtually all of them. So it's probably that they are just acting movie for us to...
Okay, Mr. Ranga, talking about all of them probably working for the same person, does it look like Wike is also going to be the loser at the end? Because over the weekend, we saw Turaki, the new PDP chairman, and his own NWC visit former president, military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, and he recognized them as the leadership of the PDP and charged them to go and build Nigeria's democracy and build the PDP as a party. Does it look like that recognition rubs off negatively on the Wike faction?
Look, IBB, if Wike and his group goes to visit him, we still charge them to go and build the party.
You think so?
Of course, he will still receive them. He won't send them away. He's another statesman. So the thing is that I think I'm beginning to, align more with the narrative that they are all working for the same person. Because when you look at the whole scenario in PDP, they should not forget about that. Is why people are leaving the party. So the whole thing has been, it's a grand plan. It's a grand plan. Let us ensure that nothing works here. Because if you go and contest an election, whether local government, whether state or national, under the PDP, with the crisis, at the end of the day, the cost will throw whatever you have done.
Now, so I would like to ask you, why should people like former President Olusegun Obasanjo, we have former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, still alive, and the party, that they founded is faltering in their lifetime, and everybody is keeping quiet. Does it fit into the narrative that, look, the ruling party is intent on ensuring that the PDP doesn't survive 2027? Why are they keeping quiet? Can you hazard a guess?
For OBJ, he had already turned his party card.
And came back.
He came back, maybe one leg in, one leg out. Then for Goodluck Jonathan, he's also one leg in, one leg out. He's working more for the party in power for obvious reasons.
Jonathan, you mean?
Yes, now. Is he not the one that they sent to go and represent and he came and gave report? But you see, PDP is even asking the federal government that these hands of fellowship, this big brother you are playing, trying to help strengthen opposition in Guinea-Bissau, why don't you do same in Nigeria by allowing the opposition parties flourish? But you see, we are a people that love, to play games around most things. Because at the end of the day, you cannot say we are pressing democracy, multi-party democracy, and we are looking at one-party state playing out in our faces. It's unfortunate. So, at the end of the day, we may not even be able to say that we are pressing democracy. Even civil rule, we have not qualified to say we are pressing civil rule. Rulership by civilians. Because just only recently this year, a military person was called in while the democratic institutions were dropped, sent on suspension, and military ruled Rivers State for 6 months and committed a lot of atrocities in the state.
Okay.
So it's like that.
All right. Yeah, London.
Yeah, so the truth is that PDP should just go and rest until after 2027.
Okay, PDP should just go and rest
would
until...
that be if they are to rest for after the 2027? Because one of the reports we got says that the Wike faction is of the opinion that they should make sure that the party, PDP, will not field in any candidate for the 2027 election, or else the internal wrangling will keep on happening in the party.
I said there is no democracy. Somebody, a former Senate member, told the world that what we have, that the judiciary in Nigeria and the legislature are units in the presidency, not even departments.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Samir. And I think we are going into the Senate in a bit now. Gentlemen, I would like for you to stay with us as we get into the next topic of discussion. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, Akpabio Goje clash during plenary over accusation of unparliamentary conduct. Stay with us and don't go. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shade.
Well, a face-off and war of words between Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Gombe Central Senator Danjuma Goje caused a rowdy session during the sitting of the upper legislative chamber on Tuesday. Senator Goje accused Akpabio of doing what is wrong and unparliamentary during the sitting. The dispute began when Akpabio walked into the chamber, took over the seat from the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Jibrin Barai, who was presiding, and immediately summoned legislative leaders to an aside meeting. However, Goje disagreed with the action of the Senate President, accusing him of wrongdoing and disturbing the business of the Senate. The Gombe lawmaker cited Order 55, Section 12, Subsection A of the Senate Standing Orders 2023 as amended, which states that interaction not allowed during plenary to back his claims. Now, let's take a look at a video from the rowdy session.
There should always be a meeting outside. When we come to Parliament, we do parliamentary business. And I believe what we are doing here, everything is a standstill now. We are not doing parliamentary business.
Your point of order is noted.
What?
Your point of order is noted.
Not sustained. No, then they should leave. They should leave there and then we move on. I'm calling on us to move on. Based on this order. Or go inside and talk. Or we'll go on recess. We'll go out and give you. When you are ready, we'll come back and meet you.
Can I answer? Can I answer? Everybody that you see here was invited by the chair. So, for a brief discussion in continuation of today's sitting and in line with the order you have just read, whether or not we should proceed in view of a very urgent assignment at the villa by 1 o'clock. And please approach the chair so you can be part of it.
I don't want to be part of it. I'm opposed to this one. I will not come. It's unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary. It's wrong. It's wrong.
You have it. For you to be part of it, the meeting, I mean, everybody here was called for the meeting, but for you to be part of it, you have to approach the all right. Well, we still have with us Somi Uranta and Kelvin Ejimudo. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying with us. Let me start off with Kelvin, who joined us virtually. Kelvin, you saw the video on parliamentary action leveled against the president of the Senate. I mean, what's your broad reaction to that one? Oh, Kelvin, you might need to unmute your microphone. Do we have Kelvin Ejimudo with us?
Okay. Yes, I think I will meet.
Go ahead, please.
You see, it seems the Senate president seems to be having issues loggerhead with a lot of lawmakers in the parliament. I think the other day he was having a heated argument with Senator Adams Osomole. The other day with Natasha and the likes of when it's time for serious legislative business, it must be handled seriously, not when.
Unfortunately, we seem to have a network glitch there with Kelvin's connection. Let's bring you back to the studio. The Senate president seems to be falling out quite a lot with said senators. And there have been talks about a possible impeachment some time back. And do you think he will come back? I mean, if APC wins the majority again in 2027, do you see Akpabio coming back as president of the Senate again?
Well, I don't know. The thing is that when you are given a job and the job you are doing it to the dictates of the giver of the job.
Whether you're following the tenets of how things should be done.
It doesn't matter. You know, in Nigeria, just satisfy the person who is your boss. You know, I told you that the senator.
Isn't that itself problematic?
Of course, it is.
If you are allowed to do wrong as long as you please me, isn't that problematic?
You see, in our system, in our own climate, that is what is obtainable. Insofar as the Senate president is working to satisfy the villa, he told them that it's the villa, that they are thinking about working on something, you know, that is an urgent situation, that, you know, there's a time frame to it. That, you see, what the Senate president did was like somebody in a class trying to be a noisemaker, and someone else is trying to write the names of noisemakers, and he just wrote the first person, the arrowhead of the noisemaking, and says the Senate president. And the Senate president, come and join us. Come and talk with us. Maybe there's some prayer. There's some prayer that will be sent to some emails.
No, okay, talking about prayers. Now, so I'd like for us to briefly, you know, review what happened yesterday. The Deputy Senate President was supervising plenary. Now, Godswill Akpabio walks in, takes over from him, he leaves his position and goes back, you know, to the floor. And now the Senate President summons a group of people. Say, okay, come, let us discuss. Discuss what? And then the launching of an emblem.
Armed Forces emblem.
Armed Forces emblem at the villa, overriding the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What picture does it paint of, you know, Godswill Akpabio, in terms of coordination, in terms of planning, in terms of prioritizing on the welfare of Nigeria?
Is it just Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President you're talking about? What about all the other leaders that came to join him? What about the rest? It was only...
no, he summoned them. He summoned them.
I'm coming, please.
Okay.
It was only Danjuma Goje that stood up and challenged that, you know, unparliamentary action. You cannot, you know, he would have just come and or find a way to send message and get those guys he needed, those leaders, so-called, into one of the other rooms, and they discuss what they want to discuss, and allow the business of the Senate to continue, you know, with the deputy, the man that was presiding over. They chose to come, took his seat, and everybody else were watching. I mean, it shows lack of seriousness. It shows that we are not a serious. See, the issue there is that the world is watching what we call democracy. And when Danjuma Goje was talking, you know, calling him to order, how come other senators did not rise up to the occasion and add their voice to it? They all sat, they all waited. So it shows that we are not serious-minded. That is also lending credence to the point made by another senator that the legislature and probably the judiciary are units in the presidency. Because I do not see why that should be a reason for them to disrupt the business of the Senate. And nobody else. That man was the only voice that stood against it. No support from anybody else. They seem to feel it's okay. And that's not good for our democracy. That's not good for the chambers that is actually the people's chamber. That is the only That is the symbol of democracy in any democratic setting. And the Senate president has been carrying on like that. He gets away with anything he wants. So even if they come back, they want to come back again, assuming that they come back, which is doubtful. If they come back again,
which is doubtful.
Yes. You see, if they come back again, and if the powers that be wants him to be there, look, Nigerians are for the dollars.
I don't understand that statement.
Yes, I don't understand. Is it that Nigerians are for the dollars or that the senators are for dollars?
Okay. Are senators not Nigerians?
When you say Nigerians are for dollars, it looks like all of us, you know.
Well, when you check majority, when you check the majority, you can deduce the fact from the majority.
No. The National Assembly, the politicians are not the majority.
Most Nigerians are for the dollars. Some who have not gotten there are warming up. So when they get there, they will rubbish what they've done so that they can also eat from the national.
So basically, you're speaking truth to power now because you're not there. So if you get there and the dollars get into your wallet.
Excuse me.
Yeah, okay.
Don't put me on that spot.
I'm not putting you on that spot.
You see, most people, you have seen how many people, they are on the activist side, they are on different parts.
Is that what you're doing?
I'm not doing that. Because I have something I do to earn a living.
Are you earning in dollars or naira?
I earn in naira.
Are you for the dollar?
I earn in naira.
Would you want to be for the dollar?
Please, I'd like for you to spare some of your answer.
No problem.
Let's go back to Kelvin Ejimodo and see if we can get his audio feed right. Kelvin, are you still in? Okay, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Kelvin Ejimodo. Now, before we leave, we would like for you to give us your concluding thoughts.
You can merge all the conversations.
Let me start with the Minister of Defense. I think the junior Minister of Defense should also be relieved of the office. And if the government of today wants the Americans to take them serious, because they don't care about what Nigerians feel anyway. So it's the Americans and the international community now that will be our, will take solace in the fact that they are coming into the matter. So if they want them to be taken seriously, if they want them to really share information, intel with Nigerian authorities, they should immediately act by releasing the names of the people who are terror sponsors, not doctrine it. They should also stop the policy of de-radicalization and reintegration and weed off the names of all those terrorists that are in the Nigerian armed forces who are moles in the system. Then the Minister for State will also have to go the way the other, maybe he should also resign on health reasons. Then for that, let this man be given the new Minister of Defense, be given the backing, political backing to work. Then we come to the PDP matter. I think their own case is, there's nothing we can do about their case. The party is in comatose, so they will just relax, have fun. After 2027, if they have the capacity, they can resurrect the party. Then on this last one of the Senate, they need to understand that the Senate is, the legislature is the only arm of, democracy that if there is a push or anything, that is the only arm that goes off. The judiciary will be there, the executive will be there. So these people are people that represent Nigerians. They should act as such and do the things that we'll be happy to say, look, so person is representing us. Like my own senator, I've not had anything from him.
Interesting. I believe you will call him to order this period, this Christmas period. I'm coming to give handouts, so you might hear from him and all that. Thank you so much, Mr. Samir Ranta, for being part of today's show. We sincerely appreciate your presence. Samir Ranta, an author, entrepreneur, and public affairs analyst. Thank you. And also, Dr. Chukwunoso Kesobido, we couldn't get your opinion on this due to network glitches. We sincerely appreciate you also being on the show. Kelvin Ejimodo, National Secretary, Human Rights Protection Congress. Thank you also for being part of today's Voice of the People this morning. And this is how far we can go on the show. Thank you so much to the director of the show, the producer of the show, Chama Innocent, the the bar director, the sound engineer. Thank you for the work you're doing behind the camera. Sincerely appreciate. And this, on behalf of the colleague, I have my amiable, wonderful brothers here in the studio, Chukuma Okoro, Moses Humphrey. I am Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day. I can't stop telling us to be patriotic. Believe me, I know some people are looking at me somehow, but Nigeria will be great again. And we'll come back on the table to talk about how great of a nation we are. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
That's 25. 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you. Subscribe. Watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And we have Dele Fanimo with us in the building. Good to have you join us.
My pleasure. Good morning.
All right, then. Good morning. Now, let's dive into it. We have The Guardian. Let's look at some headlines from The Guardian, and then we'll touch on some of the dailies as well. Chaotic Yuletide travels loom as 15 airlines face 65% capacity dip. PDP deepens purge, issues expulsion certificates to Wike, Fayose, Ayaun, others. There you have it. Chaotic Yuletide travels loom as 15 airlines face... Now, I was trying to book flight tickets for somebody yesterday, and it kept going from 194 to 240 and coming down to 175 and then went back again. You know, it just kept fluctuating. That's Lagos to some part in the east.
It's about time for them to cash in. And apart from that, it's also subject to the vagaries of traffic. Everybody knows that at this point, at this time of the year, movement is very rapid. People want to go to their ancestral homes to celebrate the Yuletide, and some would also want to reconnect with old friends and all that. So, and the capacity of the airlines is not such an elastic one for now, because the total aircraft that is available for such movement is like maybe 25 to 30% of the needed aircraft. And so people would have to jostle. And those prices you see while you are trying to book a flight, I can tell you that if you go further, you might meet much higher price. Those ones they are just juggling it to attract you. But when it's time for you to pay, you will realize that you are paying more.
There are some
That's the way they do.
Charges.
And you know, the funny part of it again is that officials of that airline, they save money to make money at this time. They buy up seats in anticipation of last-minute travelers that are ready to pay maybe double or even triple of how much they bought. In the past, at this period, when it was not as chaotic as this, I had traveled with Emeka something as my name. Because I was desperate, I wanted to fly, and I must fly. And so, a ticket that was sold ordinarily at the counter for 23,000, I had to pay 45,000. Because I must get back to Lagos that day. So, all these things are normal in the Nigeria situation where, and you know one funny thing, again, for some of these people that bought these tickets in anticipation of rush, you just find out that there may not be enough passengers on that particular flight. And so they will tell you seats fully booked. But when you enter the aircraft, you will be traveling with less than half of that aircraft.
In ordinary times?
In ordinary times.
Probably not this.
Not this Yuletide period. So it's business. And it's like the Molue days in Lagos. Once they see passenger rushing, they don't need to consult the driver before they hike the fare.
Yes.
So it's a normal thing at this time.
All right.
But for how long are we going to go through this? I mean, the aviation sector. At a point, while growing up, as a young man, there were so many airlines.
That is it.
There were so many airlines, but gradually all of them started, when Okada pioneered the private initiative, we had Cabo, we had ADC, at a point we had Chanchangi and all of that, Soliso, Dana, but all of a sudden, there are few around now. and those few are finding it difficult to survive. So at what point will we see the federal government, the coordinating ministry of the economy? Because the aviation industry, whether we like it or not, is a money spinner.
Of course.
Both locally and internationally, And I'm happy that Air Peace was able to get a slot, to fly direct to Brazil. That's going to
already they are in UK.
They are in UK and all of that. But in traveling locally, why is it still a big problem? We have a high percentage of Nigerians, that have dropped, from that
radar.
That radar, it used to be a normal menu for the average, normal working class.
Yeah.
But how many people can afford 200,000 naira airfare in ordinary time? I mean, you have
except you have a business that will cover the cost.
Exactly.
That's when you want to.
I mean, you are in Lagos. You want to travel to, you want to go to Abuja, at short notice, and you have to pay like 200 and something thousand. How many Nigerians
just one way ticket
in the middle class can afford that? So it's a problem.
You see, the way to reduce some of these things is, up till now, C check and D check are still offshore. There is no reason. I think one aviation minister wanted it in Nigeria. I don't know what scuttled it. We should have facilities that would ensure that we can do C check and D check in Nigeria.
Apart from doing C check locally, but
and then
the equipment,
we have to
the parts you have to buy abroad. And
you see, buying the part will not be as much as for D check now. I'm told that you pay as much as maybe like $1 million. But if it's locally sourced, it won't be as high as that.
It still may be, because the people that are servicing it, you have to bring expatriates who you probably pay in foreign
These
currency.
expatriates you are talking about, Nigerians are in the.
You also have to. How many of them?
There are many of them.
You also have to buy the parts.
The parts, yes, I agree with you.
The parts.
We are not manufacturing parts.
So it might be negligible. And then
they have to take
the difference might not be very.
They have to take a review of the tax, because if you see the list of tax imposed on this airline on ticketing alone, what comes to the airline is negligible compared to what goes to other taxes and all that. So all those things would have to be reconsidered, because either we like it or not, if Ethiopia, with that small economy, can have a thriving, if Kenya, Morocco can have
Egypt
thriving airlines, then what stops Nigeria from having a airline that is strong enough? Because Ethiopia flies almost every country in the world.
Yes,
because sometimes if you want to buy cheap ticket, you want to go to US or Europe, if you don't mind that, you have to have a stopover in Ethiopia.
I've met a couple of Nigerians who now, when they want to go to US, you know what they do? They fly Egypt Air.
That is it.
Yes, Egypt Air. Stop over at Cairo and now take a long haul again, Some of them say it's very tiring, but
it's cheaper.
It's cheaper.
And we hear that airfares might just go up next year because of the taxes.
That's what I'm saying. The taxes are too many. Too many.
All right. Okay. We have Barrister Darlington joining the conversation. Good morning to you, Barrister. Now let's get into some of the headlines here. Mba presents 1.62 trillion naira budget, lauds Tinubu's economic policies. Projects 1.3 trillion naira capital expenditure, 321 billion naira recurrent expenditure. Education gets 32.27% as economic social sectors lead sectoral allocations with 825.9 billion naira. 644.7 billion naira respectively. Earmarks 20 billion naira for gratuities. 20 billion naira for gratuities.
Well, since it's a projection of what he intends to do, it's not as if the cash is there. It's not
statement of priorities.
Statement of priorities. So, but one thing that is instructive in that is that if other states would take a cue from him and replicate some of those things in making Nigeria leapfrog to what we desire, education should be priority. Look at that. It has even surpassed UNESCO threshold. 32% of the budget is going to education. And
do you know that today India exports brain, not any resource? That's why Modi was able to call Trump's bluff when he said he was going to send people back to their countries. He said, we have 750 Indians residing, 1,000 Indians residing in America. We are ready to accommodate them, bring them back. Of course, Trump knew that if that should happen, California, which is the 5th biggest economy in the world, would go under in no time. And he knows that that would be serious problem for the US. That's why he couldn't call the Modi's bluff. And that also slowed down his harassment of Indians. You will never see him. So if Enugu is taking that lead by earmarking 32%, and for the first time, that budget also showed that recurrent expenditure is just 1/3 of capital expenditure. That's how it should be across board, even at federal level. But what we find, recurrent expenditure will be more than capital expenditure in most of the budget they bring to the table.
Because some invisible personnel are included in the budgetary allocation.
Ghost workers are immemorial.
So
ghost workers, if they are ghost workers, that means they are ghost jobs. So why don't they provide people those jobs?
So that is just the problem. The money we waste on irrelevant issues in Nigeria is so appalling, so annoying. And after wasting all this money, you will turn around and tell me that we have no money. Is it that we have no money, or you cannot be able to manage judiciously the money available to you? These are two different things. If you look at the money that these politicians waste for their own personal use, money that you have used for structures, projects and all that, does it not embarrass you that up to today, in our infrastructural development, we cannot say yes, we have tidied up this particular end. Every government that comes into office, you'll be talking of infrastructure, rail, road. Do you mean that Nigeria is as big as America or Russia? The answer is no. It's just that this money, the moment they budget it, some people will share it. And so the project will be there. The 3 generations, you are still on the same project. Look at the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. If they sit down and compute how much went into that road, you will shed tears. These are the issues. So let nobody come and tell me that Nigeria have no money. We have money. It's just that it is not judicially used. That's the truth. This 210 trillion naira we are looking for today, is it not with somebody? Please, is it not with some people? And look at the explanation. That 17 trillion naira out of that money was used to protect your pipeline. That is, can you sit down and begin to imagine what went down with that money? 210 trillion naira. This one is not rumor or allegation. That money just disappeared. And now they are telling you that out of that money, 17 trillion naira. You now ask yourself, for what end? Was it justified? What are you protecting? After the protection, what happened? Did you get any result? The answer is no. So the level of profligacy in Nigeria, I wonder what prosperity we talk about us.
Okay, let's come back to Peter Mba. The budget, 1.something trillion naira budget. Like Dele and I said,
62 trillion.
62 trillion. The budget is a statement of priorities about, okay, this is how much is coming in. This is how much I intend to expend and all of that. They have their benchmarks and all of that. Don't be surprised. If we go deeper into that, you'll also see a deficit. This is how much we are going to borrow, to help us based on the inadequacies we have from our internal generated revenue and expectations from FAC. and the fact that also some of the monies coming from the Federation Allocation Account Committee will also be used to offset previous debts that the government owes. Now, that said, Peter Mba looks like someone who is headed somewhere. He has a good direction. I have been to Enugu recently, and I see him do a lot of, good work. There's a conference center that he's building, has revived the presidential hotel. The internal roads are being fixed. Outside roads he built smart schools. And there are parks too. That, like the Gariki that I met as a young man. And for over 40 years it was like that. But he has pulled it down, rebuilt it. It's now a modern park, modern motor park, where they've not started using it. I understand that there are disagreements between the levies to be paid. People say that the levies are too expensive, that they are very high, so they still make use of the roads, and that causes a lot of traffic on the major Agbani road. But talk of doing a good job, a takeoff point, he has a good takeoff point. He seems to be doing very well. And this is budget, it's a reflection of what he intends to do. Peter Mba, when he was campaigning, he said he was going to build a certain 1,000 number of roads. And when he said it at the campaign ground, people turned and said, do you know what you're talking about? He said, yes, I know what I'm talking about. It's possible. I can do it. And in the first 1 year, the milestone he achieved was very impressive because he did that. He's building a lot of roads because there is no point going to build major roads, new roads. You are trying to cut one city to connect one city to the other.
And the
arterial roads are bad. So if you go within Enugu, he seems to be doing a lot in Independence layout, Achara layout, Opera Avenue area and all of that. He seems to be doing good. So this budget is a reflection of what he intends to do in 2026.
And
and I expect that other governors, of the Southeast will also borrow from him. Alex Oti, beautiful. He's also doing a lot of good jobs. I was home over last month, and there's a road I used to hear about in my area, but I never used that road. When I traveled last, I used it, and it was brand new road, brand new, very well paved with gutters, on drainages on both sides of the road, very solid. And there was a particular Omenuko bridge that it didn't have girders for over 45, 50 years. He built it, and when I looked at it, it looked like one of those small London bridges, and I was very impressed. I was very impressed. And I expect other governors to do that too. Chukwuma Soludo is back. Well, he promised us the Dubai of Africa. We want to see that happen in his second term.
Personally, I don't want to praise anybody for building roads.
Okay.
We are not praising them. We're just
saying what they have done.
And as against. So what about other governors that are not even doing anything?
The governor of your state, what has he done?
Now, listen very well. This is what they promised to come and do for you and I.
Those who promised and didn't deliver.
So we now give them knocks. We now give them knocks. Look, Nigerians generally should stop praising their leaders when they do the job they will.
Because it is the responsibility of government to provide.
Yes. When I'm doing my own, who praises me?
Does it look like I praised?
He didn't praise. He was just showing what this man has done, and he was just saying that with his antecedents he can do more. I agree with by Sadalinsin.
The very thing they swore to do for us, major issue, all of them when they were taking oath of office is what? Protect life and property. That's what they swore. They didn't swear that they are going to do road for you, that they are going to build road. They didn't swear to it. They didn't. So that is what I'm holding on to. That thing they swore that they are coming to do. Are they doing it? Please tell me, are they doing it? That is where we should be holding them accountable. If you build all the road and nobody to use it, what happens? Please tell me. If you build all the roads and there's no human being to use it, what happens? That is where we should be holding on to. Protect life and property. Is there any safe state in Nigeria today? That is one single state. That there is no problem there. Mention the state.
Lagos.
So when we keep praising the data, we leave the major and we are now majoring on the minor. That is the major thing. If there is security of life and property, people can, in fact, they can aspire to be whatever. You can go to your business, you can travel anywhere, you can go anywhere, go and look for businesses. Is that not true? There are some businesses that the owners already have shut down because this insecurity cannot allow them. Can you go to the north now and go and buy goods and enter the motor and start coming back on your own? Tell me. These are issues. So if they have not done that, I will not praise any of them.
All right, then. Well, let's look at a few other headlines here. We are reclaiming ungoverned spaces using veterans. Tinubu meets service chiefs, demands greater efficiency from them, hails bravery of military in confronting terrorism, banditry, asks Nigerians to reject divisive rhetoric, promote tolerance, nominates General Christopher Musa as new Minister of Defense. All right? So that's the big story, really. And yes, also ties into, you find out in most dailies as well. Yes, go ahead.
Moses, who is the chief divider of Nigeria today? Please tell me. Who is the chief divider? Yes, who is that particular person that divided Nigeria across political, religious, ethnic lines? You can see now. You can see these leaders. When they talk, they make you look like you are the guilty one. They don't even accept that the problem is from them.
Let me also take headlines from this day, because it ties into the same headline, and then we'll have our reactions. Tinubu hails troops fighting terrorism, says military sacrifice bolstering stability, declares nation's diversity as natural assets must be protected, cherished, launches 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Emblem. I think that's what the President of the Senate was trying to do.
We wanted to rush to it.
Meets service chiefs, demands efficiency. President Akpabio Wike donates to appeal fund for fallen heroes, injured 7 troops. Senate moves to tackle insecurity with nationwide single emergency number. So, gentlemen.
Like Barrister was saying, it gets very troubling, and I get worried when people in government, our leaders, come and say, look, don't use divisive comments, don't use divisive statements. Meanwhile, their actions are quite divisive. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. When we see a president that everything, 75% of the things, he has done is just to divide Nigeria through appointments and all of that. And he turns around to tell Nigerians, don't use the civic comments. He takes all of us as fools or what?
I wonder.
As if we are not seeing these things. As if we are dumbsters. As if we don't know our left from our right. It is the call of government. It is the call of leadership, to unite the people. Unite the people, not by rhetoric, but by your actions. What you do, your actions and inactions. Like Barrister asked, who is the divider-in-chief? He started from where Buhari stopped. And some people don't find it strange because he said he was going to continue from where the former president stopped. And that is exactly what he's doing. So, look at ambassadorial slots, that he did. The Southwest got 12. He was even magnanimous enough to give the Southwest 5. South got how many? Central. Southeast. But Southwest got... Southeast got 5. Southwest got 12. And it's just been like that in or in all of his appointments. There was a time we reeled out like 50, 60, up to 80 critical national appointments that the president made, and all of them went to the Southwest. Is that not divisive enough? And he's asking us not to be divisive with our words. It's quite unfortunate. That is what we performing,
because this is insecurity. Remember, when you appointed all most the people from the Southwest in all the critical security and the paramilitary sections. Remember, customs, internal affairs, chief of what staff, then this other one. In fact, all the area that had to do with military and paramilitary, police, all of them, Southwest. If they have brought...
Southwest, all of them.
Sorry?
It wasn't Southwest, all of them. Let's not misinform people on national television like this.
Hold on.
If you said it was lopsided, I agree. You understand? But don't come and give.
If you think that is giving something that is
incorrect. He said all of them from Southwest.
No, do you have the facts?
I said the most of them.
Barrister, do you have the facts? Dele, do you have the facts?
I have the fact is there in the open that all the service chiefs are not from Southwest.
He said
all the paramilitary. He said all the paramilitary. He said all of them.
Most of them.
You are talking about customs. You are talking of immigration, correctional center. Correctional centers are headed by an Igbo man.
No, that is
go and check. Fast check now.
What's the name of the person? What's the name
I think Oche or what? I'll look.
That's not correct.
I'll look for
it. You talk about the paramilitary agency.
What I'm saying in essence is that look, it may not be all of them, but
if you say
80,
if you say it's lopsided, I'm not going to quarrel with that. But when you say, you don't say everybody.
No, I didn't say everybody.
You said so here.
I said no, I didn't say. I said most of them. But the issue here is that are they bringing results? That is what I was after. If all of them are from his own village, and we are, what are you saying? Who will complain? No, tell me, who will complain, Mr. Okoro? Will I talk? Will you talk?
No, people won't talk because we had certain leaders, that were enough with that.
Yes.
And they evenly distributed positions and all of that. And nobody complained.
The Controller General of Correctional Center in Nigeria is Ndidi Nwakuche.
Ndidi Nwakuche is from
somebody. He's not from Southeast.
It's from South. That's Delta.
No, even at that. Hold on. Even at that.
So, okay, Delta has suddenly become Southeast.
No, it's Delta Southwest.
Hold on.
No, but it's Delta Southeast.
No, it's Delta Southwest.
It's Southwest.
The way when he said this.
Hold on. I'm coming.
I think we should.
We don't
stay on the issues.
Let's stay on issues and don't just come and bring things that you are even saying things that will even divide us more.
Hold on.
Now, in the day, I suddenly become a Southwestern.
Hold on, I'm coming. Listen.
If you come to immigration today, we see it. He said so. I won't sit here and we're like to distort facts.
No, it's not a matter of distorting facts. If you think that it's distorting facts, put out the correct facts. Put out the correct
facts. I'm putting out.
Can we stay on the issue to the benefit of the viewers?
Of what importance is somebody who is keeping the prisoner to Nigeria? As you are keeping them, you are equally a prisoner. Yes. So tell me,
Barrister, let's stay on the issue so our viewers can benefit from the conversation.
I think we are staying on the issue because our president said we should not make divisive statements.
That's what we are
and
saying.
that was we are interrogating.
And you are the one dividing Nigeria by your actions and inaction, by your utterances. All these things are divisive actions that we are talking about. Is that not what we are saying here? Okay. That's the issue here. All your appointments, all your utterances, you are very divisive on it.
Okay.
Let nobody argue
Let's
with
take
that.
a few other headlines here. Senate considers single toll-free emergency number nationwide. Experts link security emergency to future food abundance. Experts link security emergency to future food abundance.
I don't understand.
Interesting headlines there.
I don't understand. Benue farmers, have they gone back to their homes? Where is the food abundance coming from? No, tell me, have they gone back to their homes? That's the first thing. For you to be talking of food abundance, is it not human beings that will grow the food? So if they are in IDP camp, what future are you talking about here? There is no future. That is why I've been saying it, because tomorrow now they say, you don't bring suggestion. The one we suggested, did anybody listen? Mr. Okoro, Moses and Fanimo, please, if Tinubu should make it a point of duty today and said all the people in Benue and Plateau whose villages have been taken over, they must return back today. IGP, Chief of Army Staff, go there and dislodge those people. Let them return back to their homes and to their farms. Will that not make an impact? Please tell me.
The headline. Let's not lose sight of the headline. What they are saying is projection. That if security is fought, insecurity is fought to a standstill, it will bring further food abundance in future. Is that not what the headline says?
That is what they are saying. Why do you make such projection when you have not even started? That's the question. You know you have not done it, so why are you trying to tell things that are not there? I'm telling you how to start about it. That's what I'm saying. How do you start to make this future abundance? That's the question. How? Is it by talking? Is it by talking? You have not done the needful and you're expecting miracle. How can that happen? Is it not by faith that miracle happen? You must have faith that this man is going to heal you.
Barrister, it's not just faith. Faith with good work. Faith with work.
Yes, so you have to
because
work.
Faith without work is useless.
That's why I told you that, yes,
tells
before I can listen to something, the people must go back. Who produce this food? The food basket of Nigeria. Are they retaining that position by now? The Benue people, are they still retaining that position as we speak now? The answer is no. So where will the future food come from? There's no way now. Even this appointment, that is the mandate I would have given them. The first assignment, go and dislodge these people because they are not from Nigeria. I cannot be sharing space with these terrorists. I cannot. Tell them. That's the one I know that you're serious about this thing now. That is it. Why have you not done that up till now? Tell your IDP and the chief of, go and destroy the first thing, because at least we know where they are. Not this one that are inside the bush roaming all over the place. If you say it is not proper, you might kill innocent civilians, and fine. These ones now, they are taking over a village. They are there. They are there. So to dislodge them, you don't need any collateral damage. You don't need to carry out. So go and tell them to move away from there. Let the people return to their village. Because they are not from Nigeria. If you cannot do it, then don't blame us. If we criticize you, don't blame us.
All right, then. A few more headlines from the Daily Independent, and then we'll get into another paper. FG taking actions capable of disintegrating Nigeria. Bode George. Dictatorship impossible in Nigeria due to press vigilance, says Shetima. PDP issues certificates of expulsion to Wike, Fayose, and others. Adebayo, Adedamola wins Osun PDP Guber primary. Those are the headlines, gentlemen.
This expulsion of Wike. And I'm just thinking, what if, because you understand that the Wike faction had also expelled the other people. So if that faction now, with their own official, you know,
issue another letter.
Issue their own letter.
Let's come to an agreement.
Because when
is it possible for us to come to
even Wike group?
I know where you're going. Who is the official?
Yes.
The authentic.
Wike group want to organize their own convention in the southeast.
Barrister. Let's have an understanding and let's see if we can come to an agreement. Which of the factions is the authentic one?
None.
Ituraki.
As of today, none. No, seriously, none, no. Because the convention you carried out was not authenticated by INEC. And it's already a subject of litigation in court. So how can it stand?
So does it look like, what it means is that at the moment PDP is
It's headless.
It's headless.
No leadership.
So that means there is no PDP.
I said, as I'm talking to you now, Wike and his group, they are organizing their own convention in the southeast.
No, there is southeast congresses.
The Southeast Congress is who is midwife in it?
Iron one, the rest.
When I said it here that this bedlam will not end of the 2027 election.
That's the issue.
And that is the game plan.
And it's likely that INEC may recognize that one. It's likely.
They won't recognize anyone until after that election.
Likely.
Because it's a wire-wired landmine.
There was a statement from INEC that time about I can't on top of my head I can't recall, but it's neither here nor there because the Turaki faction. Now, but which faction is occupying the Wadata Plaza? You know
nobody now, they don't lock them now.
Nobody is locked down.
No, but they also, apart from Wadata Plaza, there is the Legacy House, which also belongs, it's a PDP property. So anytime, like when Wike locked the Wadata Plaza because they didn't pay the land rent, they moved over to Legacy House. The Legacy House, Barrister, excuse me, the Legacy House is even bigger, better than the Wadata Plaza. I think Wadata they are on rent or what, I can't recall. But the Legacy House belongs to PDP. And that is where they move. So who is in charge of that Legacy Plaza?
You are in a house does not make you the owner.
But there is what is called ownership by possession in law.
No, that is that to the extent that the law allows it.
Okay.
It doesn't make you the owner. That's the truth. So where they are sitting or where they are staying, does not validate.
If I live in a rented apartment and you come to the place and I say this is my house,
does not validate what you have done there. The important thing is whatever action you carry out in that place where you are, does it meet legal interrogation? Is it validated by law? Is it authorized? Is it valid? These are the issues. So wherever you are staying, it doesn't matter. You can sit down there.
If you want to follow the letters of the law, I'm sure nobody will open a bottle of water and drink, because if you have to interrogate it legally, does it have the legal imprimatur and all of that?
It doesn't.
It will still be subject to interpretation by two different lawyers.
Yeah. So then now, I like the question that Moses asked. Who is acting on behalf of the PDP now?
Nobody. And that is what they wanted to achieve ab initio. Because when we can say, do this, before we can now come to your convention or whatever, they didn't do all those things. And they are valid in law. Because for you to do your convention at the national level, there are precedents to that. You don't just wake up and carry out a convention where out of 36 states, only 17 came. Only 17 came.
No, but they made the quorum, 2/3.
It's not enough. Okay. The other.
No, they said they made the quorum. I think more than 17 came.
More than 17 how?
Yes. More than
it's not the quorum. Okay, this other one that didn't come, so they don't have any.
It's like when you hold a meeting.
They don't have a stake.
When you hold a meeting and you say, if you are 80 and you say quorum is 2/3. And you meet that quorum. Other people that didn't come.
Did you listen to the reason why the other one did not come? Did you listen to their reason?
Is it material?
It is very, very valid in law. Please.
No, I'm talking about having to. If that is the reason, if that is the only reason, the convention was not legal. I think if you are talking about quorum, they made the quorum.
But they didn't say no. When it comes to such convention, it's not about quorum. It's about following due process.
What is due process? The forum is part of the due process now. For the convention to hold, a certain number of states must attend, and those numbers attended. So on that point, the scale's true. I'm talking about the convention.
So hold on, you are not getting it. Did you bring the local government and the states?
Barrister, you are the one not getting it. If you want to judge the convention on the fact that, based on the fact that the number of states that attended, I'm telling you that the Ibadan Convention, Sheyi Makinde and co said, look, we had quorum because a certain number required by law to form a quorum attended.
Did that number that came for the national convention, did they do what they're supposed to do in their states before they came to the national?
No, that is not. That's not the part. That's not part of the condition.
In most of the states, there was no offset. The problem is at the national level. Because whoever is coming from the states is duly qualified to be a delegate.
And then if the state you are representing did not conduct their own...
that is what Dele is saying. For the state to have come means that they came with the
bona fide
delegates.
Delegates.
So those that didn't conduct didn't come.
The truth about it is, if we begin to analyze it tomorrow, PDP is in tatters.
Is in disarray. Is that not what you said?
Nobody knows what will be the end of this their fight.
No, we already know. There's no need. We already know. Because what happened in Rivers in 2019 is going to happen to PDP. They may not take part in this election. Simple. It happened in 2019 in Rivers State, where they did not take part in that election.
I think a similar thing happened in places.
So it's going to happen. And you can, even if PDP want to argue, they'll give the reference to Rivers State and the Plateau State. Is that not true?
Now your people now, not the lawyers.
Let's play into the hands of their enemies.
Let's see if we can move away from politics and talk some other issues. The political space is heated up at this point. Yes. There's this headline here from Nigerian Tribune, says, beer belly linked to heart damage in men. It's according to a study. Beer belly.
Beer?
No, yes, beer belly. In fact, your tummy gets bigger.
So everybody must look for beer consumption now.
Yeah. It's
not
everybody. It's not everybody.
It's
not everybody.
I pity you. This story is affecting you.
In what way?
With this your pot belly.
You have
beer belly now.
No, do I have pot belly? You can imagine this my enemy. He said, did I drink beer? Have you seen me in beer parlor before?
Well, the fact here is that it is linked to heart damage.
Yes, it's obvious. Yes, because you're.
See, I don't want you to die. Start going to gym.
It's giving the heart too much weight to carry.
And the fact that a lot of these drinks produced in Nigeria are adulterated, that in itself is a problem.
This was what? The drinks?
The drinks, yes.
Now what I said I want to took this in outside Nigeria, and I asked myself, is it the actual drink? You know?
No, but barrister, that is not the adulteration, because they have different standards. We are talking about, let's say the standard we have here in a brewery has their standard, and they cook up all those components, and all of that, and they push it out.
No. It's the regulator. Listen, it's the regulator.
The regulator aspect.
The regulator had to tell you this is the standard here.
But barrister, that's what I said. Would they have the same standard in the brewery? Now they push out what they have. Adulteration is when we see other people, unauthorized persons, go by the roadside, by the slums and all of that to cook up things and bring them. And you know one funny thing? They work hand in groups with some of
workers in those
distributors
breweries.
in those breweries.
Absolutely.
They do.
Who give them some tips on what?
I took a certain bottle of beer, 2 bottles. Oh my God! I found it difficult to get home. In a space of 2 hours. You think my entire system changed,
collapsed.
I was sweating and all of that. And when we went back to the bottle, we discovered that it wasn't.
And when you get home, the reason for taking the beer,
it wasn't original.
And when
it was adulterated.
Yes.
And it happens everywhere. And so when you trace, you discover that the distributors, the truckers, what they do is they arrange with them. When they sell some, they'll move and come and add, and now go and give major distributors. Sometimes the major distributors don't even know.
In fact, most of the time,
they mix them up.
They mix them up. They mix them up. You do know that it is as bad as expensive as Glenfiddich is. This highbrow drink, whiskey and all of that. You know that they are fake.
Of course.
Let me give you a personal experience. You know that ShopRite behind Wadata Plaza in Abuja?
Okay.
I sent my driver to buy Glenfiddich, 18. That was way back in 2019.
Sorry, can we not mention?
Okay, sorry. Okay. So, when they brought this Glenfiddich, without opening it, I knew that it was fake.
Okay, let's leave that conversation now. Because we're giving free adverts to these individuals. Now, let's talk about this headline. This is why we're talking about it. All right. Ordinarily, I would not down.
Before we leave, we should advise Mr. Darlington to take care of his stomach, to make it come down.
I was going to ask before you mentioned the brand that scared me away, because I don't have money to pay the accounts department for free adverts. I was going to ask that besides NAFDAC, who else should regulate these things, this adulteration that we see?
It's NAFDAC.
Can they cover everywhere?
Why not?
Doesn't seem like they have
Why
the
not?
ability to.
You see, all they need to do is just to use the regular police to help them investigate.
Yes, send their staff.
You understand?
To this, major beverage
how did they get to know those who do adulterated drinks, who brew adulterated drinks at the back of their room? How? They have a way of getting information now.
They should go to the market.
You understand?
Sample. Sample it. Yeah, when they go to the market, they take samples of all these things. Go to their lab and check it out. The moment they see...
And the consumption of these things have been linked to deaths of certain individuals. One of them is this actor, Mr. Ibu, popularly known as Mr. Ibu. John Okafor. He was consumption.
Oh, actually, that was already
consumption of it. Yes, that's it.
And if you know the particular company and the particular he should sue. The family should sue.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this issue. We have 5 more minutes on the show. Marital dispute. Edo Assembly summons 2 Baba's wife. I don't know if you're familiar
How is
with
it their business?
the issue.
From that one, they are supposed to legislate.
Is their member.
The Edo State House of
let's get
Assembly
into this story.
on Tuesday summoned the member representing Ego constituency, Natasha Irobosa, to appear before its Ethics and Privileges Committee within 1 week. The Assembly said she was invited to defend herself over allegations of misconduct leveled against her. Yeah, the misconduct we saw her shouting at shouting in a supermarket in the UK, which led to the arrest of the musician Tubaba, by authorities.
Who was she shouting at?
The husband.
She was the husband.
So why is it their business?
No, that place you don't do violence. You don't do violence over there.
You don't.
You don't do violence. Yes,
that's bringing embarrassment to the assembly. Don't you think?
You're not supposed to shout.
Don't you think that's bringing embarrassment to the assembly?
Yeah,
I think if it's on this point, I think it is in order that someone has to come and offer explanation. Because she put the house in disrepute and all of that. Because of course, the UK media will understand that she is a legislator.
Of course,
and it's going to be in their dailies. Nigerian legislator embarrasses. Nigerian legislator gets into a fight and all of that. So it's good that they invite her. Let her come and offer explanation.
But what does that tell you? That this love was just infatuation.
That's their business.
There was no love in
that's their business.
The mother was shouting that this woman should leave her son alone. Nobody paid attention. Or you think the other lady, what's her name?
Love is blind.
No, these days, love is no longer blind though.
Love is blind.
It has to be wide open so that you don't fall into a pit. Two-Face is Dibia. He never do you. How many women now?
Barrister.
Leave this thing for some people now.
He's married to one. He's not married to many.
But 7 of them had children for him.
He's married to one. Yes.
Anyway, since his trouser cannot zip up, let him continue. One day we'll marry my boy and they will do something out.
Are you going to introduce it to?
No, you will see one. You will see one. Since he doesn't want to hear. You see one and they will sort it out under the sea. And they will take him there and sort it out.
All right then. Well, this would be a good place to have a conversation. Thank you very much, Billy Fanimo, for coming. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Chukwumokoro, thank you as well for your contribution. And he makes you make a return tonight at 6 p.m.
Yes, at
Political Lens.
And I'll return here with Dele Fanimo, and we are going to travel around Nigeria to bring you hot political stories. Join us then. It promises to be quite interesting.
All right then. Yes, it does. Promises to be interesting. In the meantime, stick around. In the next few minutes will be time for sports on VOP TV. I'm Moses Humphrey. I wish you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact,
My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thanks.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
You're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Yeah, always very good. He is very good, always very good on the show to tell you more. Always very good, always very, very good. Very big day, big time to talk about everything sports on the show this day. And I must say good morning from all of us right here on the show today. And it's a very big time. We're looking into so many sporting activities that happened in the course of, yesterday and also possibly for today. It's one that we just cannot look out and then say it's inevitable not to talk about. It's one man who's flying his Eagles jersey well in the European scene. Maybe for the first time, he's got a brace in the Premier League. And I just feel super excited to talk about Samuel Chukwueze because time will come where we analyze, give you everything you need to know about Samuel. What he did yesterday, he stole the show. I could say it was a Nigerian night. Super Eagles players showing the world that, yes, we got it at our feet. Samuel Chukwueze, Alexa Wobi, talking about, Calvin Bassey at the back line. They did well. But let's shift attention and talk about the Super Eagles because that's a very big one we should be looking into at this point. And people say, where do we start from here? The Nations Cup is quite close, and the countdown officially from all of us here, we started yesterday. And if you check the date and the calendar, right, 2025, you would understand that 21 December, that's where the Africa Cup of Nations will be hosted rather, and that's about Cameroon, Morocco. Morocco, that's the word, Morocco. But you know what? It is no longer news that club side can hold on to players till December 15th. That's the good news coming from the body. And this one is like a Thanksgiving in a Sunday service for Sunderland. But let's talk about the Super Eagles quickly. Samuel Chukwueze will be talked about later on. Super Eagles captain William Ekong, who recently hinted about retirement from the national team duties, is among 55 players named in the provisional list for this month Africa Cup of Nations bill to hold in Morocco. In the list released by the Nigerian Football Federation NFF yesterday, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chair also picked out Victor Boniface and the team, but Osimhen, vice captain Wilfred Ndidi, goalkeeper Stanley Wabali for also the championship. But the goalkeeper Madiko Koye is also in the list. You can have it. You have it on your screen rather. This is just what it is. These players are good to go. But why 52? What is 52 or thereabout? 52. That's quite lengthy, quite much. We'll be talking about other teams very soon. But let's just look into the players that we have, or Eric Chair rather called, Madiko Koye, Master Basaje, Francis Ozoho, Ebenezer Harcourt, Stanley Wabali, Adebayo Adelaye. This will still be prone to be cut later on to 28, according to NFF body. But also the midfield is quite interesting to see two brothers in this very list. And aside the midfield, let's talk about the defense lineup. Vera Bremen, Argo, Seydou Sanusi, William Trust Ekong, Ajayi Oluwashemi Logo, Bright Asai Samuel, Bruno Yemechi, Chiduzima Wansim, Calvin Bassey, Ola Aina, Igor Ogbo, Royan Alebioso, Adeleke Adekunle, Emmanuel Michael. Some of those players quite new to the Super Eagles camp, But also looking at the midfield, Wilfred Ndidi, yes, welcome development. We know anytime Frank Onyeka, Alassane Yusuf, Alexa will be my man for now. Fisayo Dele Bashiru, Rafael Onyedika, Christianos Uche, Ebenezer Casemiro, Tochiko Nade, Osman Mohamed, Peter Agba, Tom Dele Bashiru. That's the brothers. I think he's a Super Eagles player before. We know his story. That's the real Watford man we talk about. But up front is where it looks quite dicey. A lot of players on this list. And so I ask you a question. Who are those boys? We don't even know them. Lookman is in the list. Osimhen is also there. Aroko Dara is there. Chukwueze, Simon, Ako Adam, Chidera Ijuke, Olakuli, Oluwasegun, Sadi Kumar is also in the team. Iheanacho returns back. Good to see. I want to hear Victor Boniface, Paulo Nacho doing so well for Transport. Terry Murphy, recent about him. He got slapped to the face some days, just yesterday. He got spat on. They beat us more, but we'll talk about it later on. And then Nathan Taylor, Cyril Diaz is my friend, Abdul Rashid, Shehu, Raphael Juro Simi, Ekasino Korea, Chisom Oji, Philip Otele, Ikemese Chikubi came Salim Fago. This name's quite look nice. But let's tell you, the Super Eagles camp is scheduled, or the players rather, are also scheduled to arrive at the training camp in Egypt on December 10th, where they will also be expected to play a couple of friendly matches before the tournament begins on December 21. Nigeria is in the Group C alongside Tanzania. You need to know Uganda also, and then Tunisia. The full list we already told you about the players who will be making this one, but the team will still be cut down. Fans are eager to say, Eric Chell, why do you have so many players on this one? Please, we need it to just be cut down. Just do it. And for me, if you ask me, that's how unorganized, that's the word. We are currently, I must tell you. Sorry to sound nasty, but that's what it is. We look quite unorganized. Yesterday on the show, I think it was Olamide, the guest analyst we had on the show, where Ogubanjo Hafiz was here anchoring the show. The question was clear, and Olamide said it here, and he said, maybe this list have to go through a process. Who knows? We never can tell. Now, if you say the list is going through the Senate phase, I would not be surprised. If you say it's going through the presidential route, I would not be surprised. I'm not saying we have facts backing up this, but I'm saying because of how far and how wrong this NFF body, the incompetency, the complacency, how bad they've done us, we can now begin to say a lot should be talked about in the national side. But the Super Eagles also are guaranteed possible to win this one if they get it right. But I must tell you, if Nigeria survives the group stage, the players will be with the team for the round of 16 matches, holding between January 3rd and also 6th. So we cannot wait to see how that pans out and how it goes from here. Will Nigeria make it out of the Group C? Will they win the Nations Cup? Are we going to forgive them if they win the Nations Cup, knowing fully well that we were not part of the World Cup, we're not part of the World Cup coming up next, and that's consecutively? Don't forget, I would like to remind you, the Super Eagles of Nigeria were runners-up at the last AFCON 2023, and you know Ivory Coast, how it happened and how it went. We did not look like we were that so strong, but we smuggled with Pesero's style of play, and we got to the final, and we lost. But regardless, are we going to put smile on the faces? No, are they going to put smile on the faces of Nigerians because of we want to see them come out strong this time around against any opposition in the Morocco 2025 tournament. But with me, DK will be talking this through. And DK knows I don't like to ask how was your night because everybody knows it's not my thing. Yes, DK, great to have you join us on the show this morning.
Good morning, Kizzy. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria.
Yeah, DK Medina. That's the name. I'm liking your name anytime I call DK Medina, but I don't like coming close. You know why?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here.
You know why I don't like coming close? You know why? You know why? I don't like coming close. I'm not going to disgrace ourselves for TV. But quickly, let's talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. You heard me call the names of the players. The list, a lot of players, quality players, some new boys on the list. Yeah. And you look into this one, and this is like a tough more for Eric Chell. How do you go cutting this down to 28 from 55 to 28 within the time? And the set date is December 10. That's how much CAF has given us.
I think this is just optics by the coach to pacify the Nigerian people. 55-man list in less than 3 weeks to the tournament. I don't think it makes it just to show people that they're trying to work. It doesn't make any.
Say it clear. You don't think it's making sense?
It doesn't make sense to me.
You were going
exactly.
To say that,
so it doesn't make sense to me. It's 3 weeks to the tournament. 55-man list. It doesn't make any sense. Then you're going to trip it down to 20-something in under 3 weeks. No, I think it's just optics to pacify the Nigerian people that they're working. We just need a little tweak because the tournament is just like 18 days away, December 21st. We just need a little tweak in some key areas. We already have the chemistry and camaraderie we've built over time with those players that have stayed long together. So we'll just tweak it in places where we need help. We don't need the whole new set of players to change everything. When will you have the time to build the chemistry to play? No. So I think it's better we trim down the list. The earlier, the better, to 30 maybe players. Then in a week's time, we come back to 23 or something. Where I think this is just opposite to pacify the Nigerian people to show that they're working. I don't believe we need 55-man list 3 weeks to the tournament.
Okay, so it goes down to the unorganized organization, like we love to say. That's not me. I like to say. I love to say. I'm not referring to the federation anymore. Till they put things right and make things very okay. Now, I talked about 55-man squad. 52, is it 55 or 52? Anything 50-something, 52, 55, all join. Now, let's tell you something right. Now, the team that we are looking at should be cut later on. And we wait to know which time. Eric has told us, don't worry, we'll be doing this very soon. But just how unorganized we are. Let's talk about other countries side. The Bafana. The list is out. The Cameroonian side. The Congolese, my people. Because I already told you I'm Mboko. Now, look at this one. Look at this one. See, if I don't call any other country name, I'll be calling this one alongside, the Congolese, my place, where I really want to say I'm coming from. Yes. Now, let's look at the South African side. The team that is structured and know what they want. Already now, they have players on standby. Now, you look at Roman Williams, Ricardo Goals, you look at Sifo Chain, the thing that's also Kaliso Mudau, Tabang Motolode, Taylor Smith, Nkonsani Sebesi, Ori Modiba, Kolomani Damani. I'm liking the names. Sibongan Zegagana, Sinkele Kabini, you talk about Mbekezeli, Mungazi. These are the names I like to hear. Tewoho Mokwena, Batose Oba, Stalente Mbata. These are names. Asitole Sipolo. And you look also on Kota Moho is in the team. Sembang Mureme, Evidence Makoba, Leo Foster also, Sifon Bule, my friend, Ellis Mokwana, Chandra Campbell, Rebole Moffin Gang. I'm liking these guys. You can see Hugo Bros has got a job to do. Now look at players on standby. You cannot tell me this is not structure.
Yeah. And one beautiful thing about this list, about 80% or over 80% of the players come from the domestic league. Yes, that's what we should be looking. We should be looking in that direction.
DK, South Africa has got a structure.
Yeah.
Some African countries, we should give them some credit. You know, South African side, the Moroccan side. Morocco is like #1 for me. Now,
the North African.
Yeah, they have the tag. They do so well. Now look, we just made a point. I looked at the South African side, but we look into the MPFL very soon because, like you already said on radio, if this set of body look organized, everybody wants to vibe into what you do. Let's go with more lists. Let's have more lists on the screen fully so you can see for yourself that this country, Nigeria, is going the other way. Now look at this one now. You have players. You can see this is my place. This is my country. You can see them. My country to the fullest, anytime, any day. But this lasts up until December 31st. My name is Kizike Mbuku. Now we have Feyulu, Mbasi, Yepolo, Wambisaka, Kalulu, Mashwako, Kayembe, Bashiri, Trezembe, Mbemba, Kambode. And also, we like to call it the names like this. Yeah, Mbuku is my name anytime. Sadiki Kayembe, Mutusame. I'm liking all of those names. Sounds so cool. Pikel, Muko, Troyankens, Bunganda, Malikusisa. Look at this name. Look at my name there. And Mbuku, that's my name. Mbuku, I love him. Sipenga, I love those names. Mbanza Mayele, Yesendi Malela, Bakamu Lakono. DK, wait, it doesn't sound to laugh about. See, this name, not be name, maybe say, see names now. Wait, you hear names?
Yeah, man.
This
lovely
name,
name.
They know they use this name. They know they use this name. Watch plates. These are the names of the players. This see, I've told you before.
Yeah.
Behind the scene, they said I can't go home. I'm from Congo. I'm a proud Congolese to the fullest.
Do you have any evidence to that?
Yes, I have an evidence. My mom is Nigerian. My dad is Mbuku. Okay, so quickly, let's go on. More lists out on the screen quickly so we can show you more. So you see that Nigeria look unprepared for the Nations Cup unless miracle service could happen. Now, this is the Cameroonian side. Brian Boyne was leading the Castellos on the team. They got quality as well. There won't be time to, call out the names of these players, but you can see on your screen. Now, this is the Egyptian side. The Pharaohs, they are ready to go. Mamouche is also there. Mohamed Salah leading the lines. And I love to say this is quality at its finest. And nations that are ready to compete. How ready is Nigeria? Someone said to me, we still have the fear factor, and I'm like, there are no minnows in African shows anymore. Do we have minnows on this game?
I don't know if we're ready, but if you ask if we have the capability, we have the capability of winning the Nations Cup.
Okay.
We have the players, but I don't know if we're ready. Because to win the Nations Cup is not just by bringing in big names or players. It's the chemistry you built and the system you are working with. Is it working? If we're going to judge them from our World Cup qualifiers, I will say there's no hope. Like a lot of Africans, they don't even want to watch. They're not interested in Nations Cup because a lot of Nigerians are not interested in Nations Cup because they don't see they've lost. They feel despair. They've lost that hope. They don't see. It's not like Nigeria when it was 1994.
So, say to me, we've lost the fear factor. A side that went to the final last AFCON, have we lost the fear factor?
But we have the capability of winning the Nations Cup. If we put ourselves together, we have the capability of winning the Nations Cup. But I don't know if we're ready to win the Nations Cup. It's up to the players, the coaching crew, and the administrators to put us together and make sure we give a good fight. What is
that one thing you can say? You can pick out to say, Eric Charles, this is what you need to do to get the trophy. Make it a 4th time for Super Eagles, Nigeria.
Just pick the list, get the players together, give them back the confidence they've lost. You understand? Then from our friendly games, I think we'll have about 2-3 friendlies to the Nations Cup.
Right.
We should take them seriously and build back the confidence of the Nigerian supporters. Let's build back the confidence. Let's have that support back. Let's build the...
Yeah, the only good thing I will say is this one I saw on the screen. Let's get it full. So you say, the only good thing I love to say, this one, I mean, the Ago, let's respect Ago for now. He's just 20. He's done so well for himself. Amazing quality player. Plays for Denda. Ago has played for Nigeria to a fullest. Yes, this is a message from the Nigerian Football Federation. Get well soon. Benjamin Frederick, let's talk about him a bit. How bad would this be for him? This man He's still very young, quite young, but
young.
his dream, or one of his biggest dreams, is to represent Nigeria at a very big level in the AFCON tournament. And today, how much he's put in cannot be written off. How big of a blow is this one at Benjamin Frederick out of the team?
It's a big blow to us because he was one of the outstanding players in our qualifiers, World Cup qualifiers. He did very great in very few games, we say. But we pray, like we were saying, wish him quick recovery. He would really have loved to be present in this Nations Cup to show us what he's got, and we're really going to miss him. But let's hope he gets well soon, and we hope other players will step up in his position. And, yeah.
So maybe that's a message to Felix Ago from DK Medina. Also, Felix Ogbu, maybe it's your time. Who knows? Slavia Prague plays in the Czech side.
We'll see him in more Nations Cups to come out.
Because he's quite young.
Yeah, he's quite young.
He's 20 now. So Felix Ago, we love you. We got you on this. But quickly, let's talk about one man. And I said it and I will say it again. I know they like guys where they give me Yakubu vibes. They see the points, they miss out. I know they like him. Now, let's talk about one man, Yakubu. So good during his playing time. He's in the news today. We talk about Yakubu quickly. And that man has said a lot about the national team and how far they can go. Former Super Eagles striker Yakubu Yegbeni has criticized Nigerian coach Eric Chell for attributing the team's penalty shootout defeat to Congo to voodoo. Well, voodoo, let's say voodoo. Let's say voodoo, African show, Nigeria. The word is juju. You call them voodoo, now say the painter once and voodoo for Ebola, but now you're not Jew, call them. But Nigeria lost 4-3 and penalties to Congo. We did say that one, but let's quickly quote Yakubu. That's just what it means. That defeat means Nigeria could not be, or will not be right at the World Cup. But speaking after the game, Chell claimed that Congo's coach sprinkled water on the pitch before each missed Nigerian penalty, suggesting it influenced the outcome. How? I don't know. But Eric Chell said during all the penalty session, the guy from Congo did some voodoo every time. So this is why I was a little nervous after him. But reacting in an interview, Yakubu Yegbeni described Eric Chell's remark as embarrassing, stating that it was totally unacceptable for a national team coach to offer such a statement. The former Everton forward player, played for Maccabi Haifa, did so well at club side level, and that's about Yakubu, said Eric Chell should have simply congratulated the Congolese team and accepted the defeat. But in his words, he went as far as saying, if it was down to voodoo, that's Yakubu, I think an African country would have won the World Cup for a long time ago. He, talking about Eric Chell, just needed to congratulate the Congo side. But, let's talk about this, DK. Yeah. Congo, I like Congo. One thing I love to do, I like to attain, I like to attest, I like to confirm myself with successful people. I like success. Not be saying you be on one side, and I said you like them. I know they like maybe they give me your son. So anyway, they happen, they all the son. So now Congo, if you want to say it's the way it is, did you see that game?
Yeah.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria played. See, I don't know. Sometimes we point out blames on the NFF, no doubt, because they are the body governing the game. Sometimes the coach, the backroom staff. But you see that Congo game, I put all the blame for the players. Because at some point, it comes a time in a man's life that you need to own up your game. You need to be decisive. You need to own it up to the fullest. It's the World Cup we're talking about here. Victor Osimhen is 26. The next World Cup after now is 2030. Yeah. And that's a long time. Most of these key players will be out of the shores at that point. Now, how many of them in this set of boys are playing at the World Cup level? Just 3 of them. Ndidi, Iwobi, Ekong. That's enough. No more player. Now, we now saw a space and how far we've come to dominate and take that chance. We lost it. Do you know that during the game, some change? Eric Chell, I need to call you. Maybe you tell me what you do. Because I don't understand that. At some point, Eric Chell took off. I think he took off Aroko Dari or so and brought Awazim. And I'm like, why? Awazim, he said penalty taker. You had Ekong on the bench. Everything did not go as planned. But the way we are dilly-dallying, we just they waste time, they do body like say we don't make them. At the end of the day, we can't play like say we're good for penalty. And I told my friends, stay close to me, see the ball at home. And I said, we can get this right. But it's not about the goalkeeper being good. How can the players convert the chance? I don't know what team was the Simon they find for up. Whether I never paid you the school fees for that, I don't know. He play and throw away. Who again? See, do you want to throw penalty? Say, at the detriment of the nation, these are people who wants to be at the World Cup. They didn't take this game by storm. Yeah. So, DK, voodoo or no voodoo? Not lie for me. But do you believe in juju?
You know my stand on this.
I don't know. Tell me.
But first of all, congratulations once again to the Congolese team for picking up the ticket to the international playoffs, and they even deserve to move further to the World Cup and be one of the.
Yeah, I'm rooting out for.
I'm rooting for them. Then when it's really painful, like you mentioned, Osimhen is about 26.
Yeah.
He's going to be like 30 or 30 something at the next
one after now.
After now, so it's really painful. Osimhen is going to miss this World Cup now that he's still kind of in his prime.
Yeah,
I really would have loved to see him at the World Cup. Coming to what Eric Sikushel said
about the voodoo.
It's really embarrassing and crying shame for him to have uttered such statement. Like someone clearly said, he had just congratulated the Congolese team. Like I've always said it, if all these, whatever you call it, juju, jazz, voodoo, whatever you call it, if all these things really work, Africa would have dominated in the World Cup, would have won the World Cup severally. But all these things, they don't work at all. There's no need beating around the bush. What works in sports is technique, tactics. You need to spend time, invest. You understand? We need to, like we always emphasize, build the grassroots. Let's start from our domestic league. Those are the very important things we need to work on. Forget about all this. And then administratively too, we need to buckle up. Those are the things we need to work with. Those are the structures we need to build. Not saying like, I know it was embarrassing, you know, for the Nigerian head coach to come out, and the only excuse you come up with was that the Congolese team, they used voodoo to win the penalty kick. No.
Well, that's the word. If it was, I go with what Yakubu Igbeni has said. If it was a voodoo thing or a voodoo talk, I would rather have seen African countries winning the World Cup, because we now, if we make Lama in Lego be like this, no go fence. If you go through and ball, that's not a true word. But quickly, let's jump at this next one. The MPFL players in the news today, but one man is criticizing the Nigerian Football Federation and also the players. His name is Super Eagles player. I don't know, one use the word X. He's still playing. He's not retired. And if they had me, Nigerian players don't retire. Have you noticed it? They will just play. You know, if they had
retire now. Yakubu is retired now.
No, wait. Dates. They barely have official dates.
Okay.
You just stop seeing them playing. Most of them, like the Europeans will say, my name is Gianfranco Zola. He tells us he's retired now. Messi saying, very soon I'll retire. My body says, no, there's a date. We know they talk dates. I will just, Musa don't retire.
He's retired kind of now.
Musa our captain though. But let's talk about Kenneth Omero. Super Eagles centre back Kenneth Omero has criticized players in the Nigerian Premier Football League MPFL, accusing them of lacking the competitiveness required to challenge for position in the Super Eagles national team squad. Speaking during an interview, Omero stated that most of the MPFL players invited to Super Eagles camp do not fight for starting spots, but rather appear content to simply make up the numbers. Most of the players who come to the league now, they just come to compete with the team, just to complete the team. To train, they don't compete, and that's about Kenneth Omero. The former Chelsea defender emphasized the need for domestic league players to improve their mentality and qualify with the quality if they want to earn a regular national team roles, especially as competition for places continues to grow among the foreign-based stars. His remark has sparked a lot of debates among a lot of people over the development of local talent, and that's about the professionalism of the MPFL. DK, first of all, let me start with this. If you want people to invest in what you do, you have to come out right.
Yeah.
We, Nigerians, don't see the sport as a business. Now, sometimes I will say our league is this, our league is not good, our league is this, blah, 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 blah. How much have the IMC, how much have the MPFL, how much have the NFF put into the league? Now, we've seen players fly the trade abroad. What's it called? The Moroccan side players, they barely travel away from home. You know, they play at Casablanca, most of them. Check out the South African side, check out the Egyptians, Algerians. Not because they don't want to earn this money, but they are okay at the level that they are. So if you're exceptional, you just can't go off.
Yeah.
But if you want to be the national team, it's no longer rumor that you must fly your trade abroad. Not be clear-eyed players. Me now, I'll go Tanzania. Why? I'll go Latvia. Latvia. I think one place for Zengzi in that's Oluwasegun in Russia. I'm not saying no disrespect to this club side, but my point is this: it's all about how they've tricked the national team. You must ply your trade abroad, basically Europe, before you can get a call up.
Yeah.
But Kenneth Omero is making sense, but on the other way, I'm trying to fault him somehow.
Yeah.
Do you agree with what he's saying? That see, these boys come to the national team just to, because for their profile. You know, say if they play FPFL, they get the cup profile.
Yeah.
They go say, see this boy, see Yusuf, now big player now. You play national team. You not start to, you not play match because you had a call up. Now Google has it that when you type this name, you play in the Super Eagles squad. You play. You know, say, you know.
Yeah.
So this thing is a very different mentality of the boys. But what is this? What could be that thing that these boys can do that will make the coach to look into what they do and their affairs? Can we have a team like the Obabuna 2013? Obabuna wasn't a starter.
Yeah.
But Civic, Yobuna, you know, see him. Yobo, Keshi, look, come, start. He was playing for Shooting Stars.
Yeah.
And he was a starter. Sunday Mba,
yeah.
Rangers. Yeah. We saw the game. So can we have a team? Imagine for midfield, I go see Ndidi, he will be and one MPFL, one boy from Lobby Stars. Is it ever possible in this Nigeria?
It's possible now. I side with what Umeri is saying. He's talking about the players' mentality.
Right.
If you're called up, I think we have about 5 of our players from domestic league, about 5 of them.
Right.
So he's saying that if you're called up from the domestic league, you should not come there and just be satisfied with just being called up. You understand? Not just coming there to sit on the bench. You should have that mentality. So I understand he's trying to work on the players' mentality to show that they shouldn't feel inferior. You understand, when they're there with the professionals from outside of Nigeria. But on the other hand, for those players to have that mentality he's talking about, we need to build our league to that level. If the players in the Nigerian league, if they don't believe in themselves or they see themselves inferior or they see their league inferior to the leagues outside, automatically, mentally, they're going to feel inferior to those players playing in the Premiership, in La Liga, in Serie A. So I understand what he's trying to say, but what's more important is how we develop our league. Like players that play in the South African league, they don't see themselves inferior. Players that play in the Moroccan league and those other North African leagues, they don't see themselves inferior to players playing in Europe because they build their league and the league have the structure. So really, like we've always complained here, that we need to turn this MPFL to the people in charge. I'm sure you should see it as a business. We shouldn't just play for playing's sake. You understand? We need to raise players with that quality that when we bring them to the camp, they're about the same quality with players playing in Europe and in other leagues outside the country. So that in its own way naturally will boost the players' confidence. So they don't need to see themselves as inferior. They will need to fight for jerseys and starting starting positions with other players from Europe.
Okay, so all right, so quickly let's leave this phase and talk about one Super Eagles player who was on fire last night in the person of who? Right there, grabbing cottage. His name is Samuel Chukwueze. And we bring you, before we talk about Chukwueze, you can imagine a Pep Guardiola having a world 1v1 with Chukwueze. You are a talent. You can own the game. You can put. See, the only man from Nigerian side at some point in the last 10 years or last 15, you could say, who became the best player from the La Liga, EA Sports, with Villarreal on African shores. The best African player at some point. And that's why they looked into his affair and said, yes, you can play for us. But let's talk about what happened yesterday. Chukwueze was on fire. The Nigerian duo Alexa Iwobi, Samuel Chukwueze nearly inspired Fulham to a glorious comeback against Man City on a Tuesday night game. Both players were on target, with the Iwobi scoring once and Chukwueze grabbing the brace, but their efforts were not enough to prevent a fight for defeat at Craven Cottage. Man City prevailed in the 9-goal thriller thanks to the sort of attacking play and this play that would have normally have rival Kwakin and Jabot Foden on fire at the moment. And unfortunately, Pep Guardiola's side, their defensive showing will have had those same rivals signing with relief. If you keep getting the flips, you'll see how much the game was intense. And I saw Bernardo Silva gasping. This is Chukwueze, he stole the show. But City led 5-1 early in the second half. Now look at this. You can see the pinpoint. Donnarumma said a word. He said, Haaland told me the Premier League is tough. DK, you can see on the screen. Yeah. Now, look at that's the message. Now, you can see Bernardo Silva. Wait till you see him. He don't tire. That's against the Fulham. And like, see, if there were more time on that show, I thought it would have been a draw.
Fulham would have equalized.
Possibly. Yeah. Now, but looking at the game, Foden double, one from Tijani Rangers and Sanderberg on goal. They were seemingly cruising towards victory by a handsome margin, but Fulham, led by substitute Samuel Chukwueze, hit back with the unanswered goals and even had one shot off. But, you know, aside this talk, right, Iwobi, Chukwueze. Now, let me talk about Chukwueze first of all. Chukwueze, the other time, I think against Spurs, he was the man of the match.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday, Marco Silva felt like it's time for me to play Wilson. Wilson, the Belgian international, started from the right, and Iwobi was just by the left side, but more of the midfield, Lukic. Now, we saw a different kind of Fulham style of play. But later on, this is what manager Eric Chell has done something. I must give him some comments. Eric Chell has started playing Chukwueze as a free role. Have you been seeing it?
Yeah, noticed. Yeah.
Marco Silva did the same thing yesterday. Chukwueze was like on the free role, but when the change came, when they brought in, I think they took off Smith Rowe and they took off Wilson, Chukwueze he drifted to the right. And for every time on that day, he was a threat to the citizens, the Man City side. He was on fire. His goals were stumbling. Wonderful goals, from the flash shot goals. He will be got a placer. And they said Donnarumma are good. Why not catch that ball? No, you see that goal?
Yeah,
now, you look at Iwobi, and the question is this. We've seen Nigeria players fly the trade abroad, and they've done so well for themselves. Can Iwobi, who has that free liberty to rotate the game and decide Marco Silva's fate? Chukwueze, let me leave Calvin Bassey, because anytime, any day he's delivering.
Yeah. We
barely saw Haaland yesterday. He stole the show as well.
Yeah.
At the back with Berg. But I'm looking at Chukwueze. Can we see a Chukwueze replicate this same gameplay come the Nations Cup?
And that's what we hope for now.
From
his performance yesterday, the brace, is giving us renewed hope.
Renewed hope.
Renewed hope now.
Like politician. Listen now, politicians.
Now the Nigerians our hopes were renewed. We are saying Chukwueze of Villarreal. That's Chukwueze that was informed.
That we used to know.
With Chukwueze, we used to know. If Chukwueze can put up this performance, maybe in his next game before he comes back to join the team, I think a lot of Nigerians will have their hopes renewed.
Yeah, he's talented.
That he's talented,
he's gifted.
of course.
He's got the quality.
And he's built a lot of the small camaraderie with Victor Osimhen, if you notice in some of our games.
Right from the under 17, where Osimhen scored 10 goals with that's a Monike, they had that synergy. They've synced well.
Exactly.
But my point is, not be see me, if player carry Nick at the rope for ground, put a me they play well, not concern me. We've seen players like that. Chukwueze's talk, like his jersey, his shots, doesn't stay on his waist. Calvin Bassey as well, quality players. Yeah. So it's not about your outfit, it's not about how you look on the game, it's about what you do on the pitch. So Chukwueze, like DK Martina Bradley said,
he won't be too. He's also playing in the position we like him to play in the national team. So it will be easy for him to just adapt. Yes, exactly.
All right. So one thing leads to something else. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. The margin is always very high. Barcelona, I don't know how they did it against Atletico Madrid. Final scoreline: Brazilian Barca giving that heavyweight clash against talk about the Ros Generals. That's the name. We call them Ros Generals. And it was a good result at the Camp Nou. Barcelona have opened up a 4-point gap at the top. Victoria, you see Rafinha, he's back. Pedri with the man. Pedri get 2 eyes for back. I love Pedri so much. And now at this point in time, they have done it again. Thanks to a hard 4-3-1 win against Atletico Madrid at Camp Nou on Tuesday night. A fantastic game of football that had everything ended with 3 deserved points for the Blaugranas, who played their most complete match of the season against a heavyweight opponent and sent a strong statement in the title race. Hands of Flick. But maybe we should talk about some of the observations, but time will not let us go into detail. But we should just some of the Barca, some of the things we observed at that game. But let me keep it on the sideline. Hands of Flick has always done the highline thing. Yeah. And this set of boys don't have the energy to do it. He worked last season, but he's a stubborn coach. Yeah. He said, I'll keep doing what I love to do. And when they started yesterday, there was no Frankie. Pedri was there. Garcia was there. The goalkeeper also was on fire. Eric Garcia in the midfield with the mask. You saw him. Yeah. He did so well. Brilliant play. Pedri alongside, Koundé on the other side. Balde with the crosses. See, I saw a Barca side. Pedri, Lewandowski, he saw a penalty missed. Yeah. He sent it the wrong way. Yeah. Rashford came in. Dani Olmo was on fire as well. He scored, he got off. And then we had Ferran Torres scoring. This Barca now, they look to be very okay. Yeah. And some people are saying to compete. Some are saying the reason why Chelsea won, although I will not agree, is because there was no Pedri and Lewandowski.
And you said they don't have the energy to play this high line. They're young boys. It's just Lewandowski is the only person.
No, I'm talking about the defense line. Yeah. They've conceded on every game, every time they play
the high line.
But I think recently they had this comeback. Alaves comeback. Yeah. Yesterday comeback. They always keep coming from behind to get results. But Hansi Flick, a lot of people will say, trick your team, stop playing the high line game. And he said, no, I'll keep playing it. But my point is 4 points clear Madrid. Madrid continues tonight to play against Bilbao away from home. Oh. The Yoruba will use the word saying superiority law. Is this to say that the chase is done? Has Barca dominated this? Have they taken it off? Because I see Madrid winning tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, Madrid should win tonight. They cut it down to 1 point. No, the league is still open, but we know Barcelona's normal tradition. Once they get to the top, it's difficult to pull them out from the
City.
top. Yeah, it's like Man City, Barcelona. Once they get to the top, and the La Liga is not as competitive as the Premiership, like we always have pointed out.
Yeah.
The competition is always between Madrid, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid,
and Atletico.
Barcelona. Then now I think we have Villarreal
and Betis also come close.
But the competition is really between Madrid and Barcelona. Atletico, I'm not sure they're not consistent enough for me to put them there. So it's going to be between both of them. They played the first El Clasico. We're going to see the Madrid dominated in the first one. The second El Clasico, I don't know which side it will go, but I'm saying Barcelona winning the league again because this Madrid side, they have not been consistent. They played like about 4 or 5 away games and they've not gotten a win.
Yeah.
Consecutive away games. So they're not. If you want to win the league, you need to be consistent home and away in this kind of.
So let me get it right.
I don't see them pushing Barcelona out of the top.
One.
Yeah.
So you say if you want to go with a point, you want to give it to Barcelona now.
They have the edge, but Madrid they still have. Alonso is a good coach. Yeah. I know a lot of people don't believe in Alonso yet. They still want to see what he's good. They want to see more, but it has the capability to tweak the team for them to play better. A lot of Madrid. The other day I was discussing with a very die-hard Madrid fan. I said he has given up hope that he doesn't see them winning any trophy this season. So you see, there's that despair amongst the Madrid fans. They're not even sure because they've not seen what they're looking for in Alonso yet.
Well, so Xabi Alonso, quickly, let's just say this about Xabi Alonso. Our quality coach, he's shown it in Germany and he's also yet to prove himself in the La Liga eSports. About Xabi Alonso, the game tonight, some say, a country report, we learned that it's going to be a 1-on-1 or 1v1 dicey game for himself. His job might be at stake. It depends on what he figures out with the result today against the Bilbao side. They've got Sanchez, they've got quality Inaki Williams, they've got Nico Williams, they've got quality team. But you look into Madrid's set of players, I think the players need to still understand that this is Madrid.
Yeah.
This is Real Madrid. They need to, first of all, the mentality should be what they should absorb within themselves. Now, Rodrigo's got a worst record in Madrid history, 30 games without a goal. So he's wanted out of the club. But for a player like Kylian Mbappe, individual brilliance will definitely pay off. If they want to win this title, tonight is a very big time. You should close up the gap against a Bilbao side. And if you've been to Bilbao, you can see, you know how big the pitch is. You need to own it and can get the result. But for Alonso, his job just might be at stake. But I just want to believe.
But I see the Madrid side winning.
Yeah, I just also believe so, that they will win it.
Yeah.
But let's quickly, before we go off, DK, let me ask you, Rafinha, his form, is he getting it back? Because let me say this, I knew Rashford, let me say this, I think Rashford will take a pay cut. He loves what he's having in Barca. But everybody knows that Rafinha, when he comes back, fit enough, he gets to start. Now, in my head, I'm like, it's a Rafinha, Lewandowski, Lamine. In the midfield, there's a Frankie, Pedri, and De Jong. Okay, Frankie, Pedri, and you have Dani Olmo, just maybe. Then,
but if I'm going to make any tweak, it will be Lewandowski.
So, okay.
I'll pull out Lewandowski.
Who's Barcelona's best player? Who's their best player?
On paper, it's Yamil Lamar.
So, to you?
From last season, I think it's between Pedri, Rafinha, and Lamar. Stats.
And Lamine.
Rafinha had best stats, assists and goals. Goal-wise, both Champions League and League, he had better stats. But Lamine had that way he carried the team and soaked up the pressure for the team on the left wing to create those chances for Rafinha and the rest. Then Pedri dominated in midfield. You could see Pedri back in the midfield. You see a lot of Barcelona fans saying that if we had Pedri and Rafinha against Chelsea, the result would have totally be different. And somehow I can give it to them a little bit. I don't think Chelsea would have lost that game even with the.
But DK, we don't want to talk about the Champions League, but I don't like it when people write off what Chelsea has done within a short time. These guys are young, the youngest team in Europe. And if you say it's about Pedri not being available, that's also a Copama.
No, I don't think that would be away from Chelsea.
So you must give them a record.
I give
because
Chelsea all the.
Maresca has a style of play. You know what he did? against Paris Saint-Germain at the FIFA Club World Cup final, if you watched it very well, you understand. When it got to the second half, Chelsea struggled.
Yeah.
They always take people by storm. They come with aggressive. That's what they're about to do to Arsenal.
Yeah.
And it's about coach managing the team. Arteta has a management pattern of football.
Yeah.
And that's what Joshua Kimmich said.
Yeah.
The way he managed his team. Now, you can't take away what Maresca did against Barca.
No, you can't take it that way.
Even if there was Pedri, if there was Rafinha, if they were so complete, I don't think that would have changed.
He replicated it against Arsenal, even with one man down, losing their best defensive midfielder, Cancelo. Chelsea still stood strong, got the first goal, went ahead, and Arsenal struggled to equalize. So Maresca, I give it to him. The Blue Boys, they're doing great, and I see them getting the trophy at the end of this season.
Yeah, now you sound the way I want to give it to Maresca, because winning is a win, and just what it is. Thank you, DK. Thank you so much. I have to let you go now. Thank you so much for being on the show today. You're a Man United fan. What club? I don't know your club. What club you fan? You have a club you fan?
Chelsea.
Oh, Chelsea fan. Oh, sorry, no best. Man United side.
You know, we always argue because I support Barcelona when it comes to La Liga, then Chelsea when it comes to Premiership. So you're always confused. You don't know which side. But I always try to be neutral as an analyst.
Yeah, no, I know. That's okay. That's okay. I get it. Thank you so much, DK Martina, for being on the show. And also to you watching away from the studio, thank you so much for being here with us. We're going on a quick break. When we return, the show continues, not going away.
Behind hangar doors, who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Okay, so shifting attention, it's time to talk about the greats of the game. Serena Williams in the world of tennis has shut down rumors about making a tennis comeback after she registered with the Sports Drug and Test Body, the International Tennis Integrity, talking about the agency ITIA. Moving on, the 23-time Grand Slam champion is considered to be one of the greats of the game and has not competed since building and bidding farewell at the 22 U.S. Open. The 44-year-old said at the time she did not want to use the word retiring and instead said she was evolving away from tennis. However, in a social media post on Tuesday, Williams wrote, OMG, yeah, I'm not coming back. This wildfire is crazy. Athletes who decide to return to the testing need to provide information about their time and location when they are available to give samples. They also need to complete testing for 6 months before they are allowed to return to the competition. Now we take it back to Serena's sister, older one, Venus Williams, older sister of Serena Williams. She returned to tennis back in July at the age of 45 years after almost 2 years away from the tour. And she's also never announced her retirement. At the US Open, Venus became the oldest player to play singles at the Grand Slam tournament since 1981. But from Venus, a 7-time major singles champion has spoken previously about wanting Serena to join her back on tour. They claimed the 14 Grand Slam doubles stars as a pair. That's about Serena Williams and the family. I like them. These are legends of the game. They would always be talked about. You can't write off these big personalities of the tennis world. Williams, who played her first professional tennis match back in 1995, admitted the major motivation behind initially calling it quits 3 years ago was her desire to have a second child. She gave birth to Adira Riva Ohania in August 2023, her second daughter having welcomed her first child, Alexis Olympia Ohania, that's the junior, almost 6 years earlier with husband Alexis Ohania. Williams was in the early stages of pregnancy with Olympia when she won the 2017 Australian Open to move just one Grand Slam singles title behind the all-time record held by the Margaret Court. She reached 4 more finals on her return from the maternity leave, 2 at Wimbledon and also 2 at the US Open, but was beaten in straight set of each occasion. Williams, who won her first major title back in 1999 at the US Open as a 17-year-old, told the Vogue in 2022 when she revealed plans to walk away from tennis. And she said, "I'll be lying if I said I don't want the court to record." But let's quote the American, because I'm saying Nigerian American, I don't want to believe, but American. So she said, "The way I see it, I should have had 30+ Grand Slam. I had my chances from coming back from giving birth." So it was about Ohania, the Ohania kids. It was about the baby making. It was about husband. It was about family, who comes first, which comes first. And that's the reason why she's in the news. But she's saying, "I would not return to the courts anytime soon, so I'm out of this game." But let's talk about the world of boxing. What's really going out there? Conor Ben could fight Ryan Garcia in a high-profile bout next year. Garcia is likely to box WBC welterweight champion Mario Barrios next year, with the winner of a potential opponent for the Ben on the major US Open. Eddie Hearn, Ben promoter, told reports saying Conor is obsessed with the WBC title because he grew up with the belt on his wall in his house. His father was a winner. His father won the belt as well in his gym. He got the WBC belt. It is something that every person or everyone knows about this. And it's a big fight that looks like it's going to happen between Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios. And His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh told me and Conor in Riyadh that he likes the idea of Ryan Garcia. If he wins the fight against Conor Ben in Cinco de Mayo, potentially in Las Vegas, that will be a huge event. We will sell that out just from Brits traveling alone. So you have on your screen Garcia against Ben. So it's a VV10, and we'll see how it comes out. After winning last month's rematch with Chris Eubank Jr. at middleweight, Ben's intention is to move back to welterweight. The WBC has installed him as the #1 contender, which leaves him well placed to challenge for the title at the very big road. So it's just what it is, and this is where we have to call it a close on the show today. But the big one is coming up next. We tell you all of the time. My friend will be having a fight, Jake Paul, the social media influencer, alongside Britain's best, that's the word, Anthony Joshua. Like we love to say, we're publicizing this one. It is not a scripted fight. It is a reality fight with a big reality check, and that's for the bout, the ring of boxing. But up until then, it's me signing out. Don't go anywhere. We have the media news coming up next, and it will be time for you to also enjoy more interesting programs. Tomorrow we continue, but do well to join the guys 5 p.m. for a very bigger time, sports, strictly football. This is me signing out. Have yourself a beautiful afternoon. Now it's still morning, so good morning once again.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with? When it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOPTV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOPTV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Society is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
The headlines: 38 kidnapped Kwara worshippers reunite with families.
Daniel Wala insists Tinubu's government won't negotiate with terrorists.
Senate to screen Christopher Musa as defense minister.
3 Nigerians cleared of drug charges released from Saudi Arabia.
Bode George calls Adeleke's PDP exit a desperate survival move.
Lagos suspends Lagos Ekpe Expressway work until January.
In business, CBN revises cash withdrawal rules from January 2026.
In the world of sports, FIFA to introduce major VAR change at 2026 World Cup.
In entertainment, Edo Assembly summons Natasha Osawaru over viral Tubaba video. Now the news and details. The 38 church worshippers kidnapped in Eruku, Ekiti local government area of Kwara State have reunited with their families. They were abducted on November 18 during a Thanksgiving service at CAC OK Ishogu. An attack that left 3 people dead and 1 injured. In a statement, the chief press secretary to the Ekiti LGA chairman, Dada Sunday, said the victims were handed over to Ilorin to Chairman Awelewa Olawale Gabriel by Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak. The statement added that the handover followed a coordinated rescue operation involving federal and state security agencies. Receiving the victims, Awelewa thanks President Bola Tinubu, Governor Abdurazak, the National Security Advisor and security agencies for what he called a swift intervention. The Owa of Eruku also praised the joint rescue efforts and thanked all authorities involved for ensuring the safe return of the worshippers.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu's advisor on policy communications, Daniel Wala, says the federal government will not hold talks with terrorist groups. Speaking in a television interview, Wala noted that Nigeria's security challenges are complex and can force administrations into difficult choices. Asked about the recent release of kidnapped school children without ransom, he explained that several factors can influence such outcomes. He said some individuals act as negotiators and not all interactions with armed groups involve money. In certain cases, captors may release victims if holding them longer creates unimaginable problems, sometimes influenced by religious and community leaders. Wala added that security agencies may track criminals but delayed action to protect civilians, issuing warnings that can pressure abductors to free hostages.
This report says that the federal government's drive to expose sponsors of terrorism has sparked reactions across Benin City, the Edo state capital. Some residents welcome the move as a step towards curbing violence, while others stress that transparency and concrete evidence must guide the process to ensure justice.
Meanwhile, the Senate will later today screen Christopher Musa, former Chief of Defense Staff, for the position of Minister of Defense. Senate leader Akpabio Bamidele confirmed this in a statement from his Media and Public Affairs Office. He said the screening is key to strengthening internal peace and national security. Musa's nomination follows the resignation of former Minister of Defense Mohammed Badaru due to health reasons. President Bola Tinubu forwarded Musa's nomination to Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Tuesday. The screening will determine Musa's suitability to lead the nation's defense ministry.
In another development, President Bola Tinubu has received Abia State Governor Alex Oti at the presidential villa in Abuja. The meeting is reportedly linked to efforts to secure the release of Nnamdi Kanu, who is the indigenous people of Biafra's leader. Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment on terrorism-related charges by a federal high court in Abuja on November 20, 2025, a verdict that sparked protest and calls for his release. Governor Oti recently visited Kanu at Sokoto prison, where he is serving his sentence. The engagement is seen as part of a coordinated effort by legal and political stakeholders to find a resolution to the long-running case.
Elsewhere, 3 Nigerians detained in Saudi Arabia since August 2025 have been released after authorities found they had no link to any attempt to smuggle prohibited substances through Jeddah's King Abdul Aziz International Airport. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Kimiebi Ebienfa confirmed their release in a statement. The detainees Abdul Hamid Sadiq, Miriam Hussein Abdullahi, and Bahija Aminu Abdullahi were arrested after illicit items were traced to luggage fraudulently tagged to their tickets at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport. According to the ministry, Saudi investigators later determined the accused had no knowledge of the scheme and cleared them of wrongdoing. They were released on September the 14th and 15th, 2025, and the travel restriction placed on them were subsequently lifted. Miriam and Bahija returned to Nigeria on November the 5th, while the travel ban on Sadiq was lifted on December the 2nd, with arrangements now underway for his return.
Moving on to politics, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, Bode George, has described the exit of Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke from the PDP as a desperate survival move. Speaking to newsmen in Lagos to the State of the Nation, George said the crisis within the party may have forced the governor's hasty departure, calling it a troubling development. He added that confusion over which faction controls the party's leadership likely contributed to Adeleke's decision. George also urged President Bola Tinubu to caution the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, warning that unchecked use of power undermines national cohesion. He further stated that attempts to stop a duly elected leadership from taking office are unlawful and part of a broader threat to multi-party democracy in Nigeria.
And here in Lagos, the state government has ordered contractors working on the Etiosa-Lekki-Ekpe Expressway to vacate the site from Thursday, December 4th, 2025. The contractors will resume work on January 2026 to allow free traffic flow during the festive season. The rehabilitation covers a stretch from the Admiralty Way Junction to the Jubilee Bridge in Ajah within the Etiosa local government area, and the Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Oshiemi, announced the directive during an inspection of the project area. He said the temporary suspension is necessary to prevent severe traffic congestion associated with the period. Oshiemi added that the measure is aimed at ensuring smooth vehicular movement throughout the U-turn.
Is to watching the media and is on Voice of the People television. It's time for the news analysis. I would also in the studio to help make sense of the stories I've listened to thus far. The Mediator Bulletin is Barrister Darlington Agomoy, public and political affairs analyst, and will be joined virtually by Ismail Oladare, who is a member of Take It Back movement as well as a political and public affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Finn and David. How are you?
Well, good. Good to have you join today's media news, Barrister.
My pleasure.
All right, Oladare, good afternoon. If you can hear me, Mr. Ismail. All right, I guess I was having a little glitch there. I couldn't hear what he was saying at this moment, but I believe we'll be able to establish communication with him during the course of the midday news. Barrister Darlington, without wasting much time, let me start off with you. You know, Nigerians are talking about first was the reappointment of the former CDS as the defense minister here. So the call that some persons have been questioning why, what led to it at this point, and why should we have such play out? Let us also, you know, why you talk about that, and look at the fact that according to the spokesperson of the president, that the president is not in negotiation with any bandit or terror group member, saying that even the release of the school children from KB and also the church people from Eruku has nothing to do with negotiation, citing that some persons could go in for the talk, but not the government itself. Let's get your opinion on this, please.
Look, whenever these people want to lie, at least let them lie with intelligence. You know, let them not lie in such a way that even kindergarten children will understand and know where they're going.
Are you saying this is a lie?
If it is not lie, then what is it? That they did not negotiate with terrorists. Bayo Nonoga, who is the president's special assistant, I'm sure that man cannot make such a decision without the knowledge of the president. And he still retain his job. He cannot do that. So what are they talking about?
No, Bayo Nonoga said there was discussion. He didn't say anything about negotiation from, you know, what we heard or what we got.
There was a phone call.
There was a discussion. And the reason for the discussion was they noticed that the bandits were using the innocent school children as human shield. But we also saw that the presidency told Nigerians that it took the help of the NAF, that's the National Air Force, and also that of the military to do the bombardment. And then before nobody's happened, you have these people released and they are reunited with your family members. So, Barrister, why are we having conflicting information?
No. When NAF was bombing, he didn't bomb the captives, Abi.
Nigerians are asking for the dead bodies of the perpetrators, the terrorists, if need be. But we were told that they just told us the story, which is that the school girls have been released and they've been reunited with their family members, all thanks to the government. And no one was hurt, no one was harmed. We also saw the video where the girls were being asked by the terrorists or the bandits that kidnapped them, did we hurt you? You know, and they were responding and all that, more like, be careful.
You just told me now that they said they bombarded the terrorists. That was why they were able to release their captive, their Abi. So when they were doing the bombing, nobody died, Abi. No single person died. Fina, please, they have insulted us enough. At this point, they should start thinking what to say again.
Barrister, is it the government or people who are a bit overzealous that, because now we were getting from Daniel Bwala that the federal government will not hold talks with any terrorist group. But we learned also from Nuhu Ribadu that he went to Kotangora, where the St. Mary's School was situated. And after the visit, he came up to tell Nigerians that we should not fret, that the school children are well taken care of, that they are okay where they are. There's no cause for alarm. So what does this really portend? Are we seeing the government speaking from the two sides of the mouth, or the people who find themselves within the government place at this point trying to, you know, more like have an overreach or speak more than they should for the government?
When they are telling you lies and you do not challenge or interrogate it, they will tell you more lies. But when you question it, they will now look for a way to tell another lie on top of the first one they told you. Because that's what is going on here. Bayo Nonoga had a TV interview, Abi, where he told us how he made a phone call, how he had a discussion with them, and all that. Is that not true? Has anybody disputed that? The answer is no. This other one they're telling you now about the children are okay, the school children are okay, no problem, they are taken care of. How did they come to know that? They visited them where they are, and they now see that they are okay. Or is it not that the terrorists are giving them that assurance while they are looking for money to release them? Is that not what is going on here?
Barrister, how sure are we that it is money? Because Bola went further to explain that several factors can influence such outcome, the outcome of releasing of, you know, kidnapped victims and all that. I don't know if you actually have any idea of what such actions can be.
The only action is money. Fina, the only action is money. That is the only language these kidnappers understand. That's the only language they know. The only action is money. Apart from that, forget it.
Now, Barrister, there are concerns about the fact that the officials have said that they were swift and, of course, decisive in the path of getting these girls back to their parents. Should these in any way give more public assurance to the people? Plus the fact that this strikes more like they are on top of the whole situation. Should the public be very much more assured?
If you calculate the number of people they have kidnapped in the last 3 weeks, I mean, in the last 3 weeks, there are over 500. And so, where are the people? That they brought out back 38 people and this other 25 or so. Does it add up? The remaining people, uncle, the one they kidnapped in that Niger school, the Catholic leaders there said they are over 315. So how many has come back? You can see. I'm sure whenever they want to tell this lie, they don't even remember that they have told one lie before.
All right, then.
And they said the liars should have good memory, so that they will remember all the lies they have been telling us.
Oh, well. Let's get to our virtual analyst this beautiful afternoon. Mr. Ismail Aladari, a very good afternoon to you. Let's establish communication first. Please unmute your mic so we can hear you better, because we can't hear you right now.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good afternoon to you, and thank you so very much.
Again, sorry.
Thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, then let's have your take about the fact that the presidential spokesperson, I'm talking about Dane Buala, has clearly said that the country and, of course, this government is not negotiating with terrorists. Of course, therefore, there are other ways to do this conversation, and there is no negotiation in that mix. That's the reason why we see these schoolgirls returning back to their parents. What's your take about this statement, as against the fact that Bayo Onanuga, the presidential spokesperson, also had said that the presidency, the administration carefully had a conversation with these bandits, and of course, these students and these children were released. What's your position with this conflicting, I must say, kind of statement?
The government is convinced, and it is so obvious, and this is a testament to that fact. On one hand, they are saying one thing, on the second hand, they are saying another thing. And, it's also the reason why they contradict themselves. Onanuga will say one thing, another spokesperson will say another thing. And it's also a fact that, when they tell you they negotiated, or they don't want to even come out to agree that they've negotiated with these bandits. But the fact remains that they've been negotiating with them. And when you now confront them as the reason why, as the fact that when you pay ransom, you are emboldening these bandits the more. What they'll tell you is that they have hostages, they need to be very diplomatic so that the hostage won't be victim at the end. All those things to gloss over what they've been doing wrongly. But it's also a fact that there are several cases of kidnappings, terrorism across the world, and there have been hostages. And we've seen actions by serious governments where they will, take out the bandits without affecting their victims, right? So it's happening all over the world. But the reason why our own governments are unable to do this and presenting this as an excuse is the fact that, like we've been saying over and over again, they are complicit.
Should we be concerned?
Terrorism.
Should we be concerned
So they don't have
about the fact that
to actually clear out these bandits as they were?
Well, let me still stay with you, Mr. Ismail. Should we be concerned about the fact that the government is trying everything possible to returning these children and, of course, victims of these bandits back to their homes? The way and the approach they go about it, should that be a concern? Or should the returning of these people safely to their families be the very, very priority that we are talking about?
The way they go about Because if you get them to their homes today, what is the probability and the possibility that they won't kidnap them again tomorrow? Right? So when you embolden these kidnappers just because you just need to get the victims safely to their home, you get them safely to their home for them to be kidnapped again tomorrow, because you've emboldened these criminals again, you've given them more resources to kidnap tomorrow. And when they kidnap them tomorrow again, they will have more victims. So next tomorrow now, you want to save more victims.
All right then.
To negotiate more with these bandits. So this is what we are saying. The method is as important as the victims they are getting out.
All right. Now, you said something, Mr. Ismail Oladare. You say that the government is complicit. Is it the government at this point, or are we seeing some people within the military being more like aiding these terrorists from carrying out their activity? For example, let's take a cue from what played out during the Chibok girls kidnap, and how we were told, although 82 of the girls are still in captivity, not all of them were reunited with their family members, but we have this information making waves where we're told that the then president of US sent the military into Nigeria to help, pull out to rescue the girls. But they saw that what they discussed with the military to be the only way on how to rescue the girls, which is using gas to get into the den of the Boko Haram insurgent group members and pass them out and take out the girls. The information was leaked to them even before they could carry out that operation. Is it the government at this point, or are we seeing some sympathizers of these terrorists who we know, according to the information we gather, are now within our military sabotaging the effort of the government to end the issue of insecurity?
Exactly, this is it. The reason why we say they are all complicit is the fact that when you hear that, okay, somebody in the military is doing so, or the military is compromised, you, as the GCFR, in charge of all these security apparatuses, what have you been doing about it? When news comes out that, okay, so person, so general, so person within the military, even the ranks and file are compromised, you as the president, what are you doing? The government, what are they doing about it? Or are we saying that the government now doesn't have control over the military? Right? So if they are not doing anything, they are complicit as much. Right? So the military general will come out and say, or a soldier will come out and say, we want to engage the bandits, but we got order that we should disengage, showing that one of our Oga is part of them. In the west of
Lieutenant General T.Y. Burutai retired, he said that we should cut the military some slack, that they are working with the names made available from the state governors. So if we have people who are Boko Haram members or insurgent members have their names on the list, then we should go back to the state governors, ask patients, why should they field in such individuals? Recall that the military does not really have, information of the people that want to join them and all that. So do you also think at this point that we should cut the military some slack and take the blame back to the state governors?
No, we blame them all because we have different intelligence, different facts and different stories to point to the fact that a lot of these military generals are complicit. Okay. So definitely will come some slack to our rank and file soldiers that are on the battlefield all the time, right? We'll definitely call them the slack. But these top generals, a lot of them are complicit, just like the government are. Because, I remember a case recently, like some weeks ago, where one of the soldiers came out to, indict one of the generals. And what happened was the fact that the soldier that actually came out to indict his Oga was actually the one that was now victimized and was disciplined. Nothing happened to the so-called general that was, indicted. And the government didn't do anything about that as well. So these are the premises where we can now lay the fact that, they are all compromised.
All right, then.
They are all complicit.
All right, then let's take this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, international observers reported that at least 402 Nigerians have been abducted since November 17th up till date. And of course, the figures, keep escalating by the day. Now, this level of mass abduction, Barrister, how much of intel does the Nigerian security apparatus have to curbing this level of insecurity? You would recall as well that the NSA, like we did mention earlier, did say that the children, the Niger State children, are still safe and they will return. How much of intel does the Nigerian security apparatus have? Plus, the de-radicalized Boko Haram members that have been captured before now, how much of that intel also have been used to curb insecurity thus far?
David, they have all the intel they need. They have all the gadgets. The world is no longer lacking in what? In intelligence gathering. All that they need is out there. All you need is to ask for it and they'll give it to you. They have it, but the political will to do anything is not there. That's the truth. For example, who ordered the military in that school to vacate from that place before these guys now came in to adopt them? Who? Was it not intelligent that told the person that they gave that order that, look, in the next 30 minutes, these people are coming here, yeah, go away from there. Up till today, have they asked who told them to leave? Who is that order from above? Up to today. So, government has a way of contradicting itself.
But Barrister, just yesterday, the president also did meet with the service chiefs as well. Should we be expecting something different? Because that was a closed-door meeting he held with his service chiefs. Should there be any hope following that closed-door meeting?
I would have said there is hope if that was the first closed-door meeting they are having. Since Tinubu came into office, he has had more than 5 closed-door meetings with the service chiefs. Is that not true? What came out of them?
The declaring of a national emergency on security, isn't that something that possibly came out of those meetings?
Nothing will come out of it because even in a state of curfew, the deputy girls were adopted. The day they were coming, all roads was cleared of police, army, DSS. Nobody was on that road that they were coming through. So what are you telling me? In a state of curfew, where there should be no movement and all that, 15 Hilux bus came in and adopted those girls. And today, no heads have ruled. Nobody has asked questions. How come nobody was on that road that they were? Amnesty International had to make 5 phone calls that rang out. Nobody picked it. When they wanted to allow the military that, look, these people are coming, nobody picked their calls. So,
the presidency has said that in a couple of days from now, we'll be having names of terrorism financiers. How much of an impact would that list do to insecurity in Nigeria?
If they want to do it, they don't need to announce it.
All right.
Except that these people they are talking about, they have already put them in prison somewhere and they cannot move. If not, why would they alert them that you are going to, what are you saying? You mean they don't know what to do? You want to go and catch somebody where he is hiding, and you first of all call a press conference. This thief that we are looking for since 2 years ago, we have just discovered where he's hiding, and very soon we are going to pick him up. And the thief will be there waiting for you, Abi.
Oh well, Barrister Assistant, the Senate is to screen Christopher Musa later today or before the week runs out as the Minister of Defense. Would that also have some kind of impact on the part of insecurity?
This is to fulfill all righteousness. All the ones they screamed before, what happened? How are they performing? Will they allow the man to even work? It is one thing for you to know your job, and another thing for you to be allowed to do that job. It's as simple as that.
Interesting. Oladare, let's get your opinion on this. The fact that the former CDS have been appointed by the president to be the defense minister, and we know that the Senate is set to screen him to know if he's qualified for the job. What do you make of this, please? Someone that was sacked few weeks or months ago, and now been appointed to be the defense minister?
Yeah, thank you. You see, one thing about this bourgeoisie democracy that we run in this country is the fact that for everything they try to do, there's always an element of wrongdoings. You understand? And also for every appointment, it is less development, less working, right? So when this government seemingly try to do anything, whether it's new appointments, whether it's the state of emergency or insecurity, people still don't see anything changing. People don't see anything positive coming out of all of these their interventions, because where they are supposed to show the political will to do things, they don't show it. So they just do other things just to not feel like they're not doing anything at all, right? So when they're supposed to take decisive actions, they don't take it. So it's understandable when people now say no, nothing will come out of this, or they don't believe in what they've done or what they are trying to do. It's very, very germane when people say that, because that's the fact. I'm very sure that after some weeks we'll come back in this studio to start talking about how the new minister is now failing, and all of these things again. So, like we always maintain, the absolute best is to kick out all of these guys who don't have the will to actually end this ravaging insecurity. They don't have it. Whatever they do, they don't have the way to do the right things. So the utmost solution is for the people to just oust them away.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ishmael, for your submission. Now, Barrister, let's say 2 minutes or thereabouts, if time will permit us. We learned that the governor of Abia State, Alex Soti, visited the president to talk more about the possible release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Recall he went to Sokoto to pay him a visit there in Sokoto Custodial Center. And, what do you make of this, please? Let's start with, what do you think the outcome of this will be? Do you think the president will listen to the governor at this point, even when he couldn't listen to the 44 lawmakers and even the 54 lawmakers and all that? And why is it that this particular case, Nnamdi Kanu's case, has gained so much momentum in Nigeria?
Now, Alex Soti has done well. In fact, I give him kudos for what he has done, the effort he's making. And for me, any effort that will bring Nnamdi Kanu out of that prison is welcomed by me. Even if it's the whole governors or one person, any person that has the ears of the president can do the job on behalf of every other person. Because there are some governors that will not go because of how committed they are. So we don't need the crowd here. If one person can have the ear of the president concerning Nnamdi Kanu, it's welcomed by me. At least they are talking. Yes, and the man gave assurance that very soon he will come out. So that means that the discussion is going on, yes.
So the conversation around political will and solution towards getting him out should be the next move.
Of course, because since the case has been decided, what else? What else?
All right then, Barrister, before we let you go, let's take up another political statement. As it sounds, formal, no, not formal now, PDP's chieftain, I'm talking about Bode George, has called Adeleke's exit a desperate survival move. What do you make of that? Because he's not about the first person to leave the PDP, plus the fact that presently the PDP even have a new representative come the next election in the party and in the state. What's the position with this statement by Bode George? And of course, the fact that he termed it desperate survival.
Look, if care is not taken, and I'm saying this with every sense of responsibility, if care is not taken, PDP may not take part in this election that is coming. All the facts are there. If you have not done the needful up till now, when are you going to do it? When? As I talk to you now, there's no leadership in PDP, no leadership.
Which is the reason why Adeleke left.
Of course, you don't blame them. Those people, they don't have the balls to face the boiling water. So those people who are fighting for their political future, they don't want to stake it with PDP.
The boiling water we're talking about here should be one person against a full party that has been adjudged the biggest party in the entire Africa. in 1999 before time. What do you make of this, that the party is sinking to the point that governors who are still in power cannot salvage the situation?
They made a mistake by allowing Wike all this while. They would have sacked Wike 2 years ago. Why they waited up to now, I don't know. And why they think that the thing is going to work now, I don't know. It's very, very difficult for you to have allowed this man all these privileges up to now, and now you say you want to expel him. What makes you think that that proposition will work? The man is already talking of holding a primary, a convention in the southeast, because all the conditions that you're supposed to follow before you come to your national convention, you didn't follow them. INEC was not there. And so what makes you think that PDP is in the right cause? Right now, there's no leadership. Wike and his group are talking. What's the other man? The chairman, the man that claimed to be the chairman of PDP, is talking. Meanwhile, there is no authentic leader. Nobody is in Wadata house. Everything is in disarray. And that's
sealed by the police.
So everything is disarray. And that's what the president told us.
Right,
that if they can go in disarray, why not? If not.
Let's get your opinion on this, Mr. Ismail Oladare. What do you make of this? The PDP crisis is more like the internal wrangling is still deepening. As we learned from the chieftain of the party, Bode George, he also wrote a letter to the president, dear president, do well to call the Minister of FCT to order that, it's more like we're ending the issue of democracy. What does this really portend for Nigeria and the fact that we're championing democracy for the past 26 years? I guess I was told now that we lost connection with to Oladare.
But the judge is wasting time writing letter. Was he not the same man who was in bed with Wike? You see, it's unfortunate, seriously. How do you know an elder? An elder is that person who will see what the children cannot see. That's why they say what an elder sees sitting down. A young man that climbed bureaucracy will not see it.
But Barrister, he was in bed to making sure that the party still stands. He was in bed with Wike at the time, don't you think so?
When he was hobnobbing with Wike, he didn't know where Wike was going, Abi.
Maybe he doesn't, Barrister.
Sorry?
But maybe he doesn't have that inclination.
The letter he's writing now is useless. Why is he writing Tinubu for that? Why is it? Deal with Wike.
But Barrister, what does this portend for democracy? If we have certain individuals going against or using their office now to make sure that opposition political parties are in disarray. If you say that, he shouldn't write the letter to the president, who, according to some persons, is more like emboldening this individual for not calling him to order, and then he's been trying to distort the party. Recall that one of the things that he said would be the reason for the party to come into normalcy is if the People's Democratic Party, a one-time largest political party in West Africa, would not field in any candidate for the 2027 election. How democratically balanced is that?
Then who gave him the impetus? Who gave him the impetus? You allowed this Wike to be running roughshod over all of you. And when you were doing all these things, you did remember that the person that ride on the back of a tiger always end up on the belly of the tiger. You have forgotten, Abi? Why didn't they take this action against Wike in the beginning? Why didn't they? That's my question. Why didn't they? Knowing fully well that this man wants to be the alpha and omega of PDP. This man wants to contribute. They didn't see it that time, Abi?
Yes, I think that's about it. Is there the possibility that they also did not see it at the time? And that's what Wike was trying to do?
No, the man was using money to stop their mouth. Yes, Wike was using money to compromise all of them. He was sponsoring all of them. So what are you saying? You didn't ask yourself, why is this man doing this?
All right,
Whose money is it that he's spending? Whose money? Is this the father's money?
Well, Barrister,
so after all those ones, you want him to just hand over and go away, Abi?
Well, because of time, really, this is where we have to draw
it's a lesson. It's a lesson. When all these godfathers are sponsoring you, giving you all the privileges, go and check. They are looking for something from you. By the time it is time for payback, don't complain to me. Don't complain. I won't listen.
All right, then. Well, that's, again, a major lesson, according to Barrister. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. And we've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Also joined us virtually is Mr. Oladare Ismail, member Take It Back movement. Of course, he did join us virtually. I want to say big thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Thank you also, Barrister, for being here.
It's my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in the news will be up next. Please stay with us.
Glad to have you back. Still the media news on Voice of the People television. Akwa Ibom has been ranked the cleanest state in Nigeria for the 2025, scoring 75% in the Environment Report Stone 2025. The National Coordinator of Clean Up Nigeria, Ene Owo, announced this today in Abuja. Owo, who also serves as Secretary of the National Technical Study Group, said the ranking came from the Stone 2025 assessment and the Cleanliness Performance Index for all the states. Ebonyi and Enugu placed second and third with scores of 65% and 56% respectively. They say the study combined physical verification of states and towns, which carried 20% of the score. The remaining 80% was generated from satellite imagery that collects monthly spectral data.
Elsewhere, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says in-person continuous voter registration in Yobe's 17 local government areas will end on December the 10th. State INEC Residential Electoral Commissioner Ibrahim Abdullahi announced this in a statement from Damaturu. He said the preliminary voter register will be displayed for claims and objections from December the 15th to the 21st. The process will allow registrants to correct errors in their biodata, including names, wards, and national identification numbers. Abdullahi added that December the 21st has been set aside to handle complaints arising from the claims and objections. The second phase of continuous in-person voter registration will begin January the 5th, 2026.
Meanwhile, the Edo State House of Assembly Service Commission has cancelled the recent employment of 324 people in the Assembly. In a statement signed by its chairman, Ezehi Igbas, and Secretary Isoken Nehi Oloto, the Commission said the employment letters issued were authorized, illegal, and unlawful. It declared all 324 appointments and their letters null, void, and of no effect.
Moving on, Nigerian drivers face road risk as the use of second-hand tires continues, with experts warning that worn-out tires can fail suddenly, leading to accidents. In Benin City, motorists say the scarcity of reliable, affordable new tires leaves them little choice but to rely on used ones. They are calling on the government to regulate the market and provide safer options. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Remain at risk on the roads due to the widespread use of second-hand tires, which experts warn can fall unexpectedly and lead to serious accidents. Feedback from motorists in Benin City shows that many rely on second-hand tires because reliable dealers offering affordable tires are scarce. Others said used tires are simply the only option their budgets can accommodate.
The cost of tire in the market is so much. When you have maybe the new tire, 45,000, 50-something thousand, and you can easily get a fairly used tire for 20,000-25,000 naira. We know that the fairly used tire is not that too good, but we are trying to manage because the cost is too much by a new tire. That is why. We are not just okay with it, but we just have to manage it.
This my own tire I'm using now. It's not up to 2 to 3. Let me say 2 months. You don't define for side. If you go check and I don't define for side. I don't know that they put tire joint tire. They put on joint tire. I don't know why. So I don't know. But they will fear us. We no fit afford new one. Now the fairly use is still there. To buy new one now, the new one it too expensive. But that fairly use we can manage it. But at least when they see they do one way. Let's see they do one way.
The tire that we have nowadays is of no use. It's all fake tires. And because of that, every one of us are buying fake tires. And we spend unnecessary money for what we're not supposed to spend. Because since we don't have Dunlop and Michelin company, no longer exist in Nigeria. But maybe those ones they are existing in other part of the world. But no longer exist. So they make us to buy fake tire. And tire nowadays, tire is one of the essential in motor. Because if you does not have a good tire, like for example rainy season, if you don't know how to drive, it can cause accident.
Motorists are appealing to the government to regulate the market and ensure access to safe and reasonably priced tires. With trusted suppliers limited and a growing number of drivers depending on second-hand tires, road safety remains a major concern, prompting renewed calls for government intervention. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that report, now to some business stories. The Central Bank of Nigeria has revised its cash withdrawal rules effective January 2026. The new policies and the special approval that previously allowed individuals to withdraw 5 million naira and corporates 10 million naira once a month. According to a circular signed by Rita Sike, Director of the Financial Policy and Regulation, the revision aligns cash policies with current economic realities. She said the update aimed to cut cash management costs, improve security, and reduce money laundering risks linked to heavy cash usage. From January 1, individuals may withdraw up to 500,000 naira weekly across all channels, while corporate bodies will be limited to 5 million naira. ATM withdrawals are capped at 100,000 naira daily and 500,000 naira weekly. The CBN further added that all currency denomination can now be loaded in ATMs, while third-party check and encashment remains limited to 100,000 naira.
And from business, we move straight to talking sports. FIFA has pressed ahead with a major video assistant referee rule change for the 2026 World Cup. The world governing body, FIFA, plans to implement the change despite initial rejection from stakeholders and member associations. The update will allow VAR to review decisions on corner kicks during next year's tournament. In October, the International Football Association Board agreed to expand VAR to include checks on incorrectly given yellow cards. However, the proposal to review corner kicks was initially rejected. FIFA says it will push for the corner kick VAR checks at the World Cup, even though domestic leagues have resisted implementing it across all competitions.
Moving on to some entertainment stories, the Edo State House of Assembly has summoned Natasha Osawaru, member representing Ego constituency, over her conduct seen in viral videos. Osawaru, wife of singer Innocent Two-Face Idibia, is expected to appear before the Ethics and Privileges Committee within a week. One video showed Osawaru and Tubaba arguing during an Instagram live hosted by a media practitioner after the singer's former manager accused her of trying to control his finances and career. Tubaba later joined the live stream and warned his former manager to stop discourse in his private life before an off-camera argument with Osawaru became audible. Another clip appeared to show Osawaru shouting at the singer inside a London shop, which led to the arrest. A speaker, Blessing Ababeko, said her conduct has dragged the Assembly's name into disrepute and directed the committee to report back within 2 weeks. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a Spotlight show with Precious Sagumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics?
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm your special girl, Precious Agvani, aka call me Presi. I know say you don't miss me, no worry. Now me go tell you. So today is an interesting, trust me, today's story is an interesting one. And I'm sure you don't want to miss every gist we have for you. So please, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired and grounded. We are bringing you an exciting blend of story, blend of gist. So please don't go anywhere, sit tight while we ride together. And come to think of what we are talking about today, because it plenty. So first off on our list today, we are talking about the Edo State House of Assembly has officially summoned Natasha Osawaru, the member representing Ego constituency and wife of singer Tubaba, to appear before its Ethics and Privileges Committee within 7 days. So the directive followed the circulation of a viral video that shows her in a heated altercation with her husband at London Airport. So in the video, Osawaru can be heard angrily confronting Tubaba inside a shop, repeatedly shouting, "Don't do that, don't fucking do that." You get what I'm trying to say? Now every day you go to shout for me, and why are you raising your voice at me? Is well. So the assembly, through its speaker Blessing, said the lawmaker's conduct had dragged the name of the house into the mud, describing her public outburst as unbecoming of a legislator. So the committee has been given 2 weeks to investigate and report back on the matter. This move assembly is treating what it perceives as a breach of its code of conduct and highlights ongoing tensions over privacy, public image, and accountability for public. So now you can't there now another kasala don dey burst. Is well, oh, Tubaba is well. All right, a lot of people don't come out, talk plenty things concerning this, what is going on in Tubaba's life, talking about Natasha, talking about Tubaba. A lot of people are saying, please, this guy is not functioning well. I think something is wrong somewhere. So we don't, if you ask me, I don't know where they cause the fight, but then this one is saying Tubaba na the fault. This one they say and Natasha be the fault. But then what's your own view? Let's hear what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments of what people have come out to say concerning Tubaba and Natasha. So let's take some comments. And somebody said, as a senator, she should be well behaved in public. Obviously, you go they break bottle, they fight. Kilo day as senator is scary. So somebody said, if we survived Regina versus Ned, God, Amaka Afana, Ned, we can survive Tubaba versus Natasha. God, I beg. See, I don't know what that happened, but divorce just a fly up and down these days. What's going on? I've been talking about this a lot. People that that want to settle down, go into marriage, and the rest of them with their spouse, and please make una they calm down. I got to talk about something to someone someday, and the person was telling me, please, I'm over 40 and I want to get settled. We know they argue say you suppose don't marry, you understand? But it's not a do or die affair. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You must not kill yourself because you are not married. People wait there inside the marriage, they run come out. You guys relax. I'm telling you, not be everything you want enter. If you just rush it, that's so you go rush out you. I tell you truth, that's so it be. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And somebody said, every time that I look into your eyes, I see fire in there. Now brimstone they see, now not even fire. All right. Faith Angel said, I want to be your beginning and the end. Wait till they happen. We are not they bring out lyrics. Lyrics, they cry, oh. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And them said, misplaced priorities. Is well. And BT Apparel said, why don't you address her by her surname though? Natasha Idibia, please. Okay. I say no, okay, Natasha Idibia, please. Okay, no wahala at BT Apparel. And Star Enterprise said, waiting concern Edo people for Tubaba peaceful marriage. God. See, this peaceful marriage, it will cost a lot. All right, Mary Todd said, did anyone give Ned Nwoko any timeline to appear before any committee? Just asking because it's women, they always know how to summon in Nigerian politics. Okay. And Kwam Zach said, Tubaba, to be sincere, was supposed to stay single a little while before this. I feel that what this person said is actually true. You know, when you leave a particular marriage or divorce, it takes time for you to heal. Except you don't already fall out of love for that person and really, just cherish that person. But come to think of it, I'm saying based on, you know, if you ask me, I feel that time for you to heal is supposed to be there, because why would you just come out from one and just jump inside another one? Like, that is just like, you just feel that it's something that you can, marriage is something that you can just go into and come out if you want to come out. It's more than that. Seriously, it's more than that. Let's take some comments more. We have a lot of comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. So Shegun Photography said, I like as God share problem, give everybody. Everybody get problem, but make your problem no just a pray, say may God give you grace. Because this problem say feel pass you, you know, there are some problems you feel get like this, you know if you control them. It's well with you. All right, KC said, how many adult women in abusive marriage have had their husband called before this committee? Suddenly the system works when it's a man that's being abused. You people should be nice for once. No matter the fact, you know, I'm talking about Two-Face and the rest of them. I think Two-Face is he's a humble person. You know, a lot of persons have actually talked about him being humble, him not trying to be a trouble person, a troublemaker or whatever. He's this kind of kind person that would want to see his brother happy. You get? And we have all been enjoying his music for a very long time. Yes, if you never enjoyed African Queen, then you are lying. Because come to think of it, he has been a good person. And so even if this kind of thing is happening, I don't think we should all come out and start saying plenty things, you know, blaming who not to blame. But I feel that right now is when he needs our prayers, because come to think of it, that is what we can help him with right now. Because everybody, they shout, you know, justice, justice, justice. I don't know, because you don't already carry yourself enter this one. So you just need the grace of God to help you out. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, we have a lot of comments. And somebody said, the warrior goddess, person they correct her husband on the vex. So you want to correct your husband, you will not break bottle to correct your husband. Ah, God is well, my gender. All right, Maggie Chuku said, funny enough, I love how she's giving Two-Face the beating of his life. I hope it continues. That man is extremely promiscuous. He deserves more. So he deserves more beating. Okay, it's well with you. And more real said, because she corrected her lovely husband. Okay, another person said, if love is a crime, I'd like to be that wanted. Too bad. You people should stop using his lyrics over, please. I dey beg una. Mona, calm down. It's well. Me, waiting I feel pray for him. Say make God help him for this, you know, situation we're in there right now. Him and a wife, and everything should just be fixed, because that's all I have to say. Yes, and that takes us to our next gist. We're talking about a lot of things, so please stay put, so make we gist plenty gist. And yes, second on our list, we're talking about content creator Frank Etom has issued a stern public warning to married men who have been sending him flirtatious or risky direct messages on social media. So in a viral Instagram story, Etom described the behavior as inappropriate and disrespectful, saying he is tired of receiving such advances from men who are already committed in their marriages. He stated that while he occasionally gets messages from both single and married individuals, the inbox requests from married men have become out of hand. This is scary. So Etom further said, cautioned that he will begin blocking single senders and reporting married offenders to their wives if the behavior continues. He warns he's sparked wide reactions on social media, with many users debating privacy, accountability, and why married men are reaching out to him in the first place. But why married? Like, I don't know how you people do this thing. Like, man go just there, fellow man go they tell him, baby, I love you. Not be to punch you. Father. Very disgraceful something. Like, you people should. Hey, father. This is actually scary. I see a lot of people doing this, saying this. I have not really, you know, witnessed, but when people now come out and say this thing, it's something to really look into, because it's scary. Your fellow man, you know, if it's a lady, normally, ladies feel come like this, hug their fellow lady and say, hey, how are you, babe? What's up? It's normal, but make guy just try it. Do you understand? It's so weird. Like, man, we get muscle, when they tell you, guy how far, babe how far, your own fellow man wey still get muscle, you understand that kind of thing. Hey God, just help us. All right, he don't talk say if anybody send that kind of message, say he go report, especially the married ones. Like what is going on? What is going on for crying out loud? You not there with your wife when you go there peacefully. Now another man that you decide, that is demonic. Let's take some comments because people don't come out to say what is going on. They need to have hey, it be like say any person where they date now. For those people where they single, we need to ask these people. We need to ask men, are you straight or are you because it don't reach time when they go to ask that kind of question. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments, so please let's take some comments. And yes, Ada Ikwere said, and the wife of that man will be in the comment section laughing a single lady why she's unmarried. Oh, Father, this is actually demonic, you know, dating your fellow man. Father, just they plead the blood of Jesus. Okay, Queen Honey said, I beg, first show us the person first because it's very important. How you want to bring out the person picture? You don't even know himself. It's well. So Kitchen Chronicle said, I honestly read it as straight woman. Okay, Ijoma said, yeah, no problem. Substance Mode said, I understood after reading it 3 times, and the only thing in my head is, did I just hear? Oh God. So after talking, you do to your fellow man. Hey, blood of Jesus. Let's take more comments. So Happy Focus Comedy said, country they scatter and some still they find man. Do you get that? People they find way to solve their issues. You say they find your fellow man. Like what is going on? You need deliverance. All right, MZ Nyenya said, next time tag the way make we use hold body. Everybody they vex. I they vex. I they find who to pour out my frustration on. Don't worry. You pour out your frustration on your family members. All right, sir. FX said a wise is enough for the world. Is well with you. Who gets here make shame. Yeah. Okay, we have lots of comments. Let's take more comments. This is my comment section, people. Una no get joy. Una to the best. All right. Bad Girl Perch said, okay, one fee gone ED brother me. All right. Beauty by Chaos said, God I beg. Then Gigi Safara said, this generation must have differently surpassed Sodom and Gomorrah because this one don't pass. I don't even know what I could call them again. Oh, Jesus. So is there surpass Sodom and Gomorrah in audacity in I am certain. Okay, Priscilla said, how do you leave a woman and crave for your fellow man? How? Like how? I won't take joy in that kind of thing. Jesus. When Adam they sleep, now God come out rib for him, but he give woman. You said they go find fellow man. I don't understand you. They need to conduct deliverance on your head. Like straight, you don't pass 3 days because this one will be 1 year. Then they go give you that prayers. So let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, and yes, let's take more comments. And somebody said, I thought it's the other way round. My sister, wake up. So another person said, the fact is that they are not even scared anymore. Talk against it. They'll criticize you on social media for being normal, following the natural order of things. Lol. In fact, you'll be shocked to see the enablers. They'll also contribute to the criticism. And it's not be lie. Okay, Dr. Farouk said, please find her and send it to her. The mattress lady said, plot twist, some of the wives know. Funny enough. Yes, that's true. All right, Markin said, no wonder women talk say men scarce because men self they find most sought after. It's well, yo. It's well with them for people where they find their fellow man. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And yes, we're talking about Joseph Aloba, father of the late Nigerian singer Mohbad, has again stated that his son will not be laid to rest until the DNA test ordered for Mohbad's son, Liam, is completed. So he emphasized in a recent circulated video that the paternity verification remains the major factor delaying the burial, describing the DNA test as the most important step before any final rites can be carried out. So according to Aloba, once the DNA results are released, the family will proceed immediately with Mohbad's burial arrangements. His insistence follows months of public debate and legal discussion surrounding the paternity issue, which has further complicated the already sensitive circumstances of the late singer's death. You see, this Mohbad's death is a lot of things. Now his son trying to, you know, they want to bury the father, and all this whole drama things is going on. I don't just know what to say about this whole thing. If dead, let them go and rest in peace. Why create all this whole drama? But as well, you know, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things concerning late Mohbad's son's paternity test and what the father has said. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come to say concerning this. So somebody said to rest in peace in Nigeria is by serious connection. Seriously. All right, another person said yes, as how? So Tommy Diva said celebrity mourner. Okay. Oh. Emmanuel said watch them come for this man for doing what is right. Another person said he can't dey glow. I've been on my eye. People should leave the old man in peace. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take some more comments. And yes, Mohbad's spirit is very strong. And Consultants 24/7 Limited said the man done overfresh. And another person said, my question is why Wunmi no tell the whole world at first place now nurse by her husband? No be Naira Marley, because she also knows the truth. Okay, GLCB said there's no good father that would delay his young son's burial like this. Funny enough, in Yoruba culture, okay, unofficial Mr. J said strong man stood his ground against women bullies. Clear conscience fears no accusation. Why taking years for just DNA? So Godwin J said more suffered alive and still in death. All for what exactly? My dear, it's well. All right, this is where we take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest here with us. So please don't get anywhere. Stay put till we come back.
TV. My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight, and I'm your girl Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. Yes, we've been talking about a lot of things, and me, I know say you'd enjoy yourself, but calm down, we still get plenty of things to talk about. Yes, and we have a guest joining us today, and yes, joining us today is a creative, dynamic fashion designer whose work is defined by bold individuality and eye for detail, with a background in physiology from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, where he also served as a director of socials and a master's degree in business administration. He blends artistic intuition with strategic insight. His journey into fashion began at the crossroads of passion and self-discovery, rooted in a childhood spent observing style, color, harmony, and form, and strengthened by a natural flair for art. He grew into a designer who thrives on transforming ideas into reality. So his sketches often, features models styled in distinctive, slightly unconventional designs, and approach that has become a hallmark of his creative identity. So beyond fashion, he enjoys art, swimming, and basketball interests that continues to influence his sense of style, balance, and creative rhythm. With each new project, he aims to challenge the norm, elevate individuality, and redefine what fashion can be. So we have somebody here. Hey, I'm sure you want to hear his name. Let's welcome Annie Joshua to the show. My God, this is me. I'm already. How are you feeling?
I'm good.
Are you sure you're good? You're just so calm.
Of course.
So tell me how you feel this.
Well, I'm pretty much elated. I'm feeling good. You know, first time on your show.
You see, I feel good. You know that song? So good.
I feel good, yeah, I feel good.
So tell me, Josh, how's the week been for you?
This week has been pretty, you know, tumults, but I think it's been good so far.
Tumults. So come to think of it, maybe you went somewhere to enjoy yourself. Tumults, or you've been working. What particular aspect?
You know, we are approaching the season. So
I guess
I've been getting so many orders, and so it has been hectic.
It has been hectic.
Yeah.
But the money is there.
Of course.
Oh my God. So come to think of it, before we go into what we have today, so I would like to ask this question, maybe basically personally. So have you been in any position where you've heard some wrong things of what people have said about you? And how did you feel about it? And how did you go about, clearing the air and what's
personally, I like to keep to myself. You know, I'm kind of like an introvert.
Oh, blood of Jesus.
So I don't go out often to even listen to what people say. And I feel like the way I go about it, if I do hear, is I just ignore it and let my work speak for itself.
Oh, wow, that's nice. See people where they come. They stress themselves now. They won't. He just work out for them. So please, Josh, I know a lot of people are watching right now and they really want to know who you are. So please, can we meet you?
Okay, like everybody already knows. My name is Joshua, and Joshua, My friends call me Caesar. You know,
Caesar. Why did they call you Caesar? So what's the name about? So how did the name Caesar come up?
I think growing up, I've been always talking about fashion and building my empire and stuff. So I guess the name stuck.
Building empire, Caesar. This name just they go. That's nice. So what's it about, fashion? How did you come about doing fashion? Because I've seen some of your works and I'm like, this is really good for Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
So how did you come about doing fashion?
I think fashion has been, for me, more than fashion. It has been like fresh air. Yeah. So I have like a very keen eye for details. When I see people around, I like to check out what they're wearing. Yeah. From small. I like to check out the color patterns and all that. So it has been that thing for me, and I'm very intrigued with art. So fashion is art for me. So
nice.
That's how I got into fashion.
So what first struck your interest in designing? Is it the art? What was that thing you saw that you said, no, I must go into fashion, that this is where I am called?
Okay, like you said, is the art. Growing up, I used to draw characters. I like to draw all the cartoon characters I saw, and because of that, I have this really imaginative mind. So while drawing those characters, I like to adorn them with like attires and stuff, unique attires. So I think that's where my passion came from. Having to also not just think about the character I was drawing, but the outfits they were wearing and how, it related to the story I was trying to use those characters in. So that was like my first impression of fashion. Yeah. So after that, I like I said, the details. Every time I go out, I see people. I like to pay attention to the details. Okay, what shoe is he wearing? What color of shoe? How does it match with his outfit? So I find myself thinking and pondering about this. I was like, okay, I really need to get into fashion.
So how has the journey been like for you?
It's been good.
Are you sure? No, you have to say, because you first of all, the breath, like you trying to, express yourself with this, you need to tell us, why did you breathe first before saying it's good? Because the it's good is shaky.
No,
so how has the journey been like?
Okay,
seriously.
Truly, it's been good, really. But I guess the negative side is definitely the business aspect. You know,
the business aspect.
Having to manage, you know, the business, knowing that like from where I'm from, the country I'm from, it's not really easy, you know, getting money or stuff like that. So, you know, putting together all those things while staying creative, it can be really mentally draining. So yeah, I guess that's where I had to sigh, because like most people don't know that handling a business is really tough.
If you say it's really tough, actually.
It's really tough.
Yes.
People just look at business owners and be like, oh, this guy Odogo, he has money.
They don't know the stress way.
Well, they don't know like behind the scene, like there are times you look rugged.
I'm telling you.
You just be in your thoughts all the time, trying to fix one or two things.
Yes.
Make sure that people that are looking up to you, you know, don't feel let down. So yeah, but ultimately, I think I'm very, very happy with my journey, because before I actually really started, every time I get like an inspiration, like okay, to design, and the inspiration just stays there. So my main joy is the fact that like my inspiration is always I'm able to bring it out. I'm able to visualize it, right, and put it into effect and see it in the physical, like see it in physical form on a mannequin, on a person, and you know, that gives me joy.
So tell me, how has your background, you know, influenced your work?
Okay, I guess it has been very instrumental in my work, because you know, growing up as not so rich, right? You have to manage, and I think there's a saying that rich kids don't know how to dress. Because
you get that. I think so. You know, I've seen a lot of rich people, you know, being so simple.
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say? They don't really stress.
Exactly. They don't stress it. They just feel like, I have all this. You know, their wardrobe is usually stacked.
Yeah.
You know, so they probably not be thinking about what's best to match with this.
Yeah.
But like you coming from, you know, having a limited wardrobe. You realize that, okay, for someone like me who don't like to, you know, be seen on an outfit twice. Right. I definitely just like to, okay, this trousers goes well with this shirt, and there are so many other ways I can combine this. So yeah, I think that's like the edge I have over so many people in that sense, that I know how to style, I know how to combine fits, in the weirdest way, because I'm kind of, everybody is different, but as well, I'm also kind of different. So yeah.
So I'm talking about the art now. I know you know, how do you approach the process of creating a new design or collection? How do you do it? I know it's about the sketches and what really inspires you in making those designs.
Okay, I guess it has to start with my environment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I'm sitting down, like let me share a quick story, right? I was in Akure one time, and you know, Akure is where I was staying is like cut off from, let's say, civilization. So there's lots of bushes around. So it's also very, very nice too. So I came out, and there are lots of palm trees around there, and you know, so I was like, I sat down on my balcony, and I was just, you know, thinking daily. Then I thought, can I make a jacket with broomsticks?
Jackets with broomsticks. Whoa.
Yeah, so something like that. Like, how would it work? Like, how good would it be? End of the day, I kind of found like it's definitely not something you can use on a long-term thing, you know, because those broomsticks will break. But just for the creative part of it, just for, let's say, costume, it definitely works, because, you know, you weaving broomsticks together to make a jacket would like make a very fine jacket.
So tell me, did you really pull that through?
I didn't. I didn't, because it was during my days of, always having an inspiration and not being able to pull it off. But now I've done so many other things that I've been able to pull off.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
So what has been the most challenging part for you in
fashion?
In fashion, yeah.
I guess is getting my work out there.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You can be so, consumed with so many things.
Yes.
Both your ideas and your managing and everything, then having to now get it out there too.
Yeah.
For an introvert like me, can be challenging.
It
Yeah.
can be. So being an introvert now, like how would you tell me, like how would you say that fashion is for you right now? How do you see fashion like in the future?
Yeah, okay. I definitely do see my fashion going far because it's quite unique, and I like to explore those areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where do I see myself here?
Yeah.
I definitely do see myself on the global stage,
Ooh.
definitely. And a few years from now, I definitely know that I would be somewhere, up there.
Growing up, there was this show I normally watch then. I don't know what they call Fashion Police. I don't know if it's still until now. So a lot of people, when I hear them talk about, kind of wears people come out to put on scary looks and the ones that are yes, that ticked yes, the ones that are ticked no. So I would like to ask this question. Have you been in any position where you made a particular dress and what people see, they didn't really like that outfit? And how did you feel about it?
No, I haven't actually been in such situations, because the reaction I get mostly from people is bewilderment. Like, they're always, wow,
astonished at what at your creation.
Some of them be like some people might not really get it.
Yeah.
But they don't hate it.
Okay.
Also, it's just like not them. Some people could be just in as much as I'm an innie, I like to stand out with my dressing. So some people might not be like that. Some people might like so simple
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not so much like that.
Okay,
so,
nice.
Yeah.
So who are the people that that have really influenced you in fashion?
Influence. My major influence is my very good friend Udoka.
Okay.
Yes, he was one of my motivators in school, because he's someone I also saw myself in. This guy has gone far from where I was starting.
Yeah.
Right. So I saw him as someone who was an inspiration for me.
Yeah.
I've also studied several fashion books and people.
Yeah.
I do study a lot of international designers. So Yoji Yamamoto.
Okay.
Yeah, I've studied several. I can't really remember right now. Maybe because I'm here with you. So
it's fine. All right, and yes, we'll take a short break because we don't talk plenty things about fashion with Annie. Yes, Joshua. So please don't go anywhere, because if you want to learn things about fashion, you want to know more about fashion, how to go into fashion, how to get your own ideas and the rest of them. Don't go anywhere. Stay put till we come back.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpet. awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Akmando, aka Call Me Prezi. And trust me, we are still here with Annie Joshua. Woo! And we've been talking about a lot of things, about fashion, about style. So come to think of it, Joshua, please tell us, what kind of style do you make?
Okay, I make, different types of style. I definitely don't deal with lots of native wears because I guess they are quite simple, though I do see some natives that are, transcending that simple vibe and really going into that contemporary, style. I do prefer to make, shirts that I mess with, trousers that, aren't looking, so streetwears.
Yeah.
Right, hoodies, just like this one.
Just like this one.
Yeah, I actually designed it different from the regular hoodie. You know, it has like the curved arms and stuff like that.
So why did you choose doing, simple stuff like this than choosing? Because a lot of people want to go into the making of the abada, making of, all those regular, African prints and the rest of them.
Okay, I guess I'm one of those types that, I'm more, foreign driven.
Yeah.
So I that's where I get my styles from.
Okay.
So I do love a lot of Virgil Abloh. So, studying him, I get to make wares like him.
Oh, nice. So right now, do you have anything you're working on?
Yeah, this hoodie is like a project I just worked on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to be releasing more soon.
Ooh,
I have
nice.
a lot working on this in the studio, so I'll be releasing a lot more. And with a lot of variations.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess you can wait for that.
Oh wow! So tell me, how do you stay innovative in a field that is constantly evolving? What's your view on the current trend fashion? Because recently I went to the GTCO and I saw a lot of fashion, people using nets and the rest of them. It was really funny because I'm like, what is going on? Is this all fashion? So how do you stay evolving in this kind of trend right now?
Well, like you said, most of them in GTCO is definitely just costume. Yeah, they are not practical in real sense, right? And some are. But to stay evolving is to keep evolving yourself.
Yeah.
It's not just about, just knowing a particular style and just sticking with it. There's a designer I know, Rick Owens, and there's something he said.
Yeah.
He was like, learn how to make clothes.
Yeah.
So it's not just about you just sticking with, what you know.
Yeah.
It's about you exploring, your creativity, and your imaginations in fashion. So anything can be fashionable.
So in all the clothes you make or the wares you make, do they tell a particular story?
Yes, for sure.
And what's the story about?
Well, it depends on the context of the clothes, right?
Yeah.
Some clothes, it could be the story of what you're thinking, what you're going through at that moment.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Some clothes, it could be more about a cultural perspective, right? So yeah, every clothes has its own story, and every artist is like the one telling the story.
Oh, nice. So what particular wear have you made that you would want to, you know, remake all the time, that you feel so particular about this one? Because I know that you make a lot of clothes or a lot of wares that you want to, you know, just give out at some point, but there's a particular one you always want to, you know, face and say, this is it. I don't think I would love to remake this particular one all the time. So
which one would I like? I don't think I have a peak of which particular one I want to constantly keep making, because like you said, I'm always trying to evolve.
Yeah.
So in as much as I'm not really moving on from the last thing I made, you know, it stays with me. But the fact that I brought it out, you know, from my mind, I can keep space in my mind for something else, to think of something else.
Okay.
So I just like staying creative.
Oh, that's nice. So talking about your brand, what does the future hold for your brand?
Trick High Fashion. That's the name of my brand.
Oh, nice.
What the future holds for us is definitely more customers, more people influenced by my art, because fashion is also art to me. Yeah, more people influenced by my art, and more people, you know, getting involved with, you know, my brand.
Yeah. Wow. That is beautiful. So what are there been any challenges so far so good in your, you know, fashion have you faced personally? You know, a lot of people face trying to get to their customers. I've seen a lot of customers, people that come to buy, you know, make clothes, and they're saying other what you order versus what you got. And a lot of people will be like, madam, this is not what I asked you to make for me. Some people will bring the heavens down because of that. Have you been in such position before?
Yeah, no. No.
Oh my God.
No.
Yes.
Why I can say I haven't been in such position is, one, most of my outfits are original.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and secondly, when people bring like maybe their idea of what they want to make, maybe from some other designer.
Yeah.
And I go through it and study it, and I give them like honest opinion on why it would work and why it won't work. Because so many people might come and, you know, they come with substandard fabric and expect you to pull the same results. It can never be the same results.
Okay.
Or, you know, body shape also matters
a
lot in fashion, and yeah, all that comes together to actually make it feel like what you ordered versus what you got. But like what you ordered might actually cost the design, or what you saw might actually cost a designer that made it like over 100K or so, and you are bringing just 50K to make it like it would work.
Okay, what's the most would I say your brand, is it friendly wise based on finances and the rest of them? If people want to get clothes, how would you tag your payment? Is it friendly? Because a lot of people might not want to get your brand because of how expensive it is. So
it's friendly.
Oh. Why did you put it's friendly? We know a lot of, you know, fabrics nowadays are quite expensive.
Yeah.
And a lot of people want to get this particular fabric, but because of the price, they want to go for something. Have you been able to fix up something for those people that want to?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay.
It's friendly in sense that, like, you know, most fashion designers or true fashion designers, you know, mock up their clothes to like 3x, like make 3x profit on it. Yeah. So mine is more friendly because I won't go as high as that, you know. Due to the fact, one, I'm starting, I'm just in my, you know, beginning phase, so I don't have to price that much. And so why it's not so friendly for people who might be cheap, right? Is that like if you're coming cheap, I might not have something for you.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Josh, for sharing your life with us here on the Spotlight Show. And we love fashion. I love fashion. I love clothes. And it's a good thing that we're talking about fashion, designs, and art, and the rest of them. So thank you so much, Josh, for joining us on the Spotlight Show. I enjoyed myself, trust me, and I'm sure our viewers also did too. So to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet with purpose. So bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. secrets, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where United States President Donald Trump has denigrated Somalia, qualifying it as barely a country, and describing Somali immigrants as garbage, saying he did not want them in the U.S. Speaking at the end of a cabinet meeting, Trump said some might consider his remarks politically incorrect, but that he did not care. He stated that the government would be going the wrong way if it keeps taking in garbage into the country. He said earlier Tuesday targeted Somali-born Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, calling her and her friends garbage. Earlier, Trump said that refugees were a main cause of social problems in the U.S., citing Minnesota as an example, which he said had been taken over by hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia. He further announced the end of a Somali protection program in Minnesota, which current statistics suggest affects only a few hundred people. His remarks came amid a high-profile Minnesota welfare fraud case in which several dozen Somali residents allegedly defrauded the state system of hundreds of millions of dollars under Governor Tim Walz. Away from that report, Sudanese medics groups have said they are deeply concerned about the unknown fate of dozens of children and women in Babmusa, West Kordofan, after clashes between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces, the RSF. According to the Sudan Doctors Network, Babmusa saw heavy fighting and the violence threatens families who previously sought shelter at the Army's 22nd Infantry Division headquarters after RSF forces overran the city. The group added that videos posted by RSF members showed large numbers of women and children at the base in severe humanitarian conditions. The network demanded that their safety and protections be ensured and their transfer to a safe location without being harmed or detained arbitrarily on accusations of having relatives in the army. Still in Sudan and in another development, reports say the Sudan's government based in Port Sudan has offered Russia its first naval base in Africa and investments in the mining sector, particularly gold, in exchange for weapons. According to the United States and Sudanese officials, the offer includes a 25-year agreement allowing Moscow to deploy up to 300 soldiers and 4 warships, including nuclear-powered vessel, a port in Port Sudan or another naval facility on the Red Sea. The media said the location provides Russia with a strategic foothold that directly overlooks trade routes passing through the Suez Canal, which handles about 12% of global trade. Also, a senior U.S. official was quoted to have warned that a Russian base in Port Sudan or Libya could expand Moscow's capacity to use force and allow it to operate without restraints. The development comes as the Sudanese military leadership is seeking new sources of arms amid a fierce war with the Rapid Support Forces led by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization chief, Tedros Ghebreyesus, has called on parties to the Sudanese conflict to protect healthcare facilities and workers amid ongoing attacks against them. Ghebreyesus stated on X that attacks on healthcare have continued in Sudan, preventing people from accessing urgent needed care. He disclosed that in West Kordofan, most of Al Nuhud Hospital have been occupied, leaving the population without proper medical care. Recalling the recent withdrawal decision from Zalingi Hospital in Central Darfur by the Doctors Without Borders after a health worker was killed earlier in the month, Ghebreyesus noted that since the state of the conflict in April 2023, World Health Organization has verified 198 attacks on healthcare, killing 1,735 healthcare workers and patients and wounding 438. He reminded the perpetrators that attacks on healthcare are a violation of international humanitarian law and must stop, calling on all parties to ensure the protection of patients, health personnel, and health facilities. And in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the army and Rwandan-backed M23 rebels have traded accusations of ceasefire violations ahead of the White House hosting the accord signing to end fighting in the country's east. Rwanda has denied backing M23, which says it is fighting to protect Tutsi communities in eastern Congo. However, each side is accusing the other of trying to sabotage the peace deal with attacks in South Kivu. The armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo said its troops had come under attack in Kaziba, Katongota, and Luberica from the M23 rebel group and its allies. According to the army spokesperson, Major General Sylvain Ekengi, these attacks clearly show the coalition's intention to sabotage the Washington and Doha peace agreement. On the other hand, leader of the rebel alliance that includes M23 rebel, Corneille Nangaa, said on X that Congolese forces, together with the Burundian army and other allies, had launched attacks in the same province. From the DRC, we go to the Guinea-Bissau, where Electoral Commission said it was unable to complete the November 23rd presidential election process after armed men seized ballots and vote tallies from its offices, while servers storing the results were destroyed. Army officer in the West African state seized power on November the 26th, a day before the Electoral Commission was due to announce the results of the contested election. In a statement, a senior official of the Electoral Commission, Idrissa Diallo, said the commission does not have the material and logistics conditions to follow through with the electoral process. Buildings, including the Electoral Commission's offices, came under attack when the army officers took power. Still in Guinea-Bissau, the ECOWAS Parliament has described the recent military coup d'etat and takeover of power in Guinea-Bissau as an unacceptable assault on democracy and a direct threat to regional and global stability. The Parliament Speaker, Memunatu Ibrahima, made the declaration during the 2025 second ordinary session in Abuja, convened by the Parliament amid rising concerns over West Africa's slip in democratic governance. Ibrahima, whose keynote address was read by the first Deputy Speaker and Nigeria's Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Baru, warned that the coup violated ECOWAS' zero-tolerance principle against unconstitutional changes of government. Noting that the military takeover occurs in spite of a peaceful electoral process, he demanded the full restoration of democratic order in the country. Ibrahima further announced that a high-level session would be held on Wednesday to enable regional parliamentarians exhaustively deliberate on the coup in Guinea-Bissau and chart the way forward. And in Tunisia, family sources say police arrested prominent opposition figure Ayachi Hamami at his home to enforce a 5-year prison term on a conviction for conspiracy against state security. An appeal court handed down jail terms of up to 45 years last week to dozens of opposition leaders, including Hamami, as well as business figures and lawyers on charges of conspiracy to overthrow President Kais Saied. Critics have called the sentences a sign of Saied's increasingly authoritarian rule. Hamami served as Minister of Human Rights in 2020, said in a video posted by his family on his Facebook page that he had spent years fighting for democracy, freedom and rights, vowing to turn his cell into a new front for struggle, where he also plans to go on a hunger strike. Still in the North African region, Egypt is in talks with Washington to co-chair an international conference on early recovery and reconstruction in the Gaza Strip. The diplomatic push comes amid continued Israeli violations and growing concerns that the current ceasefire could collapse. According to sources, the Egyptian initiative may accelerate the conference, which was originally expected to be held at the end of November, and help curb further Israeli bridges while reassuring international partners about funding commitments for Gaza's building. Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelatif with German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul told newsmen in Berlin that Cairo was consulting with the United States to form a joint chairmanship for the Reconstruction Conference. He added that Egypt hoped to reach agreement on a date as soon as possible in cooperation with partners. Meanwhile, Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majid Al-Nasir said the mediation efforts to maintain the ceasefire were ongoing amid worrying violations, warning that each bridge weakens the truce. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then, Barrister, let's go to this story. Of course, it's concerning the post-ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Egypt clearly is at the forefront in trying to co-chair the reconstruction of Gaza with the United States. Some have called this particular conversation between Egypt and Washington as one major step that Egypt is taking, and should this pull through, might just push Egypt as that country that the world should be reckoning with when it comes to these kind of conversation of peace and, of course, stability across all African continents. What's your position with this, Barrister?
Yes, there is nothing too surprising about Egypt playing a role here because of regional and I think religious affinity.
Okay.
It's an Arab state.
Right.
And an Arab country is involved here. So if Egypt, with their proximity to Palestine, is playing a role here, I mean, what is the surprising thing? Besides, it will be a sort of making Israel realize that, look, we were your former slave masters, and we are still strong, and we can play a role. I think that is what is being pushing this thing. They know the history behind the two of them. Egypt will see it as a payback time to tell Israel that we are still your slave master, even though they may not come out to say it. So playing a role here is out of the conviction that, yes, Egypt sees itself as a strong Arab neighbor and who can manage a situation to save an Arab state and then give it back to Israel. That's what I think is happening.
Well, Barrister, looking at this diplomatic push coming from Israel now, and of course with a little bit of support from the UAE, the rebuilding of the Gaza Strip, should that place be rebuilt, would it still have that ancestral feel on the part of the Palestinians who would return home at the end of it afterwards?
You know, there is this proverb in Yoruba land, when an Oba's palace gets burnt, it becomes more beautiful after rebuilding it.
Okay.
Is that?
Okay.
So I see it that since the US and other Western allies are involved, that Palestinian, that Gaza Strip might become a beautiful city, a more beautiful city after reconstruction. Because I can see that the whole Western world are all involved, because they were the ones that pressurized America and Israel to stop the bombing. And so they will be willing and so happy with the entire Arab nations, including what's it called? Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and these are wealthy nations in the Middle East. So Gaza will become more beautiful.
Well, again, economically, that would also be a plus on the path of the Palestinians, don't you think?
I think so. Yeah, they are going to bring them back, give them all they need to stand on their feet, because we are talking of a two-state solution now. We did rebuilding. It means that eventually Israel and Hamas will agree for a two-state solution, so that the skirmishes will stop. In fact, with what has happened, it will be unthinkable for Hamas to try what they did on October 7th.
Well, Barrister, another concern is being raised in this whole conversation with the fact that external experts have, projected the entire cost of this rebuilding to the tune of $70 billion. And of course, with an unprecedented scope requiring diversified donor coalition. Would this coalition and of course donor be able to raise this kind of figure because of what we're looking at here?
Look what is
70 billion euro, Barrister.
Look, that thing is peanut. That thing is peanut to Saudi Arabia alone. Saudi Arabia. Not to talk of when the entire Arab states and the Western world. I mean, that money is nothing to them now. It's nothing, seriously. It's peanut. America can pick the bill. America can pick that bill and it will not touch their economy. So what are you saying? It's nothing. I see that, yes, this is for the reconstruction, but the rehabilitation will take more.
Okay.
Yeah, it will take more because Palestine or the people of Gaza need to be rehabilitated. They need to start their life afresh. Institutions need to be rebuilt and all that. So that money is just to reconstruct the place. Maybe have structures and the shelter. But I know that over $100 billion is involved here. By the time you put everything together, over $100 billion. But it is nothing compared to what the Western world is spent after the Second World War to rehabilitate Poland and other nations that Hitler terrorized.
Yes. So rehabilitation now you think is going to cost even much more than this particular figure?
Yes, it will.
But again, when rehabilitating these people, is that the possibility that the mindset of what happened before now would still be the mindset that these Palestinians will be going into that same place with? Or would they have a changed mindset?
Well, what will happen is that, they are going to be more cautious now. That belligerent attitude by Hamas, I think they will caution them not to, always thinking of fighting Israel, always thinking of that mindset will completely change. They will not be aggressive again to their neighbors. That's what I think, and that's what is going to happen.
All right, then let's move to another conversation, Barrister, because of time. In Tunisia right now, President Kais Saied is clearly using the might of the judicial system to clamp down on opposition. Interestingly, opposition figure Ayachi Hamani have been handed a 5-year prison term and of course in conviction for conspiracy against state security. In fact, appeal court handed down jail terms to up to 45 years last week to dozens of opposition leaders, including Hamani, as it stands, Barrister, using justice to become a weaponization for sitting figures like the president. What do you think would be the outlook of the next election in Tunisia? Should there be any? Because we hear now that opposition figures are presently pulling down and say they are not even going to contest anything with Kais Saied in Tunisia?
If you are trying to hound the opposition from contested election, then you are looking for a one-party state, which is even more dangerous.
How deadly is a one-party state, barrister?
Sorry?
How deadly is a one-party state, particularly in the states where they say they have the democracy?
You are looking for a dictatorship that is supreme and all. That is the danger here. That means nobody will criticize you, nobody will question you. You are free to decide who will die and who will live. That is the danger of one-party states. No opposition. Meanwhile, you claim you are in a democracy where everybody have a right to say or do what he wants. It's no longer there. So a one-party state is a recipe for what? For anarchy, for coup, for chaos. Because at a point, this dictator will become so powerful and so dictatorial that people will no longer cope. And they will burst out one day. Maybe there may be a revolution in that country.
Well, Barrister, President Saied have been accused of having to clamp down on opposition. Clearly, the people are calling it authoritarian rule as it stands. What, again, is the implication of this? Now, you also recall that Hamani he did serve as a humanitarian, human rights minister in 2020. Should this kind of person be a victim of,
in fact, of what he was fighting for?
Yes.
And now that will tell you the contradiction. And maybe those you offended when he was in that ministry will say, "Oh, serves you right," you know. And in fact, that is a very big contradiction. A man fighting for human rights now have his own human rights abused, withdrawn. You know, he can no longer defend what he was fighting for before. So it's very dangerous. What this man is trying to do in Tunisia is to create a one-party state. In fact, it's like he doesn't want opposition, like most African leaders. And when you have this kind of mindset, it shows that you have failed as a government. It shows that you have nothing to offer. If you are a champion, if you truly know that, yes, you have performed, you are what you claim to be, allow others to challenge you. Allow people to choose between you and other people. That is when you know that, yes, you are a champion. No, if you have many opposition coming in to contest election with you, and eventually you won them in a free and fair election, then you are the champion.
Now, Barrister, as it stands, Hamani has decided to turn his prison cell into a new front for struggle, and clearly saying that he's going to go on a hunger strike. Should this happen, are we looking at some Arab Spring reversal test in the midst of all of this?
Look, I will advise that man to eat too, because he may die of hunger strike or even have ulcer. And the man in power will continue. In a situation like this, you have to preserve your life so that you will see a glorious dawn tomorrow.
Should he do this, Barrister, would the ICC consider President Saied as a victim of that particular circumstance?
That is why this man should be alive and stop this hunger strike, because anything can happen. Let him continue. By the time he steps down, then he will be a candidate of ICC for the human rights violation and people he killed and all that. And it is people that will make this possible. If there is nobody in Tunisia to champion this cause, the ICC may not do anything. You need to present your case before them for them to act. So if the opposition are now too afraid or all in prison that nobody could do anything, then you don't expect ICC to just go into there and arrest the man. No. People will bring it up. But when you have a critical mass of people saying, this one is too much, it is the people that will make the ICC to act.
Barrister, the appeal court in Tunisia handed down jail terms up to 45 years last week to dozens of opposition leaders, including Hamani, and of course, well-known business figures and lawyers did get these charges last week precisely. And as it stands, what is the measurable cost for these mass convictions, Barrister?
It is economic denial to the people, because these people are they are strong men in their own rights, in the businesses they are doing and all that.
Right.
They have people that are following them. That means, economically speaking, Tunisia is losing out. Then, politically, the contributions of these people have been taken away. They may not give the people the direction that they needed. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, the president is doing himself harm, serious harm, because the people within will start grumbling. You know, maybe people that are the followers of these people, they clamp into prison. They too will be grumbling. They may be thinking of so many things. The military may not be too happy with the man, you know. So the man is creating enemies for himself, but he doesn't know. There's no way what he did will be sustained. If there's anything now, they will first of all go and release those people. That's the truth.
Okay.
Yes, you know that in Africa, it is always the election that causes problem. Yes, so this man, he didn't learn from history.
Okay, now, Barrister, let me come to the part that really concerns you, even as a lawyer now. And as it stands, Tunisia, is there the possibility that the government is going to, you know, publish a verifiable chain of custody record for evidences used to justifying the 5 to 45-year jail sentences that were handed over to these individuals? Is there the possibility that the judiciary can't publish that for the people to see?
Already, the judiciary in Tunisia has already been compromised, just like in other African states. When a dictator is in charge, that's the first thing they do. The judiciary and the legislature, they make sure these two institutions are compromised, so that whatever the president wants, they will do. You know, whatever he says will come to pass, to justify his actions. So if the legislature and the judiciary has validated the actions they took, that these people want to topple the government, they are planning insurrection, they want to sabotage, you know, so it's a question of drawing up the charges and then go ahead with it. So will you go and challenge them?
Huge question, Barrister. But let's take this conversation to the West African country that just slid into a coup and, of course, military rule, as it were. Guinea-Bissau, Barrister. The Electoral Commission has said that it was unable to complete the November 23rd presidential election process after armed men, of course, seized ballot box and vote tallies from its offices, while servers storing the results were destroyed. Barrister, from your perspective as an analyst, I'm not even going to talk as a lawyer now because we'll get to that point, having to see military officers go into Electoral Commission offices and destroying things like this, what does that portend for democratic rule in that country?
It means that the military have no patience for the shenanigans of the politicians. They have seen how these people were misbehaving in the name of election, and they got angry. That is the truth. Or I think that one of the contestants know that he has lost the election and he invited the military. These are two possibilities. When Jonathan came back and was telling us that it was a ceremonial coup, this and that, it was not. Look, a coup happened there. For the army to topple a civilian government is a coup. So trying to paint it as what is ceremonial here? Ceremonial, and the electoral umpire told you that their office was under attack by the military. That all their offices was destroyed and all that. And you are saying it was what is ceremonial here? There is nothing ceremonial as long as the military have taken over. It's a coup. And so the military have no patience by their training for this thing politicians are doing. That is what I think happened here. If that election was going in the right direction, I don't think anybody will raise any finger now. I don't think so.
Now, Barrister, let's talk about sanctions with bites here, because if zero tolerance is real on the part of ECOWAS now, and of course the questions are being raised, what automatic time-bound penalties, asset freezings, and of course trade restrictions and even travel ban was placed on these country within the 7 days space, and then why did mediation not really yield a major breakthrough?
It did, because the coup plotters, the military, have given a 1-year window to return back to civilian administration. That was one of the gains of the discussion.
Well, some have said that if they enjoy power, they might not want to relinquish power.
No, let's get to the bridge before we now think of crossing it. Since they made that commitment, then let's give them the benefit of that. Then 2, AU have lost its power to rein in their members. AU have no power to mediate in anything. If they do, Rwanda and the DRC will not be going to America to sign peace agreement. True or false? If they do, ROSF and the Sudan will not be talking of, Donald Trump will not be talking of mediating.
Right.
So if they do, in fact, America will not be talking to Nigerian officials on what to do and what not to do to bring terrorism under control. So AU is not there. Literally, America is running Africa now. That's the meaning. Donald Trump is running Africa now. He's dictating to African leaders what to do to stop killing themselves. Is it not a big shame? AU, that China gave them a building. AU, China built their head office in Addis Ababa. Is that not a very big shame for a continent? This is not how to accept, what do I call it now? Favor. This is no longer favor. This is an insult. David, this is an insult.
But why do you think, as it stands, AU does not have that bite again to clamp down major sanctions on these kind of states?
You know,
is it about the not having strong men, just like we used to have in the person of Nelson Mandela and the likes? Is it about not having those kind of men?
The real Africans are gone. They are no longer alive, seriously. The real Africans that would have taking Africa to the next level of development, they are no longer here. What you have here are opportunists and plunderers in different African states. That's what we have here. Different African states. Their leaders are just plunderers. They are not there to help their country develop. They are not there to help Africa develop. Look around you now. Who is that statesman in Africa that you can be proud of? I mean, somebody in the order of Mandela or Julius Nyerere, where are they? Please mention. Just mention one person. You can see. You can see you don't have any. That is a very, very, very sad development in Africa. Nobody again, nobody. The people that you think that they, with the resources they have, they can do something, they're even the worst off. They're even the worst off.
Who are you talking about, Barrister?
South Africa and Nigeria.
Okay.
Where are they? Ramaphosa is having it rough with Donald Trump. To the extent that the G20 meeting, Donald Trump said he will not invite them. They are having it rough. Who else in Africa?
Oh well, Barrister.
The whole of Arab states in the north, you can see what is going on there, from Libya to Tunisia. Where? Who?
Well, Barrister, because of time, really, I would love to get your opinion also on the fact that Sudan has just offered Russia a military base, gold for weapons.
Of course, yeah. Our resources, yes. Yes, they will take it away, yes. They will take it to develop their country. You can imagine, just for a military base, a military base.
And then gold for weapons, Barrister.
It's not bringing anything.
Resources for weapons.
They are not giving you something that will help you develop, but something that will help you kill yourself. David, have you seen how people think? Russia is not bringing anything that will bring development, but guns.
But
guns.
this is the Sudanese government offering to give them this particular sport. Should that be the problem of Russia?
It should be. I'm not joking, because why are you bringing guns for him to kill his people and kill him? Do you know what it means?
But that's what he demanded. The state wants.
Are you serious? Okay. Somebody said you should give him poison, and you offered it to him, Abi. And after he said, after all, he asked for it.
But the situation with the Sudanese and the RSF is one that is disturbing for them to want more weapons.
Instead of Russia to seek a way of helping Sudan to stop this rebel and what they are doing, he's offering them arms. Arms to continue the killing. Is that not true? Is that helping him? No. Because the RSF will now seek for their own partner, and maybe China or any other country who will now supply. Meanwhile, that place is now going to be a battleground between Russia and America.
All right, then, Barrister,
battleground.
Barrister, because of our time, really, in one sentence, Donald Trump calling Somalian immigrants garbage. Your position?
Of course. What are you before? Are you not the one that ran there for soccer? Even Somalia, does it exist? Does Somalia have a government?
All right, the Barrister.
That is Africa for you. They will keep embarrassing us everywhere.
Well, unfortunately, because of our time, really,
if they have done well, okay, when they went there, they said they committed state fraud, because Minnesota accepted them. That was the only state that brought in a lot of Somalians, because they have a policy to rehabilitate Somalians. And when they got there now, because of hunger, because of that poverty mentality, they started defrauding the state. And you think Donald Trump will spare you hundreds of millions of dollars.
All right, then.
So that is Somalia for you. Whenever you bring a hungry man into your house, just make sure that your store is locked. If not, that is the first place to go to.
Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Once again, Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Kenya's military said it has opened investigations into several Kenyan Defense Forces personnel accused of stealing and concealing parts of a major methamphetamine shipment intercepted during a multi-agency operation off the country's coast. According to the KDF, the allegations stem from a 1,024 kilogram crystal meth cargo seized on October the 25th when a dhow was intercepted at sea and the narcotics were offloaded ashore under security escort. The military said the claims surfaced shortly after the operation, prompting an internal review. Well, moving on to other stories, Ghana's Public Utilities Regulatory Commission has announced a 9.86% increase in electricity tariff across all customer categories and a 15.92% upward review of water tariffs for all classes effect from January 1st, 2026. Considering the major tariff review, this will remain a force from 2026 to 2030 in line with the Commission's multi-year tariff review order regime. The Commission disclosed that the decision followed extensive investment hearings, stakeholder consultations, and regional public hearings. And from that particular story, we go straight talking African business stories. Traxon says it will invest 3.4 billion rand, about $199 million, in the new locomotives and wagons as the freight company prepares to run trains on South Africa's main lines for the first time. This comes after reforms opened the network
to private operators. The government has allowed private firms to use Transnet Freight rail network as the state-owned operator has struggled to provide reliable services. The investment by Traxon, which operates in 10 African countries, signals growing private sector confidence in rail reforms and is boosting to efforts to shift cargo from road to rail. This added capacity could help ease a national shortfall that has weighed on commodity exporters. The investment includes 1.8 billion rand on 46 diesel electric locomotive and 1.6 billion rand on about 920 wagons. The locomotives are expected to start operating within the next 12 months. The new trains will have the capacity to meet about 5% of demand, according to Traxon's chief executive, James Hawley. And from that particular business story, we wrap up the African news with some sports stories. Tottenham Hotspur accounting their blessings after Ghana's failure to qualify for the 2026 African Cup of Nations spared them from losing Mohamed Kudus during the crucial festive period. The biennial tourney kicks off in Morocco on December the 21st and runs until January the 18th, 2026, meaning that Africa's biggest talents will miss key domestic and European fixtures during the busiest stretch of the Premier League calendar. Depending on how deep players progress into the African competition, clubs could see their African representative miss Champions League and Europa League fixtures, as well as FA Cup and Carabao Cup matches. For Tottenham Hotspur, the situation could have been significantly worse, with Jess Bissouma, to have featured for Mali, had an ankle injury not ruled him out, while Papi Sarr is expected to represent Senegal. However, Ghana's failure to qualify has become a massive stroke of fortune for Thomas Frank, and Kudus having been one of Tottenham's few bright spots this season following his summer arrival from West Ham. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is MC Adobike. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobike.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on at VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dili Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show brought to you on VOP television. Today, we have a guest at the studio, and we are going to talk about the topic, why the upsurge in drug-related seizures. Of course, we know that the Nigerian Customs Service and other security agencies have been making seizures of different types of drugs within the nation over the past few days. Since this year, a whole lot of drugs have been seized by different sister agencies of the within the Nigerian government. Before we start, I want to say very big congratulations to the country, to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President, the CGC of Customs, and every citizen of this nation for the fact that after 14 years, Nigeria has been voted into the Category C of the International Maritime Organization. This position has been sought by the country for over 14 years, and it became reality on Friday, just a day yesterday. And so we say a very big congratulations to the country. Now, starting with the show, we have on the show today Mr. Bola Shirubalogun. He's the chairman of the Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents, Muritala Mohammed Airport Command Chapter. Mr. Ashiru, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me start by first greeting your cherished viewers. Good morning, and also to congratulate the country for the main feat, for the entry into the Class C of the IMO. Good morning.
Yeah. So you're welcome to the program once again. This position, of course, Nigeria has been seeking for the past 14 years. We know the relevance of it for the nation and the citizens. But talking about today's topic, we were at a press briefing a few days ago where large quantities of drugs worth over 7 billion naira were seized. So today we are talking about the reason for the upsurge in drug-related seizures within the Nigerian nation. Why do you think there's this upsurge now in this seizure or the drug importation or exportation? Do you think that really there's an upsurge, or we are just discovering that the country is tightening the noose around the drug barons?
Thank you so much. I think I want to align with your second thought, because every nation has this challenge, and Nigeria is not an exception. But for over some time now, this trade has been illicit trade has been going on. But you see, when a country tightens its nose, that's when it becomes noticeable. Okay. I think I want to agree. I want to believe that it is because of the rejig within the security architecture of the country that we are seeing this. It's not as if it's not been there. But then, because now we have capable hands, so to say, and attention is being paid to that area, and that's why we are seeing this. And of course, you should expect this, because Nigeria, is occupying, through the CGC of Customs, is occupying the vantage position as the #1 custom officer of the world. That's a CGC.
The chairman of board of the World Customs Organization.
That makes him the #1 officer of the law within the area of customs, And of course, he has to tighten the noose, particularly around his own country's architecture, because if you want to lead, you must lead by example. And that is why we are seeing all these results. So it's not as if it is new. The trade has been there. So I don't want to see it as an upsurge, because it's been there. No nation on this earth now can say it's immune, against drug trade. And also, you see, the get-rich-quick syndrome is equally encouraging that. And that is, you can find that everywhere, you know. So for me, I want to believe that it is because Nigeria is doing the right thing. That is why you are seeing all these seizures,
Okay.
you know.
So what you're saying in essence is that, like Chinua Achebe wrote in his book, since the hunter said that since the birds have learned to fly without perching, he too must learn to shoot without missing. Is that what is actually happening?
Very, very well. That's very apt.
We were given to think that Nigeria is just being used as a courier nation, not a drug-using nation. Has that changed, or it's still true? I mean, that Nigerians don't use drugs, but they are just using Nigerians to courier drugs from one country to the other. How true is that?
Well, for me, I don't want to believe that, because the taste of the
pudding is in the eating.
It's in the eating. So when you courier, of course you must taste.
Yeah.
So
sense.
Nigeria cannot say that it's just a courier nation. No. If it is allowed to be couriered through our space, of course, definitely some of these things will still find its way into the hands of our citizens. And to that extent, I don't want to believe that Nigeria is just a courier nation, and that is the reason why we're rising to this challenge. But because Nigeria knows that if this thing should find its way, I was with at one of the briefings by the Nigerian Customs Command controller Awe. What he said that is remarkable is not about the seizure. He's so concerned about if the substance should get into the effect of it, which we should get into the hands of our children.
Okay.
You know, he was so passionate about that. And I believe that is one of the driving force that makes him to go all out. In fact, he retired recently, Controller. I want to wish you well in your retirement, and God will also be with you and guide you. You have done well during your time with us, because if you notice, you have always been coming around. It's almost on weekly basis that he makes seizures. And if he does that, it means that he's taking that quantum out of the society, out of the space. You know, you imagine what that could have done.
The negative effect.
The negative effect
public
will have
health.
had on public health.
Okay. We also noticed that some of these drugs are now, going back to what Chinua Achebe said, the bird also said that since the hunter has learned to shoot without missing, he too will start flying without perching. And we find out that these drug barons and couriers too, they have also devised so many various means of either concealing or transferring these drugs. Like you said, you've been to so many briefings where these drugs were showcased, seized drugs. I was at one too where I saw that some of these drugs now are being miniaturized. Like you have this loud or this hashish that should cost maybe to 5 billion naira, now being miniaturized into a small jar. So they call it hashish oil. I mean, it's becoming more and more alarming. A small jar like this containing something that costs about as much as over 2 billion naira. Why is it that Nigerians are going into this? I mean, it's considering the effect on public health and the attendant effect on security.
Thank you so much. You see, there are some Nigerians who have decided that the only way they can make affluence is through drugs export and import. These people have seen it as a lifeline. Of course, they would devise different means to ensure that they remain in business. And for even, just like I've said that you were at a briefing where such was discovered, it tells you that the Nigerian security architecture also is not resting on their oars. Because ordinarily, if this as small as it is, if it finds its way either into our own space or into internal space, it's going to have a ripple effect, a ripple negative effect. The security challenge that we're having, that is on the rise recently, can also be linked to that. Those are part of the ripple effect.
Of course, yes.
You know, it's a correlation. So that is why I want to believe that Nigeria should still do more in its drive to nip this thing in the bud. It's a bad menace, and it has to be nipped in the bud. All of us, not even the security agencies alone, all of us Nigerians must rise up and say, no, this thing has to stop. Because it has to do with the future of the nation. And when you're talking about the future of the nation, you're talking about the youth.
Yeah.
As at the time that we will be retiring, you know, that is when we'll be relying on these
upcoming ones to take over.
So I imagine if a doctor wants to administer treatment to somebody of my own age now, the fear is there that, are you sure that is not under the influence of some of these drugs? So we cannot just sit down and say, okay, let's leave it to government alone. Everybody, all hands must be on deck. We must all fight this scourge, this menace. We have to fight it and put it. There are various ways of making good livelihood. It is not until when you resolve into drug import or export. So I want to plead with those who are the couriers, who are using our space, to please stop it. And also to encourage the security agencies also to be more eagle-eyed. And for those of us in the maritime space, we are also conscious of this fact. Like, I am the chairman of the Association of Nigerian Licensed Custom Agents domiciled in the airport, and we have always encouraged our members to stay away from that practice, because such goods cannot leave the shores of this country or come in without our own collaboration. So now we have been encouraging our people that, look, it is time that we have to think of our nation. It shouldn't be about money alone. So, and I believe that that is what is also culminating in the arrest or the seizures that has been going on.
Okay, sir. They say that in everything, education is very, very vital. Are there ways of educating your members, vis-a-vis the public, on the dangers of some of these things? Because, like you said, a lot of people, most of us want to make money, but the level of differentiation between good ways of making money and bad ways of making money, that's people's own imagination about what is right about how to make money and what is wrong about how to make money differs from one place to the other. Yeah. Don't you think that we need to educate freight forwarders or licensed customs agents and then the public more about the dangers of, because some people do not know really. They just say it's about making money. You sell drugs. After all, if you want to take drugs, you are free to take it. But it has total implication on public health. Are there ways of educating your members, sir?
Yes, actually, we have a plan that is in the offing, that's a collaborative effort with the NDLEA. I mean, to the extent that we'll be able to be educating our members on drug-related shipments. You know, because also I want to admit that some of our members are ignorant of some of these products. So that is why we have thought, as the ESCOs of the association, to have that collaborative and educative cooperation with the NDLEA. management. Just 2 days back, the commander of the NDLA within our space, our strategic space there, just retired or moved to other place. So the new NDL commander, we're going to sit with him to still push this ahead, so that we'll be having intermittent education for our members as to some of these drugs. Some of these drugs, we don't even know them. So they need to really educate us, just like the one you just mentioned now. Okay, like a particular one that was stored inside toothpaste tube.
Okay.
How do we, as a licensed customer, how do we know that? Our own is STC, set to contain. We move it, but in order to still give more support to the drive against there has to be that collaboration between us and the respected agencies, related agencies, so that they can educate us from time to time on what are the red flags when we see such consignment. So it is I agree with you, it's very key. Education in that aspect is very, very important and necessary.
All right, sir. Going back to the issue of, you mentioned a bit about probably the attainment of the chairman of the board position by the Controller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi.
Yeah.
And the fact that over the past 2 years I has been in power as the CGC, he has talked about collaboration with international customs, as in customs of other countries. Do you think that this is part of what the fruits, the benefits of engagement with other customs, the seizure of these drugs?
No. I actually do not think. I agree, and I believe that because of that collaboration, because of that vantage position that he is now eagle-eyed. He sees the world. He's accessible to informations, international informations and all that. That has also accumulated into this rise in seizures. That also has placed Nigeria at a pedestal where the whole Committee of Nations are now feeling more comfortable with us, to interrelate. And that is what has played out in this our ascension into
Category
C of the IMO, you see. Because the issue of drug movements centers centers within IMO purview, because it moves from one point to another.
Yeah.
And the first point of call in any nation is the customs.
Yeah.
That have direct access to, and when you even say that, the first point of contact are in Nigerian parlance now is the licensed custom agents, because that's the person that comes to take possession of the goods and bring it out to customs for examinations and other agencies for participation as well. So you can see that it is very key as the customs is rising, so also the licensed custom agents should rise. Okay. Because we are both like I used to say, we are Siamese twins.
Okay.
We are Siamese twins. There's no between the customs, the uniform customs and the uniform customs.
Okay. So you guys are the uniform customs.
Of course, we are the uniform customs. Okay. Like I used to enthuse.
Good one.
For instance, now I am also a CAC in a command.
Okay.
Because I used to enthuse that we have two CACs in a command. There is a custom area controller and there is a custom agent controller.
That's
so that's the same status that we are. So the custom if the custom begins to see it from this spectrum, of course, that will also bring synergy that will make them achieve more. The custom agents have some liabilities, have some responsibilities to customs. And if there's that collaboration between the two, just like I said, as you are training the Nigerian Customs Service officers, train also along those that will have the first interface with consignments. You need it's a responsibility on the Nigerian Customs, which of course they are not doing enough. I know they can still improve. They are not doing enough. There has to be that constant engagement. That training must be there, training and retraining, because we are the one that can actually make their work so easy. Okay. When I have the knowledge of a particular substance, the moment I saw it, the next thing for me to do is to say, okay, alert the customs, and the customs will also, because I know the customs have very robust relations with other sister agencies. So it makes it more easier so that we can clean the system together. They can't do it in isolation.
Okay. So from what I've been able to infer from what you said is that there's some level of lacuna in terms of understanding each other, or in terms of understanding the importance of one party, that's the customs area, the customs and the uncustomed customs like yourselves. Yeah. You're saying that there's a little bit of a lacuna there, which brings about maybe the lack of understanding, total understanding of the importance of one party to the other.
Exactly.
So there should be training and retraining.
Of course, there should be, because okay, now you have it's Customs Act. Customs Service, customs itself is an act.
Yeah. The same
that
act.
That is an international practice.
Yeah.
But there has to be domiciled
in every
country, every sovereignty, by legislation. And by that legislation of 1954, Customs Act became a practice in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The uniform customs, the uniform customs are the enforcement arm of the Customs Act,
yeah,
while the uniform are the licensed arm of customs to mobilize resources, financial resources to the government to meet up on its promises,
statutory
obligations. Thank you, and also to act as a security fence, also as a second layer security architecture to customs. So
what way, sir?
Okay, just like I've explained, if the licensed customer is well informed,
okay,
on, for instance, the topic of discussion, which is this issue of drug and all that. If he's well informed, well trained, he is the first person to make contact to consignments.
Okay.
And he will be able to deduce whether there's an infraction. And the next thing is for him to now go. I said second layer because the first layer it has to be the freight forwarder, who at that end takes possession of the consignment and gives to the shipper.
The shipping company.
The shipping company. Yeah. So those are the layers. So, but when it comes into our own territory, you have the customs,
and
then you have us.
Licensed customs.
Yes. So that's why I believe that there has to be that synergy. There has to be that collaboration. The customs should not see itself as, we are superior. No. I have argued that at different forums. We are Siamese twins. We render the same service within the ecosystem that we are in. So we must, because they have the wherewithal, they have the resources, they have enough resources at their disposal.
And they have the authority.
They have the authority. So that is why it behoves on them to, from time to time, train and retrain us And also, not just training and retraining.
What does the law, the SEMA Act, say about that? Is it silent in that area, or does it say that?
No. It gives them the SEMA Act
for the training of
exactly
the license custody and the freight forwarders.
Exactly.
Oh,
it gives room for that.
Okay.
So most of these things that we are struggling to do for our members within our own little scarce resources, they are the ones that are supposed to be doing that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, sir, going back to the issue of these drug-related seizures, what do you think? I know education is part of it. Knowing your client, knowing your client is one of them. The KYC. That's your ability to trust the judgment of your shipper or your importer. That what it says is what it is.
Well,
then what are the other things that one should, as a licensed customs agent, what one should know in order to guard against being roped into this kind of illicit drug importation, sir?
You see, my response to that would be that you cannot really define a human nature just by the face. Those that engage in this illicit business, trade, they are also just like people like you and me. You can't see it on their face, and to that extent, you cannot really determine who your knowledge of your customer within that understanding. But what I have been crusading is that our members should know that every action they take, they partake in the spread of that illicit trade, also will get back to them.
Yeah.
Because you don't know.
They do not live in a vacuum.
Of course, you don't know whether your son
or
will be a victim of that. So that in our mind should let you know that, okay, even at every red flag, you must desist from encouraging. At every red flag, report it to authorities. Then 2, get rich syndrome of some of our members. They also want to become collaborators with some of these.
Willing collaborators.
Willing collaborators.
Okay.
And of course, I won't take away that fact. But then we are doing everything possible within our own capacity to educate our guys, to let them know that, look, even within within the business climate, you can still make your livelihood. And also, lastly, this one is very, very germane. Okay. The SEMA, even as amended, is very clear on what should be the remuneration for our service. But is the custom also helping us? Because we are helping customs to ensure that they meet up with their target. Each time any custom controller comes to tell you, we have made this much, it means that we are the ones that have made that much. Because with the prevalent reforms within the ecosystem, the customs responsibility has been withered down to more of bookkeeping and enforcement.
Okay.
Because in those days they are the collectors. Okay. That's why in customs you have collector 1, collector 2, but all those ones are not there again because they don't collect again. We mobilize it. We pay it to bank. The bank is now the collector. And the bank gets its own percentage from that collection. But what comes to the licensed customer? Nothing.
What does SEMA say about that, sir?
SEMA says that we are entitled to between 2 and 5% of the FOB
Okay.
But how many people pays that? We are the mercy of the importers. They will tell you, no, if you can't. Our industry is not all that, protected.
Structured.
It's not properly protected. It's structured, but not properly protected.
SEMA says you get 2 to 5% of the FOB.
Of the FOB.
From where? Is it not
from the importer?
From the importer.
Of course, from
not
the importer.
Because you guys call yourself the original generators of the revenue. Is that actually
of
correct?
Course. Oh, it's very, very correct.
They are the generators of the revenue.
They are not the generators. We are the generators of the revenue. They are only bookkeepers of the revenue.
Is that so? That argument will leave for another
Of course,
day.
a time will come when we'll have an engagement with. In fact, I'm looking forward to a platform where we'll have that engagement with customs representatives. So don't let us take it as if it's one-sided now. The customs are not here to defend themselves. A time will come when we are going to sit down and put things in places. We are the one that will go and mobilize the importers.
Okay.
In the first place. We offer just such services pro bono. They go, they import, they bring, and we are the one that will now act as the agents that will determine how much they are going to pay. They will pay to bank, and from the bank, it goes into the covers of the government. Though through the customs, it's just for them to take it there. So at what point are they now the collectors?
The generators.
You see, when I laugh at times, when the customs will come and say, we have been given the target of so amount. Where would they get it from? Are they going to conjure it? They are not the one giving that target. It is we, the licensed custom agents, that are giving the target. And we'll go out. We are the masses of the customs and we are the masses of the importers. The importers will tell you, hey, you are a thief. Just go away. The customs will tell you, we are watching you, you are a thief. How am I a thief in this case? I am the one that will prepare every document. And I have that vicarious liability on me. I will bring the money into the government covers and I get nothing. Is that fair? These are areas that we are still going to engage with authorities. Yeah. Now there's this demand for 1% of 1% of collections from customs. Up till now, no dime has been paid to us.
And maybe because the people in your area, your WhatsApp group, are not following the right channel. Make it a law. Maybe by going to the house and asking them to make it a law, so that you get your percentage.
It is even a law on its own. It's a law. It's just the implementation that is the issue.
It's actually a law.
Yes, it's a law. You see, even CSR, corporate social responsibility, demands that from the system you are taking, you must give something back.
Yeah, sure.
So if we are saying that customs should give us 1%, you see the challenge and the challenge we are having within our own ecosystem is because of that unity of purpose, proliferation of associations. So the customs are hiding under that to say, who do we pay to? You have ANACA, you have NAGAF, you have AREF,
you have 6 registered associations.
But then, if you look at it in real terms, it is only ANACA that is related to customs, that is related to customs revenue generation and all that. Other associations, for instance, NAGAF, National Association of Government Approved Freight Forwarders, they are freight forwarders.
Well, sir, I think it's a matter of terminology. Yeah.
I don't want to believe that.
Yeah, because even when you talk about that, the issue of whether you guys generate the revenue or that custom is just mere facilitators, it can be debated. Like you suggested, one of these days we bring both you guys and the customs here to talk about this. But going forward, the issue you raised, the most recent one now, about the proliferation of associations. Why can't you guys come together to be able to take care of this particular interest that you talked about.
Exactly. You see, that is actually my own crusade now. I want to beg our leaders who believe that they must be leaders at all costs, they must be chairman of this and all that. So for them to please come together. Let us have a united front so that we can ask for what rightly belongs to us. Okay, now, Association of Nigerian Licensed Custom Agents, Licensed Custom, LCAs, just at one of the recent judgments that was given by one of these federal high courts, it specifies clearly that these are two distinct fields. Freight forwarders, licensed custom agents, they are two distinct, but you will be amazed to know that the so-called freight forwarders carry and operate with custom license. So if you're a licensed custom agent, why not come under just one umbrella as licensed custom, have a united front and confront the authorities and get what rightly belongs to us? So these are areas that I am pleading with my leaders. I'm seriously pleading with my leaders. The president of Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents, Elder Emenike Nwokeoji, and founder, like we used to call him in Agaf, that's Anebuna, my very highly respected Oga, that the times are getting more shrinker. Their time is also, they are aging. So the time they have left, they can still use it to bring all the practitioners within the ecosystem under one umbrella, and decide who gets what as leadership positions. And if we have that, then we can speak with own voice. So there's tendency for divide and rule.
Yeah. It's always been there.
The customs doesn't want to pay you your money. And you say, no, Anaka, you can't get the money because Nagaf, you have not, and RF, and all that. But when we come together as one, and don't forget that Anaka is as old as the customs, because Anaka got its life from that, from act of,
okay. Sir, we're trying to round up here. Tell us a little bit more what the government should do and the licensed customs agents as well as the general public in order to, curb this menace of drug trafficking and use by Nigerians, because it's becoming a very big menace.
Yeah.
You talked about the insecurity causes. There's so much damage it's doing to the Nigerian society. Tell us what all the government on its own side, licensed customs agents on your own side, and the Nigerians generally. Give us a parting shot about what you should do.
The first thing that we need to do, the action plan should be one, stop the inflow of the drugs. That one lies with the government.
Okay.
Everything they need to do to stop it. Police our porous borders, improve on our porous borders, ensure that even if we're going to have inflow, it will be so minimal, infinitesimal. And also, with the licensed custom agents that will have the force interface, we should equally know that we will be doing the country a great good by preventing the further inflow of the little ones that will escape through the borders into our space. We should ensure that. And also, to the customs should also remunerate the licensed custom agents and also train and retrain licensed custom agents. Then to the public. The public, please, this thing is destroying our future. Let us all agree to fight this scourge. See something and say something. And that we are even protected under the whistleblower law. Don't say, it is not my problem, because that problem will eventually be yours. So we should all join hands to ensure that this menace is totally curtailed.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking with Mr. Bola Shirubalogun, the chairman of the Murtala Mohammed Airport chapter of the Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents. The topic today has been why the upsurge in drug-related seizures. Of course, we know that the negative effect of drug abuse, drug importation, to the populace and to the country as a whole. I hope you've learned a lot. Stick with us again next week as we bring you another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show. Thank you so very much. Have yourself a wonderful day.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger don't get dry.
no get religion?
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, welcome on board. Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Police warns officers escorting VIPs now illegal. This particular situation has actually, been disturbing, the old so-called VIP for a while now, and I can't wait for us to actually, get into the show to dissect these conversations together. So what I want you to do for me is just to sit back, relax, and of course, enjoy today's edition of this particular, program. Join the conversation with experts inside and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Politicians fearing banditry, insecurity in Nigeria, says Owolabi Salis. The chief Owolabi Salis, the 2019 governorship candidate of the Alliance for Democracy in Lagos State, has blamed politicians for the rising wave of banditry. He talked about that of kidnapping, the violence crimes in Nigeria. Okay, according to Salis, politicians are sponsoring thugs for political gains, which has contributed to countries' insecurity. This particular one has been, overemphasized, and all we're just waiting for is for the government to actually, mention names or give us the list of, these people, because we keep saying it that our this insecurity that Nigeria is going through, okay, that we're facing in the country, is being sponsored by politicians. But we need names. We need names. And if you are a politician, or you feel that you now care about the Nigerians, it would be better that you mention these names. You can't tell us that you've been, in the corridors of power for a while, or, you've been in that particular round table of your colleagues or your counterparts as a politicians. You know what is going on. You know where our problem is, okay, and where our problem is coming from, all right? You know the position we are in, and of course, it's actually a state of emergency as regards to the security situation of the country, and our security architecture is being affected, okay? So if you feel you care about the people, all we just have to do is call these names. Even if you want to say allegedly, okay? Even if you want to say allegedly, okay, I'm calling this person, I'm calling that person, just give us names. Just give us names. And of course, from there, Nigerians will help you to amplify the whole situation. But not calling names and you're just saying it will still be based on speculation. Or of course, people would say you are just entitled to your opinion. We know all of this particular thing. We've been told all of this particular thing, but we need names. We need their sponsors. People who do not care about a common Nigeria. Do you know what we go through on a daily basis? Now we don't even think we're safe in Nigeria anymore, anywhere at all. Either be it in the south, the west, the east, the north. So if you know you have names, give us names. And it will help us to channel our actions towards that particular direction, okay? And away from that particular one, yes, it is Christmas season, and we have this particular one from the aviation system. Yuletide travel wars, okay? Local flight price soar above 300,000 naira. How did we get here? Domestic airfares in Nigeria have skyrocketed by 150% ahead of the Yuletide season, with prices on some routes exceeding 300,000. The surge is attributed to high demand, limited aircraft availability, and operational challenges. Aside from this particular one that the aviation system is saying that the surge is attributed to, when you say limited aircraft availability and all of that, I do not believe that. No, that's not it. This is not the first time, and this won't be the last time, okay, that we will be traveling during December. But if you notice, our airfare has been unnecessarily high for a while now. This is the same airfare that we started taking from 15,000, 18,000 naira, and it moved up to 22,000. And when it got to 22,000, we're like, oh, it's too much. But of course, at some point we adjusted, okay, 25, 33, 30, 33. It kept on going and on and off like that. And later it moved to 50. We were thinking that was the height of it. Okay, return tickets would be around, 100, 110, 120. At some point, it moved to 150. And this is not business class, economy. And now Places like Delta State in the south, the whole of East, they now go as far as 390 something thousand naira. Some are 330 something. Some are 340 something for just one-way flight, not return ticket, in December. And this surge is meant to start from the 11th, I believe, to the 28th of December. How? And of course, this is quite a very painful one, because as for some people that cannot afford the airfare, are not even safe to go on the road. Our roads are not safe anymore. So you start negotiating. Should I do a road trip that I'm not sure of to be abducted, or I just look for how to get money to pay for airfare? So for you to actually go back to your hometown, either in the south or in the north or in the west, in this December period, you're spending roughly 600,000 plus or 700,000 for a return ticket. No, that's way too high. That's way too high. And hopefully, I would like the Minister of Aviation, Ezekiel, to look into this particular one. And away from that particular one, there's been drama in the Ministry of Finance. Contractors block Finance Ministry over unpaid 500 billion naira debt. Hundreds of contractors under Indigenous Contractors Association of Nigeria, ICANN, have besieged the Federal Ministry of Finance in Abuja, demanding payment of over 500 billion owed for completed government projects. The contractors claim that despite multiple assurances from the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, no payment have been made. So because I've been privy to be in this particular, before now, we know that Nigeria has a particular, antecedent as regards to how they disburse payment to contractors, or when it comes to contracts in Nigeria, where they give a 40% for you to go start up to roll off, the contract, and later they give you maybe like 30 again or 25, and to let it just keep going on and all of that. But it became worse at some point, because some ministries would even tell you to go and start up with your own money. And some that would even try to give you 30% to go roll that particular contract, or 40%, for you to even come back after project has been completed to get your balance. It would be a tug of war. I think sometime last month, the Senate actually interceded for some other contractors. The House of Rep called on the federal government as regards to some of this particular situation. And here we are again for another particular contract that has been completed, yet money has not been released. But in the papers, you would see project was commissioned, payment was made, everything has been done, everything was flagged off, it was open, and that's it. Case closed. If case has been closed, yet money has not been disbursed, what is happening? Who should we hold accountable? They mentioned that they spoke to the Minister of the Minister Wale Edun, okay, and yet we're yet to even hear anything from him. He gave them an assurance, and yet we're not hearing anything. So please, the Minister of Finance, help these people, help them, help the contractors. They also have families, okay? And just like I mentioned, the Yuletide season, they also need to take care of their family. Some people actually go as far as taking loans from the bank, a loan facility, to actually fund some projects, some federal government contracts, just because they know that as soon as they are done, they will be paid back and they would return it. And of course, they will take their percentage off. And now, loan is still there in the bank, dragging them here and there, and the federal government has not released their money. Someone has to be accountable. Someone has to be accountable. And let's go to the River State. 1,000 teachers. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has approved the recall of 1,000 teachers recruited in 2023 to fill manpower gaps in public schools. The decision comes after criticism from the River State House of Assembly over poor learning conditions in schools. The revalidation exercise will hold on Wednesday at the Rivers State Universal Basic Education Board office in Port Harcourt. Right, Fubara's administration has promised to prioritize teacher recruitment and address the state's education challenges. I actually read this particular news yesterday as regards to a part of it where the National Assembly actually called him out, and I asked that particular, disturbing question. Is there any problem in Rivers State again between the executive arm and the legislative arm? We have to know. He said peace has been restored. He said everything is going on well. But the body language from the House of Assembly of Rivers State is not actually giving us that particular, sign or that tone. So we need to understand what is going. Are they still in sync, or there is a problem somewhere, or agreement that was meant to be made, has been defaulted? All of this would actually unfold itself in the coming days. Let's move to mass defection of 1,500 PDP members as they actually joined the APC in Kebbi State. This is quite a serious blow for the People's Democratic Party. Over 1,500 members of the People's Democratic Party from Zulu Emirates in Kebbi State have defected to the All Progressive Congress. The defectors cited Governor Nasir Idris' performance and developmental achievements as reason for their decisions. The APC chairman assured the new members of equal treatment within the party. This mass defection is seen as a boost for the APC ahead of upcoming elections. Sincerely, PDP, if at all anything would happen to PDP, before 2027, I want you to go on record that I have been here, for months now, requesting and asking all the elder statesmen of PDP to shed their swords and come together to settle whatsoever grievances and go and meet all the aggrieved members instead of thinking that one person is better than the other. No matter how rude anybody is, how annoying anybody is, you cannot throw a child off with the bathwater, right? So if you know you still need that particular person, why don't you look for a way to settle? The person is not ready to leave the party. So keep the person, try and settle with the person. No matter what it takes, no matter how it feels, no matter the offer, okay, that he placed on the table to say, oh, this is what we want. If you cannot do this, just try. Sometimes we just have to, compromise. Sometimes we just have to overlook some things. The situation is even getting worse by the day. Are you aware that instead of the new PDP national chairperson to look for a way to settle, they decided to get a graphics designer to design a certificate of expulsion, and you granted a press parley, and all you could do is to take up and read, oh, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, this is his own certificate of expulsion. Do you really need all of that? Why don't you all come together and settle that, settle your grievances and fix this party? Gradually, it is looking like one party state in Nigeria. Governors are all going. House of Rep members are all going. House of Assembly members are all going. Senators are going. Just imagine how you would feel in 2027 that from the state level, for them to keep singing your mandate song from the state to the federal level. What voice would the opposition party have? Is there anything that is too big to be settled? No, I don't think so. I just feel, except one is, filled with pride and unnecessary arrogance. That's the only way you would feel you can't settle some things. This is actually a very, very, big punch to the PDP. 1,500 members from Kebbi State. I believe you know what this means. So it means you've naturally, let's forget whatsoever we want to say now. Naturally, PDP cannot win Kebbi State. 1,005? That is your own members, not the oppositions now. Not from ADC, but from PDP. Okay, let us go to the corridors of the new bride. That's what I'm calling them now, the NSCDC. Because the federal government has actually withdrawn, the police. So, of course, they told the VIPs to go to NSCDC. So, they are the new bride now. NSCDC has been really feeling themselves of late. NSCDC faces manpower shortage in VIP protection as regards to their rollout now. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, is struggling with manpower gaps as it prepares to take on an expanded role in very important persons protection. The Corps is facing pressure to meet the new demand following the withdrawal of 11,566 police officers from escort duties. Despite having specialized VIP protection units, the NSCDC is reviewing its internal structure to determine how to absorb the surge in VIP security responsibilities. Yes, I'm actually calling them the NSCDC because, of course, their corps commanders will start making more money now. And I believe you understand what I'm saying. So congratulations to them. Let's actually see how that particular one will roll. Maybe they would also open their portal to say they are recruiting as we speak, because the Nigerian Army is recruiting, the Navy, the Air Force, and of course the police have been given the task to recruit 50,000 new officers. So what else can we say? Let's just hope to hear from them in the coming days. So join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course on YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation. Police want officers escorting VIPs now illegal. You don't go to a stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. All right, a quick one. We would like to go straight to this particular one. The police wants officers. Okay, the Nigerian police force has declared that any police officer found escorting very important persons will be arrested, citing the directive as illegal. According to the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, all officers previously attached to the VIP protection duties have been fully withdrawn. However, certain government officials, such as governors and judges, will retain police protection. This move aims to refocus police resources on critical law enforcement amid rising insecurity nationwide. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you, Savior. How's your day?
How was my day? I think that's a very serious question there, but I don't want to actually mention that on air, but it's been roller coaster,
Yeah, it's the season.
And thank God we're here. So before we talk about this particular police situation, would you like to react to any of my news stories?
Yeah, I think I'm interested in that PDP matter.
The 1,005 members who actually left PDP in Kebbi?
Yes.
Okay.
And the expulsion.
Oh, okay.
The expulsion, that's where I'm really... I think the expulsion is a nice one, and it even came too late for me. There are, when there are moles that are designed, to destroy a setup, there is no amount of, olive branch you don't go at them that they will appreciate, because they are there for a reason, and that reason is that that particular setup must be destroyed. So that's what you see in those people that were expelled by the PDP. I think I'm not against it. My only grudge is that I even came too late. You don't nurture an enemy. So find a way to eliminate an enemy and move forward.
Mr. Harris, if I may ask you, who is the enemy? Who is the enemy of PDP?
The enemies of PDP?
Yeah.
It's obvious that these people that took up an arm against the political party that made them are enemies. They
didn't leave the party.
No, forget about it. It's better they leave than to hang on and be using their power, to destroy the leadership of the party. Look at when the issue of G5 came up.
Okay.
Since the issue of G5 came up to where we are today, PDP have never known peace.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Harris?
Go ahead.
Now, when you talk about the G5, don't forget that Sheyi Makinde was part of them.
Yes, but he retraced his footsteps. He retracted.
So who told you that the rest was not ready to retract their footsteps? And don't forget, it's not like the G5 actually did anything bad. They were only standing for a cause or for their right that was actually being ruled upon.
That was understandable.
Okay.
And immediately they ended that. The presidential election,
how did you know they ended that?
The 2023 election, ending what I'm saying, that the 2023 election has come and gone. So one expected that they have achieved their aim. Then they now talk of, okay, we have achieved our aim, we are successful. Let's now think of how to build the party. Then you still see them, in the trenches, thinking of how to scatter the party completely. Is that how it's done?
Mr. Harris, when you say the 2023 election was over, let's see how to rebuild the party.
Yes.
Don't forget that at the course of all of this particular situation, the other people, that's the likes of Okowa, the Atiku people, you understand, were not in sync with this particular G5. And all this G5 and their own people were saying this was totally wrong to still push a northerner to come in as our candidate.
That was understandable.
Okay.
The leadership of the PDP breached the understanding.
And afterwards, did any of the members of the PDP talk to the aggrieved members to actually calm them down?
There were so many dialogue moves that were made by the party that was truncated.
Okay, the dialogue, the one I can still remember, and I think you remember that one. The one that they went to Wike's place, his house in Abuja.
Yes, that's just one of them.
That's one of them, yes. And Wike said, if we are to rebuild the party, this person needs to step down. This person needs to be removed. We have to recheck the National Working Committee again. So what stopped them from rebuilding the party in the right direction?
What is rebuilding the party? You have to, stepping down, you have to organize a national convention. The national convention was going to come up. The national convention was going to get the leadership of the party on track. And that was what was scheduled for Ibadan, the Ibadan convention. Before you know, they started going to court. Before you know, all of them started regrouping.
Mr. Ivis.
The convention has to come up for a new leadership to come up.
The convention has to come up. But you would agree with me that for everything that the G5 requested, that these people that actually stole their own mandate, if I'm permitted to use that word, were meant to do, they never met up one. Instead, they went back again, throwing tantrums at the likes of Wike and the G5. Sheyi Makinde only left the G5 because he is ambitious now.
No, everybody, I
hope you are aware.
Every human being can be ambitious. This is right. Let me tell you, if you want, peace to reign in your party, a party that built you, you've become governor in that party for 8 years, you've become minister first time as that party, a party that has given you such opportunity. If you actually want peace, you discover that every press conference it has, that PDP matter is always one of the major topics he used to castigate all the
No.
Where has the peace been coming from?
No, Mr. Ivis, I am not making a case for the G5. Neither am I making a case for Wike.
I'm not making a case for PDP.
Okay.
But I'm saying
but you know what?
You don't dine with somebody that just want to.
But you know what? Of course, you know us as a broadcast journalist, for example, we go for a media parley.
Yes.
We would ask sensitive questions. So whenever Wike grants a media parley, usually they ask him about the PDP state and the situation. But don't forget, Wike is not always going after the party. Instead, he usually calls on the person of Atiku. And That of every other person that are behind Atiku.
As Atiku not left the party.
Okay, so after Atiku left.
Atiku left the party. Then why still the grounds that Wike does not want PDP to survive? Atiku has left.
After Atiku left, he told them, he said he was ready to settle. Let them do what they have to do, the right thing.
The next move he made was to bring in Ayahu, and Ayahu has already gone to contest for the governorship of his state. He brought him back as secretary of the party and still made Ayahu now to become another mole with him to start the party.
Is it bad for Ayahu to be the national secretary?
Well, I don't know what the constitution says, but he stepped aside to go and contest for Imo State governorship election.
Is this the first time you see
and the PDP did so well and said, okay, now that Ayahu has stepped aside for Imo State governorship election, let the Southeast still bring somebody that will fill up that office. They brought what's this man's name? They brought somebody from the Southeast,
okay,
who was an Enugu person to fill up that seat. But before you know, Wike and Ayahu went to court and said Ayahu must be back again to the seat he left to contest for. Supposing he won the governorship election. Have you thought of that?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Your Senate president, did he step down for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu or not? At their primaries?
He stepped down.
He stepped down. Meaning that I'm coming. No, I'm coming. I'm coming. Just like it's your Nigeria. Don't. You can't call it. You can't call it wrong for one person and not call it. I'm coming.
Is the PDP constitution and APC constitution are they the same?
You can't call wrong for one person and not call. I hope you know that naturally it is wrong in Nigeria that someone stepped down as a presidential candidate of a party in primaries. He does not have the ticket as a senatorial district yet. How did he become the senator?
Savior, what you are saying now is that.
So if Ayahu's situation looks alike, so why are we complaining here?
Is that once one wrong is made somewhere, we must dwell on it. The Bible says, "Shall we continue in sin for peace to abound?" He says, "No, you cannot continue when one wrong is made." Why is that 10th Senate not popular today? Is the 10th Senate popular among Nigerians today? Because we have seen the way the makeup of the 10th Senate came about. So nobody is
Ahmad Lawal, the former Senate president, same thing happened. Don't forget.
Nobody is celebrating.
He contested.
That's why I'm saying that this present 10th Senate, is it popular? Can you compare it to 8th Senate when we have Bukola Saraki as the Senate president? Yeah. It's Nigeria talking about the good image of 10th Senate today. And of course, because we know the concussion, the way they were made up.
You know, we have actually missed the reps, when Dogara was there.
When Dogara was there, when Bukola Saraki was there, you see robust debate. Yeah. Today are they celebrated today? We should not copy such things.
Okay.
But once you are wrong somewhere, let the penalty be meted. That's what is happening in Nigeria today. That everybody have decided to just become a mole in government because there are no sanctions, there are no deterrents, there are no penalties. So penalty must be meted at a particular point. You are a father. Even in your home, you mete penalties where necessary. I think I love the expulsion. Even came too late.
But don't forget that the Wike faction also expelled them from the party.
They have already expelled. They are no more. Those are just like dragging back what is. Wike is just like a bull in a China shop in PDP. So he has been expelled. So that matter. We are not even supposed to discuss it any longer.
For us to round up this particular conversation, so we can go back to the main conversation. So what you're saying now is that even when a court, you said we should be doing the right thing in the country,
yes,
as regards to the political sector,
absolutely,
right? Now, even when a court sitting in Abuja has actually ruled against the convention, the same party went ahead to conduct that convention,
yes,
by Seyi Makinde requesting his own judge in the state.
Seyi Makinde is not,
to override.
Seyi Makinde does not have a judge. It's National Judicial Council that have judges.
Okay.
Jurisdiction matters. The Ibadan court has the jurisdiction over that matter. And
really?
The judge said, go ahead. So let them go and sort that matter out in the court. It is not for you and I to discuss here.
Even when INEC was not there?
INEC is May. It's not compulsory. Go and read the Electoral Act. INEC May.
There has to be observers.
21 days to.
There has to be observers.
What the law says, what the Electoral Act says that 21 days to the convention, you must invite INEC and tell them this is what to do. 21 days.
And they invited
and INEC acknowledged it.
INEC acknowledged, but they didn't attend because the court has actually ruled against that particular convention.
So when INEC acknowledged it, which means INEC is aware that a convention of that nature is going to take place. So It is
also
also
safe to say that that convention was illegal.
No, we cannot say it here. Let the court do its job. Let the court do its job.
So we would actually hear what the court has to say.
Yes.
I love the eats. I love the eats in the studio already.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. We have to tell ourselves the truth. The truth must prevail at a certain level, at a certain time in life.
Okay, so Mr. Elvis, let's come to the police quarters now. Yeah. All right. When I read the news 3 days ago, I was really not happy as regards to what the spokesperson told us. You know, you are now asking Nigerians that wherever we see your police officers with the VIPs, we should report so that that particular police will be arrested. And my question, are we to do their job? Do they not have a body that should regulate every implementation in that particular force? Why should I be the one? Oh, now you want me to do your job because you say my police is my friend. But when it comes to other situations, the same police can be used against me, but it's just a question. Why should it be us? Why should they mention us to do the job for them?
Well, Savior.
They have a unit.
Well, Savior, policing policing job is for everybody.
No, it's for everybody, yes. But not about their own force.
Why did this law came up in the first instance? The law came up as a result of the insecurity we are going through in Nigeria today.
Yeah.
The federal government believes that, okay, we don't have more boots on ground, especially in the armed forces, police force.
Yeah.
So let's withdraw the police from the VIP and let them face the operational service that actually they are employed for. Good. It's a good one. I love it.
Which we love, yes.
Yes, I love that. Then we have seen that IG said, oh, they withdrawn 11,566. But Nigerians said it's more than that. That are with the VIP.
Extremely more than.
Extremely, because I think I read a report from one of the foreign newspapers that says 800 and something.
Yeah.
So we now said no, it's more than that. We need to know those that are still having some of this VIP that the police is like shielding. That's why the PRO came up and said, okay, we have done our own side. If you feel you are not satisfied with the number that we told you, 11,566, let us know more. If you see any VIP be escorted by the police, report to us. Then that police officer will be arrested. Then they said, but there are some statutory persons that are entitled to.
Okay.
Yes, the governors and the judges and all that. Yes, yeah. We know. Those ones are. So even in the watch out for, having somebody to report to the police, be careful that you are not telling the police authority that maybe you saw a policeman with a judge. You don't know whether it's a judge or a magistrate or whatever. Yeah. Then you go and report wrongly. So you have to watch out. But the right thing has to be done. The right thing is that the so-called VIPs, the president gave them you can still pick your protection from
the NSCDC.
NSCDC, that's the civil defense, which was a good one. At least it didn't leave them bare. But you and I, have you ever had protection? Do you even have anywhere to pick from?
It is the one that is protecting us.
Even the private security, can you afford it? These people can afford the private security services. They still have NSCDC to pick from. I think that's enough for them. So you and I, if we are traveling or we are embarking on any journey, we go to our churches and go and do fasting and prayer for the journey. But because we believe that we don't have the security, the nation cannot protect us. So the level as it is, if you see any infraction on what the police spokesperson who then has said, feel free, snap picture, but you have to do your investigation whether this person is legitimately legalized to have a police protection or not. If not, I mean, we should join the police to actually police this very policy from the president and see how it will push us forward. Because the VIP has demeaned the police so much that we see now policemen carrying handbags of their wives in the supermarket, in marketplaces, and in parties. Police opening doors for their wives. Is that what they were trained for? Your own tax money and my own tax money were used to train these police and used to pay them monthly, maintain that police service. But it's serving few people. They're not serving us. So the president has said, no, let them be withdrawn. Let them come and face their responsibility, the duties for which they were employed for. So I thank God they also said that they are going to be retrained so that they can be posted into police unit to do the functional job, operational job that they were recruited for. It's a good one.
Mr. Evans, that was a wonderful submission. But let me bring it to a particular, where I want us to dissect something. The police force has the data.
Yeah.
They know all the personnel in the police force.
They know.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, that's the reason why for every IG that comes into power, to that position, in the next 72 hours, their first decree is always, we are withdrawing all policemen from VIPs.
Yes.
So that those VIPs will quickly reach out.
And come and settle ground.
Settle ground. And of course, we call it retainership.
To also sell himself into them.
You understand?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Elvis, I love facts and figures. I love where we get to do things, professionally.
Data is important.
And I love the fact that we've seen it work in other climes. But why is Nigeria acting as if we don't know all of these things? We are a very intelligent people. We know what is right. So, you are asking us to help you go round. That's why I'm against this. You're asking us to help you go round, should in case we see any police officer with VIPs. You have all the list of police personnel. One, you have all the names of every ASP. The new ones that has been, welcomed in now. I think the president went, in Kano. We saw it. That's the new cadets. Now, the ones that have been there before, we have all their lists. How did they do general promotion? A friend of mine also was promoted in the same year, in the last batch of promotion. And guess what? His name was in 990 something. 900 something. That's where his name was. They had to take their time to check before we started celebrating. Now let us get to where I'm going to. You have all the names of every DPOs in every division in Nigeria.
Area commanders.
Area commanders, you have them. Right? So, area commanders and the DPOs are responsible for sending any police person to either escort any VIP to go for a particular party. And now the state command of every state, the 30 states of Nigeria, including the FCT, have the data of every VIP in that state. Be it the new Yahoo boys that also collect police officers to guide them. So if you have actually mentioned to us that you have, withdrawn everybody, go through your list. For example, this is VOP Media. Is it possible for the GM of this station, the chairman of this organization, the HR of this organization, to say he doesn't know all the staff? Is it possible? We have our stations everywhere. Who is recruiting them in all those outstations? Mr. Davis, why are we making this look so difficult?
No, it's not difficult.
So if you say that you want them to be withdrawn, withdraw your people. Anybody that decide not to come back to base, come back to their division, you relieve them of the duty. Because some people, of course, we know that they are enjoying the VIP more than the service. Why is it difficult? But of course, let us talk about the policy implications. What are the implications of this policy on VIP security in Nigeria? And of course, how will this policy affect the relationship between government officials and the police?
No, the government spelled out this policy so well that...
Your senators are crying already.
No, they don't need to cry. I think
they said their life is at risk.
This is even why I'm happy about it. If they can tell you that their life is at risk, they've forgotten the life of the people that voted them from their respective constituency, whose life have been on risk ever since. Just because of this pronouncement of less than 1 week, their life is at risk. They have forgotten that people voted them, and these people have never had protection in their lives. They have never had. So let them also feel the brunt that we have been facing. Let them feel it. If you are a popular person among your people, your life will never be at risk. But when you become a visiting legislator, it's only 4 years time they see you. Come back to your constituency and go and show your popularity. That's why you come and tell us your life.
If you can walk freely without security, then you know you have done something.
In your own constituency, which means your people know that you are doing well. For those of them who are not doing well, who have become visiting legislators, their life must be at risk. And such persons are the ones that these policies now have come to unearth And we are happy about it. Because some of them, they win election, immediately they finish winning that election, they buy tinted vehicle, bulletproof, and they seal up. They don't remember that people voted them. In whatever form, whether the election is credible or not, at least votes were counted. People went to polling booths. Then now, the policy has been removed now. Okay, now that you say you are popular within your people, that's why you were voted into power. Go back and show yourself to the people now. Let me tell you, I once have a legislator in my place that whenever he's coming home, he will tell his security to go back home until he finishes with his people before they come back. As soon as he gets into my town, the people protect him. He doesn't bring police protection home, NSCDC and all, whatever. He doesn't bring them home. As soon as he comes in, the news goes round. The youths are ready to do whatever protection that he needs. If I don't need protection, this man is free with the people because he was doing the bidding of people. The people love him. If you cannot do that, and now you are crying foul that security have been withdrawn, face the branch that the people who voted you power have facing over the years that you never recognized. You are hiding in Abuja. You think Abuja is your home? Abuja is not your home. You are only elected to be in Abuja for just 4 years. But you have made it a home. Then in the next 4 years, you now come with all the security paraphernalia and come and oppress your people and intimidate them. And you buy your vote in and go back to Abuja. No. Come back home now and show yourself. This is youth-type period. We want them to visit their people now and show their popularity before their people.
Okay, let's look at broader implications. What are the potential implications for the Nigerian economy, and of course, as regards to this whole situation? How might this policy affect the public perception of government and security agencies?
It's a good one. If the people are adequately protected, the police does its job as expected, security will be restored to some extent. And you know, when security is restored, economy will naturally boom. Economy will boom. You don't even go out to go and tell people, come and invest in my country.
But the
people know what is going on in your country, because the world is a global village today now. They know what is going on in your country. So this one that they say president is flying abroad, foreign direct investors, is wasting of time. Has it not leaked out now? Has it not, all the 2 years plus he has been flying abroad now, has it not leaked out? Are you not seeing the resurgence of the insurgency now, how it has thrown Nigeria into? Who is that credible investor now that will be interested in coming to Nigeria within this period now to say, I want to come and put my money in Nigeria? Until these things are cleared. If it's not clear, forget about it. So that's why you see some of these actions are being taken. And the government, Nigeria wants investors. We want foreign investors, both local and foreign. And so we have to tackle this insecurity. By the time we tackle this insecurity, people will naturally be interested in, let me go to that country and put my money down there. No investor will come and put his money in a country where he himself is not secure, his staff are not secure, and the so-called earned money that he's bringing in is not secured. So there are so many things. Apart from this insecurity matter, the federal government should also look at judiciary, how to sanitize it. I know it's not part of our discussion here, it's for another day, but they have to also look at, because any investor coming in, you have to know, well, can I get justice in that country if my investment is having issues? These are issues. So tackle insecurity and tackle this corruption in the judiciary. I thank God that the president made mention of it that day in that judges conference. These are things. If you don't put all this one in the right perspective, no investor will put his money into this nation.
Okay, so since you decided to tow that particular way, let me quickly build up as regards to that. Let me bring you up to speed as regards to what you just mentioned. You talked about judiciary.
Yes.
We all hope and, praying that we have a good judicial system in Nigeria. But you talked about the president going to the judges' conference that he actually opened for 2025. Did you actually see when he stood up from his seat? Yeah. Walking to the podium?
We heard the popular mandate song.
That's the judges that you want these investors to actually...
Those are the things I'm telling you now that they are wrong. If the president is sincere enough, those kind of things are not supposed. This is another arm of government.
Don't forget that the PDP, let me also bring you up to speed. The same PDP wrote to the Federal High Court and they said, we don't want all our cases to be directed to
one particular judge.
Yes. Which the judge has a name.
Yeah.
Because the judge is, allegedly, being marked for Wike.
Yes, we know.
You know.
We know.
And you still want this, you still want the same federal government to do something about the judiciary.
That's why I said if the president is sincere.
Mr. Ivis, I'm not done.
If he's sincere enough. What he told us that day that the judicial arm of government is not for sale.
Okay.
And it's also the highest bidder. he should go a step further. We have seen now that, okay, he's withdrawing the police from the VIP. You know, this is what led to it, to this. If you can step on the stole of the VIPs, which are made up of all arm of government, both executive arm and legislative arm and all that, then also go further and find a way to genuinely sanitize the judicial system. Because the problem we have in Nigeria today is that by the time we say our elections are not free and fair, everybody will say, okay, let us look onto the judiciary to see whether they will redeem it. Judiciary will not come and pour oil on the troubled water. We will not get from fry pan to fire. So if the judiciary is actually sanitized, then even if we don't have a free and fair election at the pool, we get to the judiciary and the judiciary can say, okay, this is what this is how it's supposed to be. Then people will begin to take Nigeria serious. Okay. But a situation where from electoral act, from the electoral system to the judiciary, the people don't have a say. It's an aberration in democracy.
Okay. So let me finalize my conversation as bringing you up to speed. Your vice president mentioned a statement in one of the conferences he actually attended. He said, I want a station where the executive and the legislators are, in cooperation. Now, Mr. Elvis, he went further to say that where they can work together, to see how to build a nation. I know he was only talking about the good part, but don't forget that we have a rubber stamp legislators.
This 10th National Assembly.
Now, not only that, the same executives are buying SUVs for your judges and your judiciaries.
Those are the things we are telling you.
Building houses.
Yes, those are the things we are saying they are wrong.
And how will you now end it today? This one man that we're talking about, Wiki, he did it in Rivers. Now he's doing it in Abuja.
Yeah, he's doing it in Abuja.
And it's not going to stop there.
We are going to end it. Ending it.
So many governors are doing it in different
through
states.
This speaking and through this advocacy. Speaking and reminding them.
Okay. So since you actually mentioned that, hopefully, that you wanted to also get to the part of judiciary.
Yes.
Someday,
let's begin to clean the slates.
But talking about cleaning of slates, let's talk about implementation, of course, effectiveness. What metrics or indicators will be used to measure the success of this policy as regards to withdrawing Nigerian police from VIPs?
They have given us assignment that if we see any VIP being escorted on the street, we should let them know. So because they gave us assignment, we are also going to set up our apparatus to see how successful it is. By the time we see that you and I cannot drive, we are still hearing those sirens and police blaring sirens, escorting one man. Then we know that it's not successful. Let's just give them in another 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks, 1 month. We'll be able to start appraising this thing and see that is it really successful? Are we seeing more or has it reduced? So the people are still going to give their own judgment concerning this policy, and we'll still be here, Savior, in the studio to analyze it. Oh, they told us a month ago or 3 months ago that police must have been withdrawn from VIP, but we are even seeing more now. So let us be on the watch out so that we can be like the police to the police this time around.
I love that particular statement. So in closing, I'll be using that word. Let us be the police to the police.
Yes, the people must be the police to the police now because they've given us assignments.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Elvis Alimi, a journalist, of course, a political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Thank you so much for always coming on board. Of course, I will see you again next week Wednesday. Right. And I love the 8 in the studio, but it's so painful that we're pressed for time and I can't actually go out, farther than this. We just have to run off this conversation. But just like Mr. Elvis said, let us be the police to the police this time around. They've given us this particular responsibility to also help them to look out for, this particular policy. They want this policy to stand. They want it to work. That's why they're asking us to do that, okay? Regardless of whatsoever situation or your anger with the Nigerian police, please just help them to let this policy work, okay? If you see any police officer, try and do your investigation first. Who is the person this police person is following? And if this person is not part of the people that were meant to be exempted from that particular withdrawal, then you actually, blow your whistle to the police force and they will take it up from there. But don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts, of course, are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room with the next guys, okay, that will be coming up here to talk about sports. And of course, Barcelona did that wonderful one yesterday after losing that particular penalty. But of course, they will give you more conversation as regards to that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Another beautiful edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Arpeliohai. We've got a thrilling show for you today, taking a look at football action, and so much went down in the Premier League last night, and of course the Spanish La Liga, as we also count down to the AFCON 2025, which is going to be happening in Morocco, the northern part of Africa. It promises to be exciting. It's a full house. Ike Chugo joins us once again, and hopefully Mario will be joining us virtually as we take a look at matters arising as far as the football is concerned. Don't forget to stay tuned, hit that subscription button, turn on the notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of the Locker Room. And of course, Ike Chugo, so much happened last night in the exciting world of football, and I think Nigerians will be excited knowing that our players are doing well in Europe ahead of the AFCON.
Absolutely, Jerry. Good evening, and of course, good evening to our viewers. It's so good to be here. A lot happened, like you said, in Europe. Samuel Chukwueze continues to show just why, he's one of the most prized or potent, forward players we have in the Super Eagles at this point. I think it's going to be very crucial for the Super Eagles going to the AFCON if he continues with this form. It's a very good day to talk football. In Spain, it was a huge game. Atletico Madrid, Barcelona. Of course, in England, we also saw a couple of games, happen. So, Jerry, in all, there's a lot to talk about, and of course, let's just get it rolling.
All right, let's get the ball rolling, and of course, I know that maybe our man Mayo will be joining us very soon. Maybe he's trying to discuss plans for Thursday's game because it looks like Manchester United are returning and doing off and on, so he doesn't want to be another off this time around because it was on over the weekend against Crystal Palace. Who knows what will happen on Thursday? That will be tomorrow when they hit the grass. But let's talk about the Super Eagles. Barring a last-minute change of mind, head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Rachel, has already picked the 28 players who will represent Nigeria at the upcoming African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Like we exclusively reported last week, the coach has already picked a 28-man list for the tournament, despite the announcement by the Nigerian Football Federation that he will pick his final 28 players. That's on Monday. Chelsea is waiting on the fitness report of the injured duo of Alaino and Felix Ago before making a definite decision on their inclusion, which was done after both players insisted that they will be fit and available for the tournament. And of course, taking a look at the 28-man list that's privy to us due to set privileges as far as that one is concerned. Though there's a 55-man Super Eagles NFF celebrated list, which definitely a lot of us have asked questions. What's the rationale behind that? And of course, we already know that the man has already picked his 28. It's just that the NFF just want to show that they are working. Like one of my boss would say back then, busy doing nothing. Ike Chugo, the man has said he knows he's 28. The NFL says release 55. Let's the whole world see that we're doing something. Let them know that we're looking at a lot of options. Do you think there was any need to unveil a 55-man list when the man has already told you, I know my 28 is going to the AFCON with me?
I mean, if there's actually no need for them to do it, they won't do it. It's already established. It's power play. They just want to influence the list. If you leave a coach to actually do the job when you know that it is the prerogative of the coach to actually decide, the players that are going to the championship with him, I don't think that should be a problem for, the board. But of course, when the board decides that, they actually want certain players to be part of it, that means they will definitely make the list, ambiguous. And in that case, they will be able to sneak in one or two players who want to be part of it. In law, it's simply called, a bearing of evidence. You don't want to actually say it's not there, or you don't want to actually say it's actually there. You just want to, give your opposing counsel too many fights to actually deal with, bury him in paperwork. And that's exactly what they're trying to do with Eric Shearer and, of course, the nation at large. They already know the players they want to infuse. They already know the players they want to, put in that particular list. In fact, in some cases, Jerry, I'll shock you. is this. Some players, they know, okay, you will not be part of it, but want it to be on record that you were part of the preliminary 28-man list that went.
And there'll be a budget out for those players.
For those players. Outside that, again, it's going to also add to the player's CV that, yes, he was part of the Super Eagles players that were called out up to 28. Is that good to be part of the best 28 for Nigeria, even though he didn't end up making it part of the championship? So it's all about, players getting some sort of leverage in this particular list, and of course, people who actually have the power to actually take certain decisions are actually, are using their power. So that's exactly what we are having on the show. I mean, this should not be the case. I mean, we're not used to being in this case back in days. When we were going for major championship, we know our players definitely called to camp, and when other countries are releasing their list, Nigeria obviously will have released their list. But at this point, it shows that one, we really do not even have quality that we trust. We also do not have manager that we trust. And also, we have people who run our football, like market women who decides, what to sell and what not to sell.
All right, of course, you understand that Mayowa is now with us, and he was not with us yesterday when we talked about the 55-man roster. And of course, the NFF also went ahead to release that roster on their X handle and all their handles, as the case is. Mayowa, we understand that Territory already has his 28-man list, and we have been privy to that. And then the names of the 28 players are definitely on the 55-man list. But we've been saying that, was there any need to unveil a 55-man list, except maybe the NFL has a hidden agenda?
Well, I mean, you have to justify that, they are being paid salary. And that's the reason why, they want to distract us. The bottom line is this. I think there is a 20 standard, then you have another 5 extra as a possible replacement in case anything happens before the competition starts, and just making it a total of 28. I think part of the players will probably be some players that the powers above would insist that NHL picks along, and like Kechukwu rightly said, making the 55-man list is an addition to your CV, because we all know that majority of the names on that particular list are not going to make it to the Nations Cup. Definitely, we all know that. I don't want to start mentioning them, but we all know that they won't make it. It's just to boost their CV. There's a particular, our brilliant 15-year-old goalkeeper. All of us know that he's not going to make it to the Nations Cup. He's building his CV for probably maybe a transfer outside of Nigeria, and just. It's just a perpetual waste of time. I think they just want to confuse everybody just to show they are working. I think it doesn't change anything. A whole lot of teams that are in that particular tournament have released their actual list, and it's just the NFF trying to show that they are working while they are not doing anything. I hope they will not. I hope we will not see a whole lot of my slot in the final 28, because the NFF can do and keep our cases. The final list has not been released. They can do and keep. We have to force HL to take a player. It's not really comfortable. So I'm waiting for the official 28-man list to be out before we start, torchlighting the official 28-man list. As far as I'm concerned now, we have 55, and let's hope that HL picks the best 28 out of them.
All right. According to Inside Success, we already have a preview of what the 28-man squad is going to look like. And of course, for the goalkeepers, Stanley Nwabali, Amas Obasoje, and Maduka Okoye occupies that exclusive 28-man list. If eventually it's released on Monday, I will see this goalkeepers there. Will you be happy with that combination, Ikechukwu?
I think in the past 2 years, these guys have been Nigeria's best 3 goalkeepers. So I don't think anyone would fault that list. I don't think anyone would see any reason, anything wrong with that particular list. So I think they're the best 3 at this point for us. So I think that particular goalkeeping department is quite in order.
All right, of course. So Maiwa, let's look at the defenders quickly, where William Chus Ekong is on that list. Calvin Bansi, Shemi Ajayi, Bright Oshayi Samuel, Bruno Yemachi, Chidozie Awaziem, Zaidu Senusi, Rian Alebiosu, Blackburn Rovers, England. There's also Emmanuel Michael in the 28-man squad we are privy to. And that means the likes of Igor Ogbu might not be making the cut. And of course, it looks like Chustekong is still anointed to go. And Emmanuel Michael, it looks like his bus stop is going to be with the 54-man roster. Maiwa, looking at the names, here are the names
Do you think that this... Okay, sorry, Emmanuel Michael is on the 28th man list too. Yeah, he currently applies his trade with talking about Linza Athletic SK out there. And of course, he's quite a brilliant young man. He played in under 20 at a point in time. And of course, taking him to the AFCON would be an interesting one. Just because we don't have Benjamin Frederick, maybe bringing in such a young player in Ryan Alebiosu and Emmanuel Michael will add some flavor in that defense.
The list, this is the provisional list. I think this is more than 20. This is about 55,
yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. This is the list that was released by the NFL.
Yeah, so there are a whole lot of names that probably not make it to the Nations Cup. Definitely, Adeleke Adekunle that plays in the Nigerian league. Definitely, he might not be there. Felix Agu, I'm not sure about his injury concerns. Maybe that has been resolved. I'm not sure. So I don't know if he's going to make it. However, the mainstay of the defense that will definitely be there. We have Shemi Ajayi, Truster Kong. Probably because Nigerians shouted. I mean, Truster Kong has already come out and said he doesn't want to be part of the team. He's part of the team as as somebody that comes with the experience, but not part of the main team. Probably maybe that will play out, or maybe they've changed their mind because a lot of people shouted that why are you ostracizing him? But definitely, we know Shemi Ajayi, Kabibasi. Online, I'm not comfortable with. He has not been playing regularly. He's just coming back from injury. Do we trust him enough to, want to take him along in that particular competition? I think I'm still doubtful about online. Well, Bruno Emachi definitely. Alebiosu, I'm not sure. Maybe 2 days ago I was in Alebiosu. I'm not sure. Imagine, I'm not sure. Adekunle, I don't think Adekunle will make it. Probably be Adekunle, Alebiosu, then maybe Emmanuel. Probably maybe even an online, because I'm not sure if he's fully back. I think probably maybe 4 of those guys might not be making it. But in any case, the list are a whole lot. But we know the mainstay that will be there. Kavin Basi, Jaye, Oyemachi, Ezedu Sanusi. Those are names that we expect to be on the list, depending on what Ekel decides to do finally.
All right, of course, taking a look at the midfield pairings that we're just looking at. This Alex Iwobi, Frank Oyeka, Alassane Yusuf Abdullahi, who plays in the MLS, the Swiftford NDD, Rafael Oyedika, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, and Ebenezer Akintamiro. Okay, well, I thought the 2 Bashirus might be going, but because they're on the provisional list, if that happens, that one Bashiru has to make way. Alassane Yusuf on the midfield pairings.
Well, it goes back to what we've been saying. Certain things has to happen. The national team has to reflect federal character. Quota system continue to play into the Super Eagles. I don't see why Alassane Yusuf will be part of the Super Eagles. He's not playing at the highest level at this point. A lot of players would have easily walked into that particular midfield and then be a part of it to give a better contribution to the team. Even if you don't even have it, you can even add additional defender. I don't even mind. A defender that can actually help, a wing back that can actually help play high up in the midfield. But then it's the coach, it's the country, it's how we do business, and like I said before, federal character has to play. Aside Alassane Yusuf, I don't really think I have any other issue with this midfield. Ebenezer Akintamiro is a player we are actually hoping to actually see more of. So yes, I think it deserves to actually be there. Onyeka, Onyedika, Ndidi, these are OGs. They've shown that they really deserve to be there. In fact, in place of Alassane Yusuf, I would have even preferred to see Christian Tusuche given a chance in the middle of the park. But I mean, you can't be going to a major tournament with just one creative player in the midfield. It says a lot about how Eritrea wants to play. If you are taking Christian Tusuche and Alex Iwobi, I would even be more comfortable. And then the rest, I know that they are defensive-minded players. But then this is the case. Federal character has to prevail. And yes, Super Eagles, I just hope we're able to find the right combination in the middle of the park.
All right. Hopefully we'll be able to get the right combination in the middle of the park, which is crucial to the success of the team. And of course, take a look at the forward line of Maiwa. Demola Lukman is on fire at the moment, alongside Samuel Chukwueze of Fulham FC in England, Victor Osimhen, Moses Simon, Chidera Ejuke, Akko Adams, Paul Onuachu, Rafiu Durosimi of Victoria Pleasant in the Czech Republic in that 28-man roster being talked about as far as Eric Chell's list that is expected on Monday.
Fantastic yesterday. He nearly gave my wife a heart attack because of his performance yesterday. These are the kind of performances, we would expect. Adama Lukman over the weekend was unstoppable. He was unplayable. He was, he was in his element of his own. We saw what a Chukwueze can do. Probably the way he played yesterday might probably contribute to him, getting more regular starts with Fulham because of the performance, he was able to put in yesterday. And this is the kind of, Chukwueze that we saw in the La Liga that won the best player in La Liga. So I'm really excited that, he's picking form at the right time. Him and Adema Lukman, especially Paul Onachu, is scoring goal for fun. Definitely has justified, his selection in that particular team. So, Moses Simon, we are not sure yet. We don't know exactly what the injury concern is. I'm hoping, he's fully fit. But we all know that an Adema Lukman, a Chukwueze, an Osimhen, a Paul Onachu, these are the OG names that will make it. However, I'm not sure if your best friend will be able to make it. I think the likes of Cyril Dessel are just, name on the list. I don't think he's going to make it to the national squad. For Victor Boniface, I don't know. Probably maybe Jerry, you might have more information whether he will make it, but I don't think he might probably make it with what I'm saying. All that players picking up from at the moment doing.
All right, more information. I like that. Anyway, trying to put me on the spot there, but it is what it is. When information comes, definitely I'll be here to give it to you. But I think for me, I'll have no case against Paul Onachu because he's doing very well for himself. I think I have to say it. If you're doing well, I'll have to say it. He makes a big shout to be included in that AFCON list with his current form. I hope to see him scoring again tonight for Trabzonspor out there in Turkey. Okay, talking about the Super Eagles list of the list of players picked by Rachel for the upcoming African Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco was reduced to 54. It was supposed to be 55 after one player asked to be left out. The NFL made public the list of players, which was expected to be trimmed to 28 by Monday before the start of campaign in Egypt on the 8th of December. Chelsea originally picked 55 players, but later had to settle for 54 after one player in Jordan, Toru Nariga, asked to be left out of the squad for the tournament, except he is assured of making the final squad and a run in the team at the tournament proper. Signed by Hamburg in the summer, Toru Nariga, who has been an unused substitute in 2 games under Chelsea, and wants to be assured of his spot in the team in order not to jeopardize his starting spot with the Bundesliga side. Capped once by Nigeria, the 28-year-old has played in 5 games this season and switched to Nigeria after representing Germany at several youth levels before switching to Nigeria 3 years ago. I think with the fact that Benjamin Frederick is out, it didn't have been a bad idea to assure him that he was going to get game time at the AFCON, that he was going to make the 28-man squad, ahead of players like Emmanuel Michael, for instance.
Well, making 28-man squad is actually not also, an assurance that you could definitely be part of the national squad, right? It's still going to be trimmed. Who says you'll be part of the 23-man list? And that's where the big question is. And for me, I think one of the things we really need to look at is the fact that the players that will be going for this championship, are the ones that we are very much used to. And that's why I'm actually looking at the attack when you're actually looking at the names. The Duro Simi that is actually that was part of the 28-man list ahead of the likes of Arokodare. I don't know if that list eventually comes out and it happens that way. That's going to raise a lot of questions because I've seen Tolu Arokodare, right? And I've not seen this guy. So if you bring Tolu Arokodare in this qualifying playoff, we saw what he did. Yes, he might not, had played a lot because of Victor Osimhen. But the little time he comes, we see his input. Then we've not seen Duro Simi, and then somehow he's finding his name in this list. I have a lot of questions as regard that. But for a player I think I really respect him. He really wants to know where he stands. He's 28. He's not young. He doesn't have a lot of years ahead of him anymore. He wants to know if he's going to be part of it instead of coming to actually waste his time and then obviously jeopardizing his club chance. Because if he comes, another person is definitely going to be taking his spot. He's going to go either further down the pecking order or a step down. It depends on his position, in the attacking defensive option of his club side. So he wants to be certain, and I really do respect that. I mean, Eric Shaw also understand that from the way he stands, perhaps this guy really does not have a future for the Super Eagles. That's why he's unable to actually assure him. If a player like Benjamin Frederick had made this call after his outstanding performance at the Club World Cup qualifier playoff, then I know that Richard would have assured him that definitely have a spot, just come part of the campaign, and then let's get to synergize. But Torino Noriega, I mean, when was the last time he played for the Super Eagles? This exactly where the big question is. So I really respect it, and I think that's a very right call for him. Now Richard has just one job to do, look at the players that are in camp and then pick the very best for us. And I just hope that people who actually give Richard this job will definitely allow him do his job, allow him pick his team, so that we can definitely have a good team that represents us and take us beyond the semi-final that NFL is proposing. Because I mean, it's very, very funny for NFL to be proposing semi-final when we actually got to the final in last particular championship. It shows that how retrogressive people running the glass house is. But then in Nigeria, that's one of those things you definitely get.
All right. So Mario, the guy says he doesn't want to jeopardize his chances of a starting spot in his Bundesliga club side, and that is why he wanted assurances that he was going to play actively. But taking a look at Jordan, his father Ojokojo played also for the Super Eagles at some point in time. He wants to follow in his father's footsteps. But do you think giving the coach such kind of ultimatum that he has to play before he would make the cut, don't you think that is already telling the coach that whether you're good enough or not in training, you will have to start games?
Well, I think if I were to be HL, that would be the last time I would talk to him about coming to play for Nigeria. The sense of entitlement annoys me a whole lot. Nobody will watch a Benjamin Frederick play and you don't want him to come and play for Nigeria again because of the kind of performance he put in. There's a particular Gabriel Osho, the Nations Cup qualifier. He's no longer part of the team because he has not been able to perform. This is a Jordan guy, and I'm not trying to degrade what he has done. This is a Jordan guy that decided to choose Nigeria as second option because the chances to play for Germany is no longer there. That's the reason why he made the switch. That's number one. Number two, he plays for a club that is not even playing regularly. He's practically sitting down on the bench. Number three, he has not played for the Super Eagles. He has not been able to prove himself. So how come you want the coaches to give you assurance? It's not even part of the World Cup qualifiers. There are players that play throughout the World Cup qualifiers. There are players that have sweat, that are putting their sweat for the national team. And you want to come from nowhere because they decided to give you a calling that you want the coach to give you a looking and the rest of that. I think it's arrogance for me. I think Eric Church should just avoid him. You cannot be dictating to your coach. Your performance when you are called to camp will determine if the coach will eventually play you or not you dictating to the coach. If a player like that comes into the camp, it disrupts the flow because, why do you want to get a preferential treatment when you've not even done so much for the national team? So for me, I think it's good that, HL let him go. And if I were HL, if I'm staying on the job for a longer time, I will never call him again. We don't want that kind of attitude in the national team. If you must play for Nigeria, you must justify your place in the national team, not sit down on the bench in your club and be making demands, that you have not even been able to live up to.
But Maiwa, if you say that, for a player who you want to say, okay, since he's been sitting on his bench for his club side, why do you keep inviting him? You invited him for 2 occasions. You didn't put him on the field. If you're inviting him again for camping in the AFCON, you have to assure him. If you know he's not going to be part of it, why invite him? Because that's exactly where I'm looking at it from. A player you invited twice. This is almost what happened to John Fashion. If you recall, his problem with the Super Eagles was he kept being invited, but sometimes when he comes, you don't get to allow him play. At some point, you start asking questions. If you really want me to be part of it, let me know. If you don't want me to be part of it, just let me know so that I can just go do my thing. That's exactly what he's asking for.
All right, of course. The guy is okay. Mario.
So the question is this: if you are being invited to camp, you are supposed to prove yourself to be able to earn a place. I'll give a typical example. There's a particular Benjamin Fredericks. I can't remember the other young guy again that got injured that couldn't play for us for a very long time. Is he Ogu now, if I'm not mistaken, or Felix
Agu
that came with Benjamin Frederick.
Yes.
Those guys, they were invited for this
Unity Cup.
Yeah, and the way they played, and the way they trained, and the way they played, showed that they should be invited more again. They should be invited to Super Eagles again. He has not been able to prove himself, and that's the reason why he's not playing. Why did Gabriel Osho, was invited and was able to play? Yes, he played and he didn't do well, and he's not getting any call up again. When you are invited, you are expected to come, put in your best. Your performance will determine if you get to play or not. So I is even 100% sure that he will not even play for the team if he's so sure in his abilities. Why are you asking the coach to guarantee you a place when there are other sports, when there are other players that are fighting for the same position? I mean, would that be a fair assessment? No, it should not be fair for other players who have been fighting for that same position. As far as I'm concerned, if he has made the switch to Nigeria and wants to actually play for Nigeria like his dad, anytime you are called to come, give in your best, hope that your best is good enough for the coach to be able to play you, not that you will sit down somewhere and start making demands. I don't think it makes any sense.
Yeah, don't think it makes any sense. In the words of Mayowa, giving the coach an ultimatum that if he has to make the provisional list, he needs to assure him that he's going to make the list eventually for the AFCON. Of course, the decision of Eric Chell to pick LASK defender Emmanuel Michael in Super Eagles provisional squad for the African Cup of Nations came as a surprise to a lot of people when it was made public by the Nigerian Football Federation. Michael, who completed a full-time move to the Austrian side in the summer after 1 year on loan from Simobian FC, was the star of Nigerian under-17 team of Unduka Ubade 3 years ago when they won the Waffle B tournament. And in that tournament, he picked up 3 Man of the Match awards in 5 games, excelling from his left-back role with 3 well-taken free-kick goals plus an assist in the final. This season, he has made 5 appearances for the team in the Austrian top division, but more importantly is how he has looked comfortable when he plays, despite it being his first season as a professional footballer. Chell was taken aback by his technical level when watching him following a recommendation from one of the backroom staff, and the coach immediately got across to his contact in Austria, who told him how highly rated the 19-year-old is. And originally a midfielder, he was converted to left back by the coaches of the Nigerian under-17 team, and it's probably why to date he's still very comfortable in possession and always makes himself available when building up from the back. Although still not certain to make the team of the tournament, Chell is however giving him a chance to feel he's under his radar by including him in his preliminary list. Okay, we've heard about this guy, quick, strong, highly technical, and of course, you're one of the proponents of bringing them young from different cadre of the team. And of course, I think you'll be proud of Emmanuel Michael right now.
Well, I mean, it's been a long time we had a fullback that, impresses the Super Eagles, impresses us as a nation when we see our fullback going forward. I think the last we had, is, what's his name, Chidi Odia. I don't think we've had any other fullback that you want to enjoy, watching as Super Eagles. I mean, days of success in Bayer, Roslicki, awesome in defense. The likes of the Ifeanyi Udeze, awesome, they powerful, go forward. They know how to actually get the job done. Chidi Odia was another very special player. So I think yes, Michael actually falls in that rank. I mean, it's not very often you get to see defenders tasked with the job of taking free kick. Taita was actually the last, at this level that actually did it at the youth level that actually did it for Nigeria. So if this young man can actually develop his technical ability, and there's something special about, midfielders converting into defenders and, start playing for that role. They are almost, very different level of players, especially the ones that play from fullback position. You see them, you get to enjoy them because they're so calm. They understand how attackers think. And then when they go on the offensive, they are also very, very dangerous because they move, just like a forward player. So he is going to be a good addition. So 19 years old. Let's get to see what's going to be bringing into the Super Eagles if he eventually makes the cut. Because Zedu Sanusi, yes, he's got experience, but going forward, it's not one player that I can really rely on. Bruno Emechi also very powerful. Defensive is rock solid. He likes to go forward, but his final ball also very, very questionable. So if this guy can actually combine the deficiency of both players and bring it into the Super Eagles, I think it's going to be our very first choice in that left back position. We really need someone there. I think we have good options.
Someone can score free kicks.
Yes, I really think we have good options in the right. All I know is rock solid. He's good going forward as well. Bryce Osayi is also good. He might question his defensive ability, but it's good, going forward. But when you have someone who's going to be pinning down number 3 jersey for the Super Eagles and is so good on the ball, I think it's really going to help our build-up play. Because one of the problems we've had over the years, I think the last 10 years, is the fact that we don't really have defenders who are very good when it comes to build-up play in the Super Eagles. Gone are days when we had likes of Yobo, who are very, very awesome, with the ball. We don't have this.
Even in midfield.
Yes, we don't have, because if the defenders
was Mikel.
If defenders are very good on the ball, it's going to really help the midfielders, because now when you pressure the defenders, they know how to be calm, and then it gives room for the midfielders to come receive the ball, enjoy, and start the attack. So, but then if this guy can actually be part of the team, Benjamin Frederick also part of the team when he's fit. Trust me, Super Eagles is going to really have a very good team. Our build-up play will go back to what we used to say.
All right, and of course, we must talk about Emmanuel Michael Mayowa, graduated from the same academy that produced Benjamin Frederick, owned by Ibukun Simon, the wife of Super Eagles star Moses Simon. It looks like there's something about that academy.
Well, if the NFF cannot do it, private Nigerian citizens should be doing it for Nigeria. I think it's a good one, and I'm liking how our defense line is beginning to take shape. This Emmanuel 19, Frederick 20, Felix Agu I think 21, and these are very young players that will serve us for a very long time. The likes of Shemia Jayi and Olaino, they are beginning to get to their prime and are beginning to think of facing them out because of how young these players are. For Emmanuel, I think he has been very fantastic. Also, remember, he combines the ability of knowing how to play as a midfielder and also, adapting very well as a defender. It gives us, it serves a dual purpose. He can defend very well and he can also go forward very well. For this particular tournament, I think because of the more established name will probably go ahead of him. But, there's a 23-man list and there's a 5-man,
reserve.
Kept aside reserve that they usually keep. Probably he makes it part of the reserve and take this particular AFCON as an avenue for him to be able to build this. I think because of the established name, we might not get to see him play. So I would not be surprised if he makes it as part of the reserve and not make it as part of the 20. However, this experience counts a whole lot. I mean, he gets to build his confidence. He gets to play among the more established players and the rest of that. And he just have over a year of professional football under his belt, and he's making rave at the moment. The Nations Cup experience will help shape him and help him go. So definitely does not make it part of the 23-man list, but probably maybe part of the reserve. Will work the magic on him.
All right, definitely we'll wait and see how that pans out for Emmanuel Michael, which is already having a lot of celebration in his camp ahead of the AFCON. Just making the cut on the 54-man preliminary list is already showing that there's promise for the young man who was awesome at the WAFOP tournament and, of course, a part of Nduka Ogbade's team at some point in time at the under 17 level. And, of course, let's talk about Olaino himself. He has added a touch of flair to his AFCON preparations, revealing a limited edition football boot that celebrates both his heritage and a personal milestone, even as he works his way back from injury. The Nottingham Forest fullback had a partner create a boot for him, a nod to his long-time nickname, and Mr. Lulu. Okay, and of course, washed in a light green shade that echoes Nigerian's football identity. The design blends cultural motifs, and of course, it looks like the man is prepared ahead of the AFCON already. This is the kind of mood we expect from the players ahead of competitions like the AFCON.
So basically, major tournaments comes with key players or major players, major characters going to this championship with different sort of what would I call it, signage or something that you remember the tournament for. Okay, this is particular thing. This guy actually made this tournament this guy actually made this thing popular by actually doing this XYZ in this particular tournament. Case in point, France 98, the blue Nike boots, Ronaldo da Lima. After that tournament, everybody wants to go for that particular boot. Another, very important thing to remember also in 2002, remember David Beckham with his mohawk that people, started rebranding as Galas. People, even Ronaldo da Lima, his hairstyle in 2002 also, the Japanese half cut, what's it called, the samurai's haircut that he actually did. So top players always do these things. I mean, people rebrand their boots, and it's good that the Nigerian players actually do. I think this is going to be the very first time we see a Nigerian player going to a major championship with this sort of things. Maybe it's because of the fact that it's actually a foreign-born Nigerian, so there's this thought of infusing these sort of things in his own kind of style. But I think I really like it. Let him light up the tournament. In the end, I mean, if Nigeria goes ahead to actually win it, this particular thing that he's done is going to actually be, something to remember. Because now this boot, right, if, eventually Nigeria goes on to win this championship, or it gives a very strong showing, a lot of, producers will definitely come produce this level or this number of boot. And a lot of young kids, who will be inspired by his performances will also want to go for this boot. And this boot is going to be remembered by this young man. That's exactly how it works. So it's beautiful. I mean, it's also marketing himself, marketing the country as a brand, also marketing, perhaps he's going to do some work with the company that's producing this boat and then get his, his own cut. It's a beautiful thing to see, actually.
All right. And Mayowa, he also spotted the number 4 Can Wanko jersey while promoting his boots. He's going to be putting on the AFCON.
I think it's good. It's not just time star players are making, stylish statements. The most famous one was Beckham in 2002. Everybody wanted. If you're not barbing Moonwalk at that particular time, you're not a happening guy.
That's right.
I mean, so him trying to make that statement, I think it's good. Apart from the preparations, there's a lighter side of it. There's the entertainment part of it, and also it's an avenue for him to be probably, put his partnership with that particular brand, on the map. If Nigeria ends up doing very well in that particular for that particular brand and online, as the face of the brand, and that also brings a whole lot of money to him. Remember, he's 29 already, and at that age, you are beginning to think about your retirement. So yeah, it's a good one. I hope he's stylish enough, and he backs up the stylishness with his performance on the field of play. I hope this is not a stylish team that will probably a stylish boot that will kick us out of the first round. So I'm hoping we go very far, such that he gets to make a name for himself and the brand that is partnering. So good to see. I'm really happy for it.
All right, so of course, let's talk about the Premier League. Manchester City appeared to have written the perfect script when they raced into a commanding 3-0 lead inside 44 minutes at Craven Cottage. But what unfolded was pure Nollywood drama, with Alex Iwobi and Samuel Chukwueze stepping into starring roles for Fulham in a match that will be talked about for years. And of course, City's dominance looked absolute until Iwobi injected life into the contest. The Nigerian midfielder showcased his trademark vision and composure, orchestrating Fulham's first breakthrough. And of course, his clever involvement in the build-up allows Smith Rowe to head home in first half stoppage time, reducing the deficit to 3-1 and giving the home fans hope. I wish he can replicate such kind of form with the Super Eagles.
Well, he should. I mean, if he continues to if he has been doing it week in, week out for Fulham, it means he's got it in him. Now the big question is, can Eric Chell actually deploy him right? That's the big question. We've seen what Iwobi is doing for his club side is no fluke. If it's a fluke, he would have stopped. Every single week he underperforms for the Super Eagles. It goes back to his club to be with the same person. It means there's a problem with the Super Eagles, not with Iwobi. Eric Chell needs to find the right combination to ensure that he unlocks the creativity of Alex Iwobi in the Super Eagles. And then Chukwueze should also be deployed as, Marco Silva is actually deploying him at the moment. Look at all of these players, look at the roles they are playing for their club side, how they come to life whenever they're putting on the jersey of the club side. Put them in that particular role, even if it means playing a 3-man defense because you want the attackers and the midfielders to be alive. Let's do it. This idea of coming back to Super Eagles and then playing so deep. I mean, we recall that if you look at Mikel in his days, Mikel is just one special player who, for me, I think his career trajectory just turned out the way it did. Mikel plays so deep for Chelsea, comes to the Super Eagles, you know, plays advanced, and really did affect his career. But then because he's got it in him, you see that he gives, you know, that magnificence of performance every time he comes to Super Eagles. When he goes to Chelsea, you see he plays. Yes, he's quite good, but he's not one of the very elite number 6, you know, in the world at the point. But then if he had done that week in week out for the Super Eagles and for Chelsea playing advanced role, I know Mikel would have been something else. But then, for players like this, right, it shows that there's something wrong, you know, with the system and the way you've been putting them. Let them play free. They want to actually play a certain role. Just imagine Ademola Lookman being played away from his usual position in Atlanta. He's definitely not going to be giving us his best. I mean, Ademola Lookman is a very classic case in point. If you play him that same position he played for Atlanta, you see him turn up to be the same man. But then I don't know why Eric Chell keeps, you know, doing this. When it comes to Super Eagles, he likes to play Alex Iwobi deep. It is not how Alex Iwobi is deployed. Alex Iwobi is not the player who is good playing deep. Let him free. Free him. He's a player who likes to play free role, always coming from the right and side of the midfield, advance. Let him play and you know, give us his best as Super Eagles player. Even if it means you have to play 2 players, you know, in the half of defense. Defensive midfield to actually help win the ball and then give it to him. Do it. Let him, you know, give us his best. I mean, we saw the Super Eagles players. I mean, Kevin Bassey has always been playing the same position he's been playing for Fulham. That's why he's always been the same player whenever it comes to Super Eagles. So why is it difficult for Rachel to actually spot this and then do this job and give the Super Eagles, you know, let us enjoy the quality of the players we see week in, week out in Premier League.
All right, of course, the man of the moment is Samuel Chukwueze. He was on fire last night, giving 2 goals, and in his past 3 games, he has had 2 assists and 3 goals to show for his performance. It shows that the man is on fire right now. And of course, it was a fantastic Nollywood blockbuster last night, like the commentators actually called it.
Well, I mean, Pep Guardiola almost shot himself in the foot. Immediately, Nico Gonzalez came out. The midfield practically collapsed. Nobody to break up play, just like Rodri and Nico Gonzalez could do. And that gave a whole lot of room for, you know, Iwobi and Chukwueze to operate in. Definitely, we've said it constantly, the way Iwobi is being deployed to play in Nigeria affects his overall performance. And I think the game yesterday is a testament to, if you deploy Iwobi correctly, it's going to give you, you know, a very fantastic performance. The same thing too for Chukwueze. Chukwueze yesterday, if you look at how he played yesterday, he was coming from the middle and drifting to the left-hand side. He was not, you know, he was not stand still on the left-hand side, just like we usually see him here. I think there is a need for Eric Tell to be able to give Chukwueze much more freedom for him to be able to roam around. I think if you give him a whole lot of freedom, you get to see the best of him. He came in about, I think if I'm not mistaken, about 20 minutes to the end of the game, and he was the star of the show, you know, controlling play, directing the link up, and, you know, also joining the attack and also scoring the goals. Remember how he scored the 2 goals? Look at the positioning. That is how, you know, so somebody a forward should move, and he was able to do that yesterday. I'm just hoping Eric Chell is able to interpret, you know, Iwobi and Chukwueze's role very well for them in the national team, for us to be able to see the best of them and not deploy them to be conservative just to accommodate other players. I think the problem has always been, you know, him trying to accommodate other players at the expense of the creativity of a Chukwueze and an Iwobi. But fantastic performance yesterday. They nearly gave everybody a heart attack yesterday, my wife included. But, you know, Man City survived, and the pressure is on Arsenal now. 2 points behind Arsenal. And, you know, Arsenal might mess up today, and Man City might catch up next week.
Might catch up next week. And I think Arsenal fans would not like to hear that from you, Mayowa. But let's talk about Erling Haaland as well. Samuel Chukwueze also on the night, 2 goals. Even Guardiola had to congratulate him after the game ended. And of course, there was a situation where they would have honorably make that game 5-5 eventually, if not for Gavadio's quick recovery, stopping that ball for passing the line. And of course, Haaland was also on the night, 2 assists and a goal. He would have ordinarily scored a hat-trick if not for the woodwork and stopped him as well. So, good one for Erling Haaland as well.
Absolutely, 100 goals in 111 Premier League games. Fastest to have done it. Now, Alan Shearer trails him. I mean, Haaland is one player you cannot overemphasize. 3 seasons, 100 Premier League goals. This is what a lot of players, you know, will play all their entire career in the Premier League and they will never get. I mean, Haaland, there's no way you can actually overemphasize his quality. 15 Premier League goals now, and we're looking at him hitting 25. This is just match day 14. And like we said, I mean, just 10 more goals, he's going to hit 25. Manchester City are on the trail. If he gets, to find his way to that 25 goal margin, and trust me, it's going to be difficult to stop Man City from picking up this title. I might well say something. If Arsenal slips up today, it's going to be 3 points. That is if they draw the game. And when it's 3 points, Man City smells blood. Trust me, the way Man City is going right now, they might just get, this is one of those periods they get their 12, 13 straight games without, losing. And they've played all their big games. So before they start playing big games again, it's going to be sometime maybe January, February in the year. And maybe then they've actually covered a lot of grass. And if Arsenal really need to be up and doing at this point, you need to win all of their games until that particular time. It's going to be quite difficult. You know how December fixtures can be, cumbersome and tasking. I mean, you can play 2 games or 3 games in a week, so it's a lot to actually take in. It's a good time. I mean, it's actually suited. That's explains why he actually took out Nico Gonzalez, because he understands that there's a lot of games to play and there's no Rodri to also be part of it. So, congratulations on Manchester City and of course Erling Braut Haaland, who is a man who definitely is going to pick up the Golden Boot if he stays fit in England. Congratulations once again to him. I mean, 100 goals is no mean feat at the age.
Fantastic. And of course, there were also that games played last night. Talking about Bournemouth, like I rightly said, they're going to lose this one. Everton picking them up by a 1-0. And of course, the game between Tottenham and Newcastle United, it looks like they decided to settle for a draw. 2-2, fantastic blockbuster fixture as well, as far as I'm concerned. Tonight, Arsenal takes on Brentford. Arteta is talking tough. 2 draws in the Premier League games have stalled Arsenal's progress, and although they still have a 5-point lead at the top, Mikel Arteta has called on his team and their fans to bring energy like animals when they play Brentford tonight. Arsenal, who finished second in the last 3 seasons, are bidding for their first league title since 2004. If they don't win it tonight, a lot of questions will be asked again about Arsenal's credentials. 2 draws in a row is not really good. If they get another draw or a loss to this one, it's going to be a difficult one. Maiwa.
I mean, the points between them and Man City is about 2 points now. If they lose this one, and that's the reason why I said on Friday, that's the reason why I said on Monday, against Chelsea, they should have won that game. They should have taken the advantage of the red card. Now, you have a Man City bringing down their neck. A mistake in this particular game and a draw against Brentford, puts them under a whole lot of pressure. But I think they have enough quality to be able to dispatch a Brentford side. And this is the time whether Arsenal, will probably be the champions of this season or not. They are under pressure now, and they need to deliver really good tonight. I mean, there's no other way around it. If they don't win tonight, probably it leaves room for Man City to catch them. And when Man City overtakes you, before you can get them, probably maybe at the end of the season. So they have only one choice tonight. They have to win.
Yeah, Arsenal has to win. And of course, there will be other games tonight as well. Liverpool against Sunderland at Anfield is going to be a very big test for the team after that win against West Ham. Sunderland
is one team that's really shown that they really want to stay in the Premier League. And if you want to stay in the Premier League, you have to find a way to pick up points
beating the big boys. Beating Chelsea, giving Arsenal a run for their money.
Absolutely. And Liverpool is also a side that's coming off, a very terrible run after eventually winning a game. So they also want to maintain that particular streak. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. Sunderland losing this particular game against Liverpool. Liverpool is here to actually show that they are a side to be feared. I hope that Arne Slot will go into that particular game with Gomez playing the right back, not Szoboszlai. If he does that Szoboszlai thing again, trust me, Liverpool will most likely lose that game.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. And of course, there's Brighton, Aston Villa, Burnley, Crystal Palace, Wolves up against Nottingham Forest, Leeds United play host to Chelsea, which looks like a London derby for Chelsea. It's going to be a very interesting pack of games to look forward to. And of course, that's where the cookies crumble on the show. Big thanks, Maiwa, for being awesome on the show this lovely evening.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Just to reiterate, the Black Friday continues. They've won 7. They're about to lose their 7th game tonight. So Sunderland to take tonight's game against Liverpool. Thank you for having me.
You didn't wish me well. happy birthday and all those stuff. You didn't even give me a happy birthday gift, and you're now wishing me bad. Don't worry, value will collect tomorrow. Anyway, thanks Chico for being a part of the show.
Thank you for having me, Jerry.
All right, of course, big thanks to the guys behind the scene for making sure the show is great. Talking about the likes of Alex as well as Victor, and not leaving out Jerry and Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelhai. So thanks for being a part of the show. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukwuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content it come on at VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264. On YouTube and other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Like I normally tell you, this conversation is interactive. So there's a number scrolling on your screen. You can call in or send in WhatsApp messages to that number. I've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter and a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Dele Fanimo.
Thank you very much for not adding seasoning to it.
Good to have you on the show. You are a veteran.
My pleasure.
Now, on the show today, PDP issues Wike, Fayose, Anyang, and others expulsion certificates. When we move away from that, we will x-ray the Nigerian Senate under Goodwill Akpabio. And again, we hear that manpower shortage may delay NNCDC's VIP protection rollout. Well, let's get into it immediately. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by Taminu Suraki, has issued certificates of expulsion to FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and other members recently expelled from the party. Now, those members include former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, the former National Secretary, Samuel Anyang, and others, including the National Organizing Secretary, Omar Batro. Well, Turaki stated this while addressing journalists at the PDP headquarters in Abuja on Tuesday. Recall that the party had unanimously expelled Wike and a former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, from the party for anti-party activities. It also expelled, I've already called their names, Senator Sam Anyang, Omar Turaki, the former National Organizing Secretary, and 8 others, as well as dissolving party structures in Imo, Abia, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers State. The chieftains were expelled for anti-party activities and fostering disunity with a series of litigation against the interests of the party. While Turaki said that certificates of expulsion had been sent to them via courier services. The scuffle in the PDP, continues unabated. Expulsion and counter-expulsion within the party. When was the last time you heard that a party expelled and issued expulsion certificates? This is novel. This is the first time I'm hearing it. Maybe you have heard, but I've not heard about this before. What does it look like? What does that tell you?
It's the height of brigandage. It's just like somebody failed and you are giving an award of the worst student to somebody in the class. As if to further shame him. You see, they are just stoking the ember of discord and resentment in that party. How could you? It's unheard of. Why don't you give certificate of
admission?
Loss of election.
Okay.
And then should be issuing certificate of loss of election.
Okay, since they issue returns, certificate of return.
Return to the winner.
Okay, so they should issue certificate of loss
to the loser. It's as simple as that. I don't know. Sometimes you see adults behaving like toddlers, and it gives you a kind of creeps that how can somebody behave like this? It appears that the Turaki faction is playing the game of Wike's faction.
Okay.
That's the way I see it. It is either that there is somebody or there are some people in Wike faction that has infiltrated the ranks of Turaki to further cause rancor in that party. How would you imagine that you are issuing certificate of expulsion?
Does it look childish?
It looks more childish than you can imagine, because it doesn't add up. If you have expelled somebody, let that person remain expelled. It is only when, if he resisted that expulsion, that you can now say you want to publish and shame.
Okay.
That is the extent you can go.
Will it have been proper, or more appropriate to now go to the ward, Wike's ward, those other people, their wards, and say, look, the chairman or the secretary, strike off their name from the register of members? Would that have been better?
As a matter of fact, you have just pointed to one thing. You have pointed to what is likely to be the outcome of the suit filed by Wike. Because when you want to exit a party, you go back to your ward. And if you recall that there have been politicians in the past that when they want to remove them, it is the ward.
Yes, they'll go to the ward.
They'll go to the ward to remove them. Now you went to remove somebody at the national level. Well, I've not read to that extent the constitution of PDP. But the fact still remains that for the party leaders, so-called party leaders, to have gone to this extent to say you are issuing certificate of expulsion, it shows that they didn't even study the constitution of that party very well.
Because I don't know. We were not told that that expulsion letter or certificate was signed by the ward chairman and secretary, which is what it should be. Like you said, if you want, when Nasir El-Rufai, you know, got his membership card, it was at his ward level.
Of course.
In Kaduna. When Atiku got his own membership card of the ADC, it was at his ward level. So, because that is the starting point, that's the takeoff point.
Yes.
Now,
Option A4 exposed us to see this kind of process that whatever you are, like they say, politics is local.
Okay.
So whatever you are going to be at the national level, your word must be the bedrock.
Okay, to deepen grassroots politics so that you start from the base.
Yes, if you are not good at home, how can you be good at this?
Maybe let's go back, you know, we have to go back to the beginning, you know, and discuss this extensively. Which is the authentic faction of the PDP at the moment? I would like for you to, you know, factor in the fact that Turaki spoke from the PDP headquarters. That means they have access to that office. Does that make them the authentic faction of the PDP?
It doesn't make them the authentic faction.
So how did they get access into that place?
Well, you know, so they forced their way in.
Okay.
It was there, live on television.
No, that was before it was sealed.
And that's what I'm saying.
Now, if we hear that they met at the PDP headquarters, what it means is, and we didn't hear that they broke into it, what it technically means is that they have access to it. So does that make them the authentic faction of the
till
PDP?
Today,
Okay.
INEC has not said it's recognizing Turaki, the leadership of PDP. Damagun had stepped down. So for me, the way it is now, with the two factions in PDP, until there is validation either from INEC or from the court, there is no leadership in PDP today. And if, for instance, there will be 2 off-season elections next year.
Okay.
Adeleke
Oshun
and Ekiti, Banji. I know that this was what Adeleke saw, that he had to abandon that ship to go to Accord. Because if he contests PDP on the ticket of PDP, in fact, his opponents should just go and sleep. Because I remember those days of Ababala's exploit. Ababala was like Michael Tyson in the ring. All his strength, he would just deploy first round, second round. He knocks you out and takes the shield.
Ababala, the Lego luminary?
Yes.
Okay.
He dwells so much on technicalities, not on the merit of the case.
Okay.
And that was when the likes of Latif Fagbemi, Olujimi,
Olanipeku,
you know. So this is what is going to happen. And you see, that Samfara episode is a pointer to any politician. That was why I said the other time that anybody seeing these governors jumping ship from PDP or LP, it is just obeying survivor instinct. That if anybody contests on those 2 platforms, my brother, his opponents should just go and be partying. Because the lawyers will not sweat to remove the rug off that person's feet and give it to his opponent. That's the way it is. So PDP, sometimes when they talk about external forces destabilizing their party, how can you say somebody came to your bedroom to sleep with your wife? You are saying it's an external factor. How did he come into your room? How did he even access your gate? How did he open the gate? Then your main gate is your first fortress. From your first gate to the main door to the house, And then when he breaks through the first door to the house, then he would have to navigate to your room. A stranger will not do that. So if PDP is now saying that some external factors had come to destabilize the party, who propped up this monster that is now assailing that party from left, right, and center? So for me, PDP is on a road to perdition.
Okay, road to perdition. I think the PDP crisis seems to be more complicated than we understand. Now, yesterday...
It's just the same thing as an LP.
Labour Party, yes. Now, the one of Labour Party is understandable because it wasn't like as big as the PDP. It has never been. So a lot of people felt that it could have been managed, better managed than they did. But I think the problem in the PDP looks more complicated than we even see. Now, the National Working Committee of the party, loyal to Nyesom Wike, has appointed a new caretaker committee for the Southeast Zonal
after their Congress.
Of the PDP. No, not the Congress, for them to organize the Congress. Okay. Because the Congress was in dispute when Wike and Co said, look, Ali Odefa, has to step aside. And Damagum said, no, this is the authentic leadership of the PDP. So apparently, Ali Odefa had to step aside because his tenure expired alongside that of Damagum. Now, the Wike, the faction loyal to Wike, the National Working Committee, whose responsibility it is to organize all of those things.
How do we even categorize them? Maybe we should be using NWC1, NWC2,
like Quam 1 and Quam 2 and all of that. Now, that committee has announced a new caretaker committee, for the Southeast, apparently to organize the congresses sometime in the future. That announcement was made by the National Organizing Secretary, Umar Bature, who, by the way, was expelled alongside Wike and Fayoshe. So, what is the mission of that committee as we speak?
The legitimacy had to come from the top.
Which is the top now? Because we
are apparently legitimized.
Okay.
For that expulsion to hold.
Okay, so apparently, Omar Bature...
You should be aware that Wike's faction has also expelled some people.
Including even before Damagum left, he was expelled.
So, the legitimacy would have to come. The only reason why that expulsion will stay is for the conferment of legitimacy on either of these two, or otherwise. Otherwise, we are still hanging on the cliff. We don't know.
So it looks like the onus now rests on the Independent National Electoral Commission
or the court.
No, nobody can go to court. Because of the Supreme Court has said that says, look, the internal problem of the party
must be resolved internally.
So how do they resolve all of that?
Compromise, which is not possible.
Now, do you think like we have the eminent persons, in the PDP, would have two former presidents. They have two former vice presidents, talking about Atiku Abubakar and Namadi Sambo. They have Goodluck Jonathan and Olusegun Obasanjo. Now, all these people
Obasanjo is no longer in PDP.
No, he is in the PDP.
He has come back to PDP?
Yes, he came back. After tearing his card, he came back to PDP.
Okay.
So...
Because he said he's no longer a partisan person.
He's a member of the PDP. So, is it that, did they abdicate responsibility? Somebody like Goodluck Jonathan, did he feel betrayed by the party? And that is why he has stood aside all this while? Obasanjo, what is his problem? Why are they allowing their sweat, the party that they worked so hard to build, falter in this manner? Could you hazard a guess about all of that?
You see, my guess is that it has gotten to a point that it's like a ruffle fight. When people are engaged in ruffle fight, the elders that are wearing white will not want to be stained. If they are going to even try to mediate truth in this crisis, it could be behind the scene. For instance, look at the spat between Fayoshe and Obasanjo. That was when Fayoshe was still a member of the party, according to the expulsion certificate that has just been issued. Now, where would Obasanjo come into this? Jonathan, where would Jonathan come into this? That it will not be bloodied. because they would rather advisedly remain aloof to some extent so that they won't be sucked into the crisis. Because once they are sucked in, then the non-dimitives of the party is imminent. So I just hope that they will have a way of reaching out to the factions for the sake of that party, except they want the party to go under. Perhaps, maybe that's their agenda. But if they must allow the parties to stay afloat, they must intervene.
Now, talking about allowing the party to go under, do you think that the PDP will survive this debacle before 2027? Because the problems seem to be multiplying with each person there.
But I predicted this about 6 months ago. I said the crisis in PDP would escalate to the point that the party may not even field a candidate in 2027. And the thing is gravitating towards that now. Because as it is today, when you have two factions jostling for the soul of the party, if faction A decides to field the candidate, then faction B decides to field the candidate, who would INEC recognize? And what are the parameters for recognizing a particular faction in a party that is embroiled in this kind of crisis? So at the end of the day, they would so denigrate the party that the party may not field the candidate. And that's the signal most of these PDP governors are seeing, that they are crossing to APC, running to Accord and all that. Because every politician now realizes that he or she needs a solid platform, a strong platform for it to contest without looking over his shoulder for any legal technicalities that would make nonsense of his electoral victory at the long run. And that is what is happening now.
Okay, now, elder statesman Olabode George has called on the president to please caution your minister, Nyesom Wike. He is the one causing problem in our party. And Bode George seems to be the only elder statesman talking now. When you talk about factions, we have two NWCs in the PDP. We have two BOTs in the PDP. We have two everything in the PDP. And this thing is devolving to the state level. In those states where they say, look, we have dissolved the party structure, you have two factions of the state working committee, of the NEC, of the party, and all of that. You don't see any miracle coming the way of PDP ahead of 2027. You don't see a rebound.
Like I said,
like the president steps in and says, okay, let us solve this problem.
It will be the miracle of the century.
Okay.
If we find rapprochement towards this coming election in PDP. Because even in the states, in most states now, what to say is one leg in, one leg out.
Apart from one leg in, one leg out.
Most of the PDP stalwarts across the states, they are now romancing ADC. They are just keeping PDP until this crisis is resolved. And if it doesn't get to a point that it's resolvable, then they move en masse. Nobody in PDP is actually committed to PDP in his or heart of heart as we speak, because they know that there is an agenda, and that agenda, the person fueling this agenda has so much strength in terms of authority, legitimacy in the government of the day, which had set out to denigrate for his own political advantage. And that is Wike. And Wike is not letting us steam.
Is it not curious that PDP at last count has 8 governors, and all these 8 governors, despite their deep pockets, allow Wike to call the shots within the PDP? Is it not curious?
What is the level of the deep pocket we are talking about? No businessman will want to invest in a shark-infested water. You want to invest where you are sure there is profit. And that is also the game in politics. You must ensure that whatever you are putting in, you are reaping it. It may not come in terms of naira and kobo, but the leverage of power you hold would make you feel comfortable that you have spent so amount of money, even when the return on your investment, quote and unquote, is less than what you invested. But at least you have authority and you have power. And that is enough compensation. So, those 8 governors, they are not sure of the future of the party. And so they are not going to put their money in that party. And that's what you see. Because every governor now is, except for those who are not contesting again, that are serving out their second term. But for those who are still looking up to having another shot that is allowed by the Constitution, they will not want to fritter their resources on a party that is not sure of even fielding candidates, a party that is factionalized. And it's good for these governors because one of the electoral laws says that there must be a crisis in a particular party before you can move from that party to another party. And at state level and at national level, there is crisis in PDP, there is crisis in the Labour Party. So it's a choice to remain where there is fire on the roof, or you go to a place where you are sure there is peace.
Okay, now, in the course of your intervention, you said that in some of the states that even those that have stayed back in the PDP are one leg in,
one leg out.
And you specifically mentioned that most of them are romancing with the ADC.
Yes.
Now, does it look like the ADC is going to offer a viable alternative to the PDP in the coming days?
But as at this time, if there's going to be any opposition in 2027, ADC looks more like it than the other 2 parties.
Okay.
The Labour Party and the PDP. Because that crisis of having 2 ends-men in the 2 parties is not going to end until after that election. So those who will make it impossible for it to end are there. I don't see a Wike turning down the script that he has acted almost 70%, and then leave the 30%.
Backing off.
And then back. No. He's not going to do that. Because if Wike tumbles out of that office, FCT minister, and he runs into the bad book of the current administration, hyenas are waiting to devour him. And he is mindful of that. So he's going to act that script, and he's going to make sure that whatever is required to make sure that he delivers, he will do. And that is what he's doing.
Okay, now, before we move into the second topic of discussion, I would like for us to talk briefly about the ADC, because you mentioned the ADC in the course of this conversation. Now, do you see the ADC being rancor-free from now up until after their primaries, ahead of the 2027 general election? Because you see, Abechi said, look, I'm not stepping down for anybody. You know, I want to be on the ballot. And he has formally, in fact, even joined the ADC before Atiku Abubakar and Nasir El-Rufai. He has refused to step down. Peter Obi is waiting in the wings. Nobody knows where he is. He's neither here nor there. But El-Rufai said, look, Peter Obi is going to join us. And he will join hands with us to push out Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Do you see the ADC running through a rancor-free primaries and all of that? We are trying to measure the strength of the ADC.
Yeah. You see, the fact that I said ADC has some level of strength, as at this point, does not mean that ADC is rancor-free.
Okay.
Because the people they met on ground before coming en masse to ADC, they are still there. And at the last count, I have not heard or read any report that those suits had been withdrawn, challenging the legitimacy of this new membership and the leadership they imposed on that party. So, but the optics looks bright that maybe with the stature of an Atiku, who is of course, bent on clinching the ticket, and that if there's anybody in that party that can struggle with Atiku in getting the ticket of ADC for 2027 election. So, Atiku in there, and an El-Rufai who is banking on the emergence of Atiku, I doubt if they will not be able to muzzle those people for them to settle out of court before 2027. That is barring all odds. But this posturing, I'm going to slug it out. Amechi does not even have the stature of a president in Nigeria. So it will end up...
What do you mean by the stature of a president?
What is his political... I've forgotten the word I want to use. That the value.
Okay.
What is his political value at national level? What has he done?
Okay.
Maybe speaker.
But are you aware that?
Speaker,
are you aware that he was the first
minister.
runner? He was the first runner up the APC primaries in 2022.
And what was the gap?
But he did better than others.
Barring
any last minute decision,
who are the
others?
Who are the others?
Ahmed Lawan was there.
Ahmed Lawan listening to voice of.
And back to Oshibajo was there. He beat Oshibajo.
Oshibajo, you know that Oshibajo is a Liliputan when it comes to presidential race in any political.
He has a lot
party.
of clout in the South. Former
clout?
minister, former governor, former speaker, and all of that.
You see, for you to be a president in this country, you would have gone beyond certain thresholds in terms of optics. For instance, you must have very strong handshake across the Niger. What I mean
as
is
an
even if you are
individual
coming,
or the party structure itself, because if
no,
you
I'm coming to the party structure.
Okay.
I'm talking about the personality.
Okay.
You would have very strong handshake across the Niger.
Like Yaradua had or what?
Yeah, Yaradua had.
No,
like
I'm asking you,
MKO.
did Yaradua, did he have that handshake across the Niger?
Yaradua leveraged on his brother's legacy.
And Obasanjo's?
As the, is it PDM?
Okay,
You know,
yes.
Yaradua
branch
from
of the
PDM.
PDP, yes.
And Atiku was part of the PDM.
Of the PDM.
And so that was why even for them to have versed PDM, that was why they had to pluck Atiku, having won the governorship race, to come and become vice president as part of compensation. Because PDM was very strong. If
Yaradua had relied on Atiku's influence, because recall that was the year Atiku left PDP and went to ACN.
You see,
so apparently, Atiku disagreed with the Yaradua candidacy.
Atiku was not holding the lever of PDM.
Okay.
But because of his stature in PDM, that was what influenced his being picked as running mate to Obasanjo, because they wanted a political structure in the north that can be subsumed under PDP at that time that would give them leverage. And of course, when you want to invest, it's just like if you are going to PDP, ADC now, you know, you rely on these gladiators, no matter how weak they could be, how strong they could be, so that those people within the party would embrace what you are bringing. Just like ACN and AMPP with CPC, they came together. The block of CPC was enough leverage for Buhari, and the block of ACN was enough for Tinubu to bring that party to become that formidable at that time.
Anyway,
so it was PDM, right. You know. So for now, Amechi is a non-starter as a presidential.
Okay, so Amechi is not a factor.
It's not a factor in the next
ADC,
election.
In ADC,
if you want to talk about factors in the next election, as far as in ADC is concerned,
talk about Atiku.
You talk about Atiku, you talk about P2B. Those are the two.
In ADC?
Yes.
Anyway, let's see how it pans out. I think the primaries will take place sometime before July next year.
Of course.
Now, let's get into it. The Senate witnessed mild drama on Tuesday, that's yesterday, when Senate President Godswill Akpabio halted plenary shortly after taking over from Deputy Senate President Barrow Jibril. Akpabio summoned Senate Leader Okoyemi Bamidele for a private discussion, prompting several other senators to gather around the Senate President's seat, where their huddle stalled proceedings for over 30 minutes, leading to noise, side conversation, and general disorder in the chamber. Senator Danjuma Goje later rose to caution Akpabio, describing the pause for private consultations as unparliamentary. Citing Order 55 of the Senate rules, he argued that such meetings should not interrupt an active session and advised that the Senate should go on recess if a break was necessary. He insisted that the discussion should have taken place outside the chamber. Akpabio responded that the senators were discussing an urgent assignment scheduled for 1 p.m. at the presidential villa. He invited Goje to join the meeting, but Goje declined, laughing as he stated he had no interest in participating. Dele, what do you make of the mild altercation between Akpabio and Goje? Unparliamentary, according to Goje. You witnessed it, you saw it. Yeah. You know, what happened yesterday. What do you make of it? Let's paint a scenario. Let's paint a picture now. Barrow Jibril, the Deputy Senate President, is presiding. All of a sudden, Godswill Akpabio saunters into the chambers, displaces Jibril, takes over his seat, invites the Senate leader, and a few other senators gather around them, and they are discussing in hushed tones, in whispers, and all of that.
While the session was on.
The plenary is on, and you have other senators waiting. Now, it took the bold initiative, the bold action of the Goje to say, Senate President, what they are doing is unparliamentary. How can you just halt a meeting like that? What do you make out of it? What picture of the Senate does it paint before you?
You know, when you give a small man a big office, what happens? That big office will shrink to his size. But when you give a big man a small office, what does he do? It expands, he expands that office. And that is just what played out. You know, momentarily they forgot what they were carrying. They forgot where they were. They saw that plenary session as a party affair where they can just regroup, talk, in hushed tone and do all those shenanigans. And that is to show you the quality of leaders we prop up in this country. A sober, and I don't want to use the words that may sound, but a sober and highly conscious person will know that a plenary session is on with the full glare of the camera, clear lights, and it's just like you are holding a management meeting, and then 1, 2, or 3 people just decided to split that meeting and cause distraction.
Or you are holding an
AGM
of a multinational.
Yes, and then some people just cluster around while the meeting was on. And
with the chairman of the company
is seated, and then maybe somebody is giving the annual report, maybe the company secretary. Is the height
and the cameras are beaming into the whole world.
That's what I'm saying. World. They forgot that they are not in their private rooms. They forgot that they are not in PDP secretariat or APC secretariat.
And you know what? You know the urgent assignment that they had at the presidential villa, launching of the Armed Forces emblem.
So is that an urgent thing?
According to
that's the question you ask yourself. This is a yearly thing since 1971 or 72.
Armed Forces Remembrance.
Armed Forces Remembrance Day, celebrating heroes.
Okay.
That fell in the course of defending the territorial integrity of this country. And that is where you have veterans of war coming with their uniform, aged, with their medals and all that. And then, is it something that is just happening for the first time?
What does that speak to how we prioritize our issues in Nigeria?
I've always said, the speed at which the two arms of the National Assembly, at which they pass some bills, first reading, second reading, In fact, I've witnessed here where in 24 hours it passed first, second, and third reading. That they had to take it the following day for accent. But the bills that concern Nigerians, the welfare of the average Nigerian, the welfare of those who are downtrodden, that they don't have voice, voiceless people, lingers on the floor of the National Assembly. You see, when you begin to play politics of self, when you begin to play politics, myopic politics that is not looking into the future, this is the kind of thing you get. Look at all those things they do at the National Assembly. Do you know that if you do an aggregation of bills that have passed through the National Assembly, both House of Reps and Senate, you discover that in the Senate, out of 109 members, you hardly can get up to 60 members that have pushed any bill. And this is the third year.
Now, talking about the third year, now let's turn the searchlight on the personality of Akpabio himself, you know, who has been in that office for 3 years. What do you think are his major achievements? Does he have any high points? What are his high points? What has he achieved?
As a Senate President?
As a Senate President. As a Senate President.
His antecedent from the past?
As a Senate President in the past 2.5 years. Can you think of any?
One achievement I can remember is that he made good his promise when he was inaugurated.
Okay.
He said, anything the executive arm brings to the table, we will approve. And he has not deviated from that.
Okay, so that counts for him. That counts for him as an achievement.
That's after all, he made a promise and he was able to fulfill the promise up until now. If he was going to change, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, now something happened today at plenary when they were screening Christopher Musa, you know, the retired general who's just been appointed Minister of Defense following the resignation of Badaru. You know, and I think a senator stood up and said, you should just take a bow and leave. And Akpabio stood up and said, how can you ask this man to take a bow and leave under this condition? I mean, 200 schoolgirls have been kidnapped, have been tortured. Donald Trump is on our neck to do what is right. And this man has just been appointed Minister of Defense, and you're asking him to take a bow. Shouldn't Nigerians ask him questions?
What is
so that he could give Nigerians hope and all of that? Could that count as a high point for Godswill Akpabio? I mean, this is the first time that he's coming out like this. Can we score on that point?
Can we score? No. Because the point is, he just assisted Musa to come and tell us what he's going to do that is different from others that had occupied that position in the past. But on the other side, there was no way they would not pass Musa and tell him that it's okay for the job. You understand? But the point is, the legitimate thing that should have been done at that instance was for Musa to reel out what is likely to do against the backdrop of this renewed onslaught on Nigerians by insurgents. Before we came to the studio, I was watching a particular video where bandits were raining dollars on one of the mothers of the bandits. In fact, the dollar got to a heap.
Is it a skit? Is it a skit or what?
It's not a skit. Okay. You will see those guys that they are real bandits, you know, raining dollars. And the mother was just there, and one older woman was sitting beside maybe the sister, praising them and singing their praise, you know. So it is incumbent on the Senate to have asked that question that, look, somebody resigned, and there was no much impact from that person as Minister of Defense. As a matter of fact, Nigerians didn't know that a Badaru was in that office. Matawale was the one that was up there for everybody to see.
I think Badaru had health challenges because at a point he was in
Dubai. Why would you appoint somebody who had health challenges?
I think it developed in the. I'm not making excuses for him, but I think it developed in the course of of service.
The point is, before you become a minister or somebody being appointed, even at board level, before you are made the DG of a parastatal or anybody, you should go through medical tests. And comprehensive medical test, certified by a qualified lawyer, a doctor that is in government hospital, not in a private clinic. You should do that. And so it's just the screening of DSS that qualifies anybody to be minister. And the moment you discover that this man is bedeviled by health challenges, you replace him. It's not as if you have done anything different from what you should do by replacing him. Because the work must go on. You can't stop the work from going on.
Okay, all right. I think for me, that that makes a lot of Nigerians may see what Godswill Akpabio did today as a high point, in service, when he said, look, no, this man shouldn't go. Let him come and talk to Nigerians and give them hope. Now, let's get into the last topic of discussion. Manpower shortage may delay NSCDC's VIP protection rollout. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, may be forced to delay the launch of its VIP protection program due to a major shortage of personnel. Well, according to officials, the Corps is currently understaffed, limiting its capacity to offer specialized security services for high-profile individuals. The initiative, designed to strengthen protection for government officials and visiting dignitaries, was expected to commence this quarter, while authorities are now considering fresh recruitment and intensive training measures to close the manpower gap and keep the program on track for implementation. Dele, are we going back to where we are coming from? We have shortage of police personnel. We say, okay, pull them out from VIP protection. We pull them into society. We say, okay, let's go to NSCDC. And we hear from NSCDC, no, we are understaffed. So we are going to look for more staff for NSCDC. What kind of juggling is all of this? Does it look like
the point here again is that the responsibility of civil defense is to protect critical government infrastructure. And that's what they set out to do. Okay. And they were trained along that line.
Okay.
They were not trained to give backup
to human infrastructure.
To human infrastructure.
Okay, because I was thinking if we could describe VIPs as human infrastructure.
Yes.
Critical national infrastructure. Human infrastructure.
You understand? And so if you are now going to transform them to bodyguards, then they have to undergo specialized training. Do you know that majority of civil defense personnel don't bear arms?
Yes, they don't.
Only a few of them. You understand?
In fact, they have more office staff than field workers.
You understand? So now you have to train them on weapon handling. And you have to train them on how to manage the VIPs. There used to be, I don't know if they have cancelled it now, with the withdrawal of these policemen, SPU, Special Protection Units. Yes. They wear this light blue beret, Those were specialized people trained to be the backman for big men. And big men that are politically exposed. Not pastors, not imams, not Yahoo boys. Those ones, how can you be using state resources to protect somebody that is dealing with others? And of course, these men of God, when you run to them, they'll say, God is enough shield for you. Yet, they are quick to run to government to give them policemen. And you see, it becomes so fashionable for them. They don't use regular policemen. They feel inferior when somebody behind them is a regular policeman. So it must be a mobile policeman. Whereas these mobile policemen were trained to quell riots and to manage riots.
Riot policemen. Their name started as riot policemen.
Anti-riot policemen.
Anti-riot policemen.
Now, this set of people, if you look closely too, for you to see how terribly bastardized the police force is. Majority of those people you see with well-starched mobile police uniform are not actually mobile policemen. It's the VIP that will go and give them money to sew that uniform and wear. Because if you want to know a real mobile policeman, he must belong to a squadron. And that squadron badge is on their shoulder here. It will include that eagle feather and that baton. And then they will write it. If it's Mopo 17, it will be there. Yeah. Anybody that is not wearing that badge and calls himself a mobile policeman, challenge him and say, look, you are not. How many of them went to Gosa for training? How many of them went to Ila? When Tafa Balogun became the IG, he replicated what was in Gosa, in Ila, Osun State, his hometown. Those are the two places where they train mobile policemen. How many of them went through it? Policemen that cannot withstand tear gas, and they are calling themselves mobile policemen. Some have even abdicated their responsibility as policemen.
So now, in the light of this and in the face of this, do you think that
why are they panicking?
Saying that the NSCDC
what about you and
I?
What about you and I that we don't have security? Are we not surviving?
No, we are not. You know, since Trump came up with the CPC designation, we have different CPCs now. Someone said here we have judges of particular concern. We also have politicians of particular concern. So you and I don't have PCs after
we don't have
it. You know, so we don't have anything of particular concern. Apparently, that is why, you know, we are not factored in for protection and all of that.
Maybe we should apply.
Maybe we should apply and get one PC.
I get one PC.
After our names. Who said, Gowon said he doesn't like small letters after his name. That was why he went to do a PhD. Yes. They say he doesn't like, when they say
MSc,
no, PNC, all those past staff college and all of that. Gowon said he doesn't like it, so he had to go to university in London, UK to get a PhD.
Yes.
Then in 30 seconds, can we get your concluding thoughts on the issue that we talked about?
You see, PDP should find a way of getting their act right, because we need opposition to make that election interesting, and we also need opposition to give the incumbent party in power a run for its money, so that they will know that they won't take Nigerians for a joke. Then, on the issue of this Akpabio needs to sit up. He behaves like somebody who does not know the weight is carrying in the National Assembly. This is number 3 man, for crying out loud. He should know the limit of how he uses that power on the floor of the National Assembly. At least to respect us that we've surrendered our sovereignty to him and many others in the National Assembly.
Okay, now before we leave, Daniel Bwala said that, look, Nigerians should monitor compliance, you know, with the VIP withdrawals. Do you have any word for him? In 30 seconds.
No, we'll keep watching
with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and a political affairs analyst. I must say a very big thank you to you, and I appreciate your pleasure. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Why not?
Thanks for coming. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Dimduto. Stay with us and don't go away. And I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Bye for now, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. No be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's economy and governance. From Senate, confirming ex-CDS Musa as defense minister, to United States lawmakers slamming Nigeria over insecurity, calls for Sharia reforms. Also, CBN revises cash withdrawal limits. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Senate has confirmed the former Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, retired as the Minister of Defense. During the screening session, the immediate past CDS fielded critical questions on the state of national security, setting the stage for his potential mandate to overhaul Nigeria's defense architecture. General Musa acknowledged the tragic surge in mass school abductions and stressed that tackling this specific security challenge requires a critical review and holistic implementation of existing measures, such as the Safe Schools Initiative. Providing insight to his strategy, the former defense chief emphasized that a major pillar of his approach would be building community resilience across the nation. He argued the crime is fundamentally localized, and therefore empowering communities is essential, as the locals are the critical first responders in tackling criminal activities like kidnapping. General Musa highlighted the necessity of strengthening the capacity of citizens themselves to effectively defend their areas and report incidents, promising to shift focus towards a bottom-up, inclusive security paradigm. In a specific commitment and accountability, General Musa pledged that once he assumes office, he would launch a full investigation into the controversial issue of troop withdrawal before the abduction of 25 schoolgirls in Kebbi State. The incident, which occurred at the Government Comprehensive Girls Secondary School, Maga, had drawn widespread condemnation after reports indicated that troops had withdrawn from their duty post just prior to the attack on November 17. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Joining us virtually is Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas. He is a public affairs analyst. He's also a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. We get to have Dr. Obi-Thomas join us during the show. Let me come first to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, the screening session, we saw how the Senate President Akpabio defended, some Nigerians would say, or some Nigerians would actually say, this is the first time they are seeing Akpabio react in such a manner as to actually do his job as a Senate President by saying that the man would not stake a bow. And he reeled out all the plenty things that he had to say. And do you think the Senate actually did a good job in the drilling process?
Well, thanks to Donald Trump, everybody is waking up. Everybody is waking up. When the new INEC chairman was screened, it was Senator Akpabio that was answering all the questions. So even Senator Akpabio shielded him from being questioned. But today we witness an opposite of that. Understand? Now saying that he has to, it was a kind of give you a manifesto, tell us what you are going to do, which is what it should be. I have seen where secretary of departments in America are being screened. It even lasts 2-3 days. That's critical screening. But here they will tell you, sing the national anthem 2 times 2, to take a bow and go. But one thing why his own is obvious is because a portfolio was attached, understand,
people already know where he is going to. Unlike before, when just ministerial appointees are going to be screened, nobody knows which area that they are going to serve. This man, everybody know that he is replacing the Minister of Defense. So questions will already be there, and I'm not an Akpabio fan, but today Akpabio did a good job.
So you can actually applaud him, like he actually, you know, a job well done. Sorry.
He did a good job.
And you're attributing this to Trump?
Everybody's waking up. There's fire on the mountain in the country.
Oh my God.
There's fire on the mountain in the country, so everybody is running. Even Akpabio himself. This no more time for them or the protest, make with the chop. That time is gone. Because America is taking note. Because if you don't ask the right question, they might put your name among the terrorist sponsors.
So you would actually say that the fear, you know, I heard someone say recently that the fear of Donald Trump is the beginning of wisdom.
In Nigeria.
And you know, it's just a very funny statement.
Yes, no.
And so you're saying, of course, but what if it's just a one-off situation?
America is watching, understand? America is watching. And they are looking at those who are sympathetic to this insecurity.
And nobody wants to fall into that.
Nobody wants to fall into that. So that's why Akpabio has to say, look, understand, I'm doing my duty. So if you now go and not perform, nobody will say that Akpabio did not ask questions. Understand me?
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, let's look at some of the things that General Musa said during his screening process. He talked about community resilience and how it is very essential to get the locals involved. What do you think about his statement and how achievable is this?
Before resilience, there should be empowerment. Before resilience, because if you don't care for me, I will not care for you. So if government is not caring for the communities, communities will not care for the government. That's why I keep on saying that good governance is one of the surest way of curbing insecurity. Once the people are happy, once they feel that government knows that they are there, once they know that government is truly feeling what they are feeling, but maybe don't have all the resources to take care of their problems, they will cooperate with government. Security is about information. And these bandits, terrorists, live in the communities. They don't live in the sky. So if communities get sense of belonging, they will begin to give government the right information. But when they feel that government doesn't care about them, then they will also not care about the government. So talking about resilience, which is a good one, but there should be care and concern on the part of the government before they will begin to give the necessary intelligence to the government.
Okay, since there's an emphasis on community involvement, does this imply that the military alone can't address Nigeria's security challenge?
As I said, security is not about information, understand? And it is not just a one-man thing. It is not just a military thing. Or the people must get involved. The people will give government the necessary information. Understand? And some time ago, around the 2008-9, when Osisi Kanku and others were running in Aba, they were being supported by their communities. Understand? They have, in the communities, they have informants who were giving them information that police is coming, soldiers are coming. What was the reason? Government was not doing enough for the people. The reason is what? Government was not doing enough for the people. So if government can do enough for the people, there will be emotional attachment. Since this government cares for me, I will also give them the necessary tools that they need to succeed. So community policing doesn't mean that the villagers will carry arms. It's just giving information to the security. Understand? A stranger entered our community and understand me, and so on and so forth. So it's all hands on deck.
Okay, so one of the things that General Musa also said was that Nigeria must stop ransom payments. And of course, he actually said that in situations like this, what Nigeria can do is to track the monies being paid. And then he went ahead to emphasize the use of technology in the fight against insecurity. And of course, he talked about the usefulness of technology. Why have we not actually, when we all know this, how come we have not really, why have we not really looked at that fact? Why have we not harnessed the advantage of technology in tackling security?
It's not that we don't know that, but some people are sympathetic to these terrorists. Some people are sympathetic to them. It is not the way we are feeling about them that those in the north are also feeling about them. Those in the north see them as miscreants. They see them as miscreants. Going by the interview that the Minister of State for Defense made, that these are not really bad people, but they are being provoked to attack. And a lot of the time they are on reprisal. Understand? When their cows are restored, they'll go and kill people. So they are not really being seen as a terrorist. Okay, during negotiation, you see these people coming on their motorcycles, communities will be cheering them on their motorcycles. It cannot happen in the south. When they hear that bandits are coming, everybody would disappear. But they still see them as part of themselves. Understand? So the way we are seeing them is not the way they are being seen in the north. For that to be possible, there has to be a mind shift. There has to be a mind shift. We need to call a spade, that these people are terrorists. They're supposed to be dealt with. So for me, that is the way to go about it.
Okay, of course, still speaking about the screening. General Christopher Musa actually said he was going to ensure that he investigates the withdrawal of troops. And then he also made mention of, of course, he condemned the killing of the brigade commander that was killed by terrorists. And he said he was going to ensure that, that he investigates this killing. Do you really see this happening? Or is this just talks that we just want, you just feel like this is what we want to hear and then he has to?
When you are being screened, you must show intelligence. You must show brilliance. You must give the impression that you are going to be on top of your job. So that is exam. He has to pass first of all. Understand me? So, but we know that he has been there before. He has been there before as a service chief. And we know what he was able to do. But in this capacity as the Minister of Defense, mind you, he is now a civilian. Understand? He is now a civilian. So any information that he gets, he has to pass it to the service chiefs. So to me, he was even more powerful in the other capacity than now.
Wow.
This is what Nigerians should render. Before, he was a service chief, a military guy. Now he is a civilian.
So does it mean that it's not the other way around? Are you saying that the service chiefs are higher than the Minister of Defense?
By far.
So they don't report, the Minister of Defense, the service chiefs don't report to the Minister of Defense?
The Minister of Defense is a civilian.
But in this case, we have an ex-general.
A civilian cannot command any troop. cannot command any army. Understand?
But for someone who is an ex-general, doesn't this make a difference?
He's a civilian as we speak.
Because he's retired.
He has retired.
So that means the fact that he was in the army, the fact that he does not hold water, the fact that he's even senior to the service chiefs does not hold water.
He is a minister. Others are service chiefs. Understand? So he has to report to them. Understand me? He's no more a general. He has retired. He is now a civilian.
Okay.
So there's not much you can easily do.
Okay, let's look at the safe school initiative. This is one other thing that he talked about, and this safe school initiative was founded or was started or was established in 2014. And do you really think that this safe school initiative over the years has it really worked? And why do you think it has not worked? And what can be done for the safe school initiative to actually work in Nigeria?
One, it has not really worked because we don't have enough manpower to to protect most of the schools. A lot of the schools are built where people are not staying. An instance, Federal Government College Ijaniki, when it was built, it was at the outskirts of town. It just recently that development is getting there. So do other schools. So a lot of schools are built outside of people because they feel that students need concentration. They don't need the disturbance and so on and so forth, which worked then because there were no insurgents, there were no kidnapping and so on and so forth. But now it's no more working, and we don't have enough manpower that's to be posted to all the schools. So for it that to work, one, there should also be community policing. Understand? Maybe communities where those schools are sited can be involved in the policing of the schools. These are your children. Make sure that they are not kidnapped. But you also have to give them something to protect themselves and the children. So community policing can, so like I said in there, security is not a one-man's thing. It's collective, every hand's on deck.
Okay. What structural reforms does the Defense Ministry urgently need at this point? And do you think that Christopher Musa is positioned to deliver those reforms?
Reform starts with the people. Understand? The soldiers, their morale is not high. Understand? By what is happening. Understand? One, there's no enabling environment for them to go and do what they're supposed to do. I have listened to interviews by some military officers, how they were being told, understand, don't shoot them. And there are times that the guns of the bandits are superior to their own. Do you understand that? So they need to be encouraged. They need to be encouraged. Their morale needs to be boosted. And government should also show that it's care. Imagine a brigadier and general, one-star general was killed. And it was as if it was a fowl that died. Understand? There was no even acceptance by the government. Up to today, government has not confirmed the death of Brigadier and General Musa Oba up to today. So this shows you that the other guys in the field will be saying that this will also be their own lot if it happens. So their morale needs to be boosted. Understand? So because structural reform should be about the people, empowering the people, giving them confidence.
Okay, let's move on to the next issue. Of course, still talking security. Lawmakers at a joint U.S. congressional briefing have sharply criticized the Nigerian government's handling of escalating violence and religious persecution. They accuse the federal government of failing to halt a wave of killings and targeted attacks, declaring that many perpetrators roam with impunity while ordinary citizens continue to suffer. Also, during the session, experts urged the U.S. to press Nigeria to take sweeping legal reforms. In particular, they called for criminal provisions of Sharia law in the northern states to be declared unconstitutional and for the disbandment of local enforcement units known as Hizbah commissions, arguing that these institutions have been exploited to impose extremist ideology and enable systematic persecution. The expert insisted that only such reforms, along with decisive action against Islamist terror groups, can restore accountability and protect religious minorities. You know, one of the things that I think one of the people that was there, I would actually have to check his name, talked about the fact that Sharia law should be abolished. Do you actually support this?
What they say, maybe you are protecting government. What they say is that Tinubu's government should be held responsible for the insecurity in the country. That's what the report said. Understand? And that is true because he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He is the head of the table. He is the head of the house. So whatever happens, it stops at his table. Understand? So the issue, the issue is this. And in the report, they also say that the militants should be disarmed. That the militants should be disarmed. These are the conditions that was given. Nigeria is a secular state. So, as a secular state, we have about 110 million Christians, and about the same number that's Muslims. Understand? So, there's a freedom of worship that's in Nigeria, according to the Constitution. But you cannot use what I don't believe in to judge me. Do you understand that? So we have a constitution which we are using in the country. Now bringing another one that Sharia is wrong. And that Sharia, and what Sharia does is putting you into a faith that you don't belong to. Just like this Hizbah. Hizbah is more powerful in the north than the police.
Okay, hold your thoughts there because I'll come back to you and ask you more questions. But we have our virtual guest join us from Port Harcourt. Good evening, Dr. Eric.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh.
So we're talking about, yes, the U.S. Congress and how one of the testifiers, one of the persons or the officials who was there, the Council on Foreign Relations Senior Fellow, Dr. Ebenezer Obadari, actually testified that the primary drivers of violence is, of course, Boko Haram, ISWAP, and, of course, radicalized Fulani militants, according to him. And he's saying that that the Sharia law should be abolished and Hizbah officials should be disbanded. What do you make of this?
Yes, I agree with that, too. I agree with that. If you think back, before the Sharia law, all these things were not happening. You see, the Sharia law is like a catalyst to this jihadist tendency. you remember that when this thing happened and somebody's arm was cut off I think in Zamfara. When Yerima was the governor, at that time he was even the man that engineered it and started what it is, the Sharia thing. And they are talking of cutting off somebody's arm and so on and so forth. There was panic. And I think those things are adding to what is happening, begin to condition people's minds and thought on religion and what religion is to do for them, and they don't see other things. They become that Sharia law added to what is happening.
Are you still with us?
Today. Sometimes those who are not even aware.
It seems you're having issues with your network.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, while we get Dr. Eric to rejoin the program, while we have him rejoin us, Dr. Anasike, let's look at it this way. Are there political and diplomatic implications if US now insist and pressures Nigeria on abolishing Sharia and, of course, Hizbah?
Well, there's political implications because so it is working for some people up there. Understand? And those people that it is working for will not be happy. Those people that it is working for will not be happy. Because the North is a kind of a religious state. Understand? The Undamans are the lawmakers. It is them that give directions. Every day when the youth go to the mosque, it is the imams, the Undamas that tell them what to do. Even during the elections, it is them that told them where to vote. Not even their governors, not even their traditional rulers. So it is this what America want to do will whittle down their powers, and they will not be happy. Understand? They will not be happy, which means there could be a pushback. There could be a pushback. So but I'm support of what America is saying, because that's the only thing that will bring peace to the country.
Okay, aside from the political implications, like you pointed out, are there diplomatic implications of it?
Diplomatic, Islam, as they tell you that it is a religion of peace. Understand? They don't. There's no. It is like a martial law. You must obey. Understand? So I don't think of any diplomatic stuff there.
Okay, let's get back to our virtual guest, Dr. Eric. If this proposal by Mr. Badare is achieved, will this risk being interpreted as foreign interference in Nigeria's internal religious and legal system? Are you with me, Dr. Eric? Okay, can you hear me, please? If you can hear me, please. Okay, Dr. Peter, you can take a shot at that question.
Yeah, there is definitely there will be a diplomatic implication there. Already, are you there?
Yes, we are with you.
Already, we all know that even with good, Because already you can see that when they are even saying, Trump said that, President Trump said that there is Christian genocide. Already we have seen the division there where they are saying that, oh, it's not just Christian, it's also Muslim. And then the Muslims have all risen up to counter it. Yes, if the Sharia law is declared unconstitutional, of course it will bring not only diplomatic relief, it will also bring some kind of commotion, religious non-interference, non-tolerance. Yes, intolerance in religious between Christians and Muslims. It will further aggravate what is yes, diplomatic problems will be there.
Okay, what ripple effect could this have in northern Nigeria where, of course, you know that... Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I said, what ripple effect will this have in northern Nigeria where we know that Hizbah is actually politically and culturally entrenched?
I just told you, it's just that the network is not allowing our conversation to go.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yes,
please.
I can hear you.
Go ahead.
All right, fine. It's just that the network has not. Yeah, network has not been allowing me to actually have a flowing conversation with you this evening. But I've already said it that to cause a lot of disorder. Those people will see interference, and then they will further become aggressive and maybe go into some other things against the Christians, because they will be believing that the Christians are the people that have brought that confusion to them. So I think it will really cause a lot of not. Because they will see that foreign interference is coming to interfere with their religion. And they believe that religion is their life. And they live by it in law and everything for them. Yes, there are problems.
Okay, let me come back to yes, let me come back to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, all of these conversations that is being had or that are being had in the US Congress, and of course definitely to still whittle down to our own government. Do you think these conversations can revive national conversations about restructuring, federalism, and of course constitutional uniformity?
Well, it's already taken effect. For the first time, the whole North converged 2-3 days ago. For the first time. So everybody is waking up. Understand? Everybody is waking up. And I know that about 2 weeks ago, Southwest governors had their meeting and came out with a resolution that it is just Southeast and South that are still sleeping. So the North is already uniting. Everybody is seeing what is happening. So what is going on now is going to affect those kingmakers in the North. It's going to whittle down their powers. Understand? It's going to whittle down their powers, and the man by nature don't like losing power. He wants to do everything to protect it. Then another person that is going to affect is Tinubu, because America will not do this. It is Tinubu that has to do it. So Tinubu, North will now feel that Tinubu is against them. And they are uniting already. So those of them that are calling Tinubu one-term president know what they are saying.
Okay, I'm talking about one-term president. Do you think that, I heard recently that President Tinubu knows what to do, but it looks like he's waiting to get a second term for him to do the needful.
What the needful?
For him to be able to tackle security. Do you think that is what is happening?
But excuse me, if you are in an office and for 8 months you've not started performing, you don't know what you are in that office to do. Understand? If you are elected into an office, you stay for 8 months, you've not started performing, you don't know what you are in that office to do. Because if you want to contest an election, what you ask yourself is, what problem am I going to solve in that office? What problem am I going to solve in that office? What are the things that are not going well in that office? You have to answer this question before running for the office. Do you understand me? If you don't know the problem that you are going to solve in an office, if you don't know the difference that you are going to make in an office, and now the incumbent to continue. So, waiting for second term, who is to give him that second term? Understand me? Who is to give him that second term? So whatever he feels that he can do, he should start doing it now. Excuse me, in 2014, who were told that Jonathan is waiting till he gets his second term so that he can be decisive in his actions. Understand? It's not true. It is not true. You are elected into office, you are going there to make a difference. You are going there to make a change. Second term is not guaranteed. The one that you have to make use of it.
Okay. The bill seeking to amend the Terrorism Act to classify kidnapping, hostage-taking, and related offense as acts of terrorism has passed second reading. Do you think that this is just merely political response, just merely talk that the Senate is doing?
I say everybody has woken up. Donald Trump has knew that they whistle. So there's fire on the mountain. So on the bill, nobody can deny any security bill anymore because America is watching on a daily basis what is happening in the country.
So yeah, okay. Let me hear from our virtual guest if he thinks that this bill can actually work in Nigeria. Dr. Eric.
Yes, I'm here.
So I said that the bill to introduce death penalty for kidnappers and make them terrorism act actually has passed second reading. Do you see this working in Nigeria, or is this just the Senate just talking?
No, the Senate is not just talking. It's going to work. They will pass that bill, and because the bill is even long overdue, I know that some that bill that death sentence on terrorism, some states did. But, hello, can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Hello?
You can go ahead,
please. My conversation. All right, fine. So, you see, they will pass. Is this passing the bill is different from implementing it? Would they be able to implement it? There are many things there are many bills they have circumvented. They cut corners on them. You will now see that death penalty, they will change it to some groups, some areas will be held responsible, or it will be effective in some quarters, ethnic quarters, political, and in other quarters it will not. You know, we seem to be having a selectable standard in our law implementation in this country. The question is, will it be fully implemented? Would it be like something that you will say is double standard? But as for passing it, they will pass it.
So from what you're saying, you're actually saying that your fears are not about it being passed, but rather the implementation. Yes. And you feel like it might not be implemented fully in Nigeria.
It will be implemented in some quarters. They will, I say it will not become double standard. Some areas will be punished. Some other areas, based on political, ethnicity, that cause demarcation amongst all that have caused cracks. They will follow that track. You know, here you don't have a uniform law. There are some people that the laws are meant for, others are not. You and me know what I'm talking about. So as for passing it, they will pass it. But how they carry it on is what I cannot vouch for now.
Okay, let's move away from security matters and now move to economic matters. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has introduced significant revisions to its cash withdrawal rules set to take effect from January 1, 2026. The new policy is designed to combat money laundering risk, strengthen security, and ultimately reduce the high cost associated with physical cash management in the economy. This move streamlines previous provisions and officially ends the special authorization that allowed individuals to withdraw up to 5 million naira and corporate entities up to 10 million naira once monthly, signaling the Apex Bank's renewed commitment to encouraging the accelerated adoption of electronic payment channels across the country. Under the new regime, the weekly withdrawal limit for individual bank customers across all channels will be capped at 500,000 naira, while the limit for corporate entities is set at 5 million naira. Any withdrawal exceeding these thresholds will immediately attract excess withdrawal fees of 3% for individuals and 5% for corporate customers. Furthermore, daily withdrawals from automated teller machines are now restricted to 100,000 naira per customer, with the CBN confirming that the total ATM withdrawal must not exceed the overall 500,000 naira weekly limit. Let me come to you first, Dr. Peter. What does this new directive portend for our economy?
It is a strangulation of the masses. It is a continuation of taxes. Understand? This is another way of increasing tax. If you go beyond the stipulated and you pay tax, you pay 3% tax. This is wickedness, because there's no way business owners would not be exceeding it. What is 100,000 naira in a day? Understand? So this is an indirect way of imposing tax on the masses. So it is a wicked reform. And what is the importance of medicine, of a reform, when the side effect is killing the people? So for me, what Tinubu is doing, Tinubu is using Nigerians as customers. He's seeing us as customers, not as citizens. And as a businessman, what do you do with customers? You make profit from them. And that's what Tinubu is doing with us since 2.5 years now that he came on board. He is seeing Nigerians as customers and not as citizens. And he has been using every avenue, every crooked means to be imposing tax on us. Because this thing is just tax increment. There's no other way to interpret it. So a businessman would not exceed 100,000 naira. How much things do you buy that in a day? So for me, it's a crooked, it's a wicked way of introducing tax through the back door.
Let me quickly get the view of our virtual guest. Dr. Eric, do you actually agree with Dr. Peter that there's no... Okay, we lost connections with him there. Dr. Peter, can you just give your final thoughts to our issues or to the issues we've discussed today?
Well, on the issue of defense minister, I agree. In Nigeria, our problem is not issuing statements. We know how to issue beautiful statements. It is implementation. Community policing should help. But before they can give you intelligence, they must be happy with you. So if he can put all he said in the Senate into practice, it will go on well. Then on America, what America proposed for Nigeria will bring peace. And everybody If you don't want to accept it, tolerate it. Understand? If you don't want to accept it, tolerate it. Then on the issue of withdrawal, it is introducing tax through the back door. It is introducing tax through the back door because that is not that limit is grossly inadequate for any, even for a middle income earner. What is that's 100,000 a day, then 500,000 in a week. Where their interest is on the tax because they know that people will be exceeding it. So that's my take.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us, and thank you also to Dr. Eric Thomas, who joined us all the way from Port Harcourt. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's governance and, of course, economy. Thank you for being a part of us, and don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe.